1 minute to the deadline. Deadline.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, whatever time it is. Thank you for watching this broadcast of Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the Virtual Summer Classic, which made its return last weekend, with the top board wrapping up right now. This is the story of the biggest virtual event of the summer season. I'd like to thank you all for watching. My name is Brian. I'm the one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I am a frequent host of League Night, GBN's show covering league diplomacy games from around the world. And I'm back on Gameday Live, which is always fun, and joined by a fantastic crew of analysts, which I'd like to introduce to you. First, I am joined by the reigning champion of the Summer Classic. It's last year's winner, Katie Gray. Katie, welcome.
Thanks, Brian.
And next up, making his debut on DBN tonight is Summer Classic co-tournament director and founder of the New York City Diplo Rats Society, Johnny Gillum. Johnny, welcome.
Howdy, happy to be here.
And almost always, I am fortunate to have longtime partner, DBN board member, analyst, and hobby legend, David Hood. David, welcome.
Hey, Brian. Hey, Johnny. Hey, Katie. This is going to be awesome.
And making a late appearance to the broadcast, I'd also like to welcome Karthik Conant. Karthik, welcome.
Hey, you made it.
Karthik had to watch Texas beat up on Rice today, I think. And
why does Texas play Rice?
Karthik, you were the 2021 DixieCon champion and a frequent top board player. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure Katie will point out that consistent top board player means consistent top board loser. So I'll just say that first.
All right. Acknowledge it before your competition can. I'd like to give a shout out to those joining us in chat during today's live stream. Dip Chat is a fantastic community. It's an important part of the show, one of my favorite parts of the broadcast. If you're watching this broadcast as a recording, welcome and thank you. But you should consider watching live and joining in Dip Chat if you're able to. Talk a little smack, make fun of Karthik like the rest of us. It is a great community and great place to be. Summer has been a really busy time for diplomacy tournaments, and the Summer Classic kind of brings a close to the summer stretch. The first DBN Invitational standings have been released this month, and some players, including some here in the studio, have already had a few scores. Early success doesn't always translate to late season participation, though. So lots of time to play, lots of ways to get some scores. David, would you talk to us about some of the upcoming tournaments that we have?
I will indeed. The Weaselmoot in Chicago is coming up the last weekend in September. It's the very end of September and the first day or two of October. So that's going to be sort of a big thing to look forward to for many of us who are going to be there. The weekend after that is Liberty Cup. Yeah, I'm going to be there in Chicago. The weekend after that is Liberty Cup in Philadelphia. We just had an interview with Bill Hackenbracht in the last episode of Deadline we released about a week ago, in which Bill talks about his plans for this year's Liberty tournament. So that's going to be great for those in the Northeast, one that you should be able to get to. And then at the end of October, we have the return of the diplomacy event at Carnage in Vermont at that gaming convention. So all of those face-to-face opportunities in the North American hobby. In the European hobby, you've got the chance to play for the European Championship. I believe it's the second weekend in November is where that's going to, it's in France, I believe. So that's the European tournament. And then, of course, from a virtual face-to-face point of view, we've got the end of the year virtual diplomacy championship that'll be in December. So that's sort of a preview of the tournament schedule for face-to-face and virtual face-to-face. There's other tournaments going on for extended deadline as well. So it's just a very busy time for diplomacy.
Yeah, and I think failed to mention the Swiss Diplomacy Championship, which is going on this weekend.
Going on right now, yeah. I think they've already played 2 rounds, I think.
Yeah, so yeah, fantastic time to be a diplomacy player right now. It doesn't really matter which format, whether extended deadline or face-to-face or virtual, lots and lots of ways to play. And we're just really lucky to be in the era that we are right now.
I see that Bob the Builder is in the comments. His Olympus extended deadline tournament that he runs is about to start the next season, I think in about a week or so.
Yeah, that first season was a fantastic event. Really happy to see that get off to a great start. And Bob's done a really good job of helping build community, which is really the secret sauce for the diplomacy hobby. Some other good ways to participate are league play. Karthik, are you able to kind of highlight? There's way too many to list them all, but could you highlight a couple of the upcoming league events for us?
Sure. So I don't have the dates on my hand right now, but if you could pull that, that'd be great. But VDL and Tour of Britain are 2 consistent league formats that are available for the English-speaking audience. There's also the French Diplomacy League that speaks in French. So for those who are francophonic, there's always that option for you. All 3 leagues offer a really, really great virtual experience for new players, old players, and everyone in between to try their hand at diplomacy online and really easily find 7 players to play this fantastic game when it can be hard sometimes to do so in real life. And because it's a league format, you have all players always competing at their best for something that's really physical, something you can see your rise and fall in the standings. Fantastic experience. Highly, highly recommend.
The Tour of Britain is actually next weekend. So that's important to know. I was going to look up the date for VDL, but I know the Tour of Britain is actually next weekend on the VWDC Discord server.
So the Nexus Press League they've got waves that start every 2 weeks. The next that's an extended deadline full press league. Their next wave begins on September 11th. The French Diplomacy League that's a French language virtual league, plays on the CDF Discord server on September 4th. Tour of Britain is the VWDC Discord server on September 9th. Virtual Diplomacy League is September 23rd on the VWDC Discord server. And Olympus Season 2, hot off the press, signups close September 4th on the Olympus Discord server.
I neglected to mention a tournament, and Bradley has pointed it out in the chat. He's totally right. SpireCon in the UK, which is in mid-October. I believe it's the very middle of October. That'll be in Chester, I think. I'm trying to remember the name of the town that it's in, but anyway, it's in the Western Midlands, as I understand it.
Yeah. It's really good to see the return of face-to-face in the United Kingdom. So speaking of face-to-face, we're coming off the back of successful WDC in Bangkok, Thailand 2 weeks ago, where Australian Jamal Blackerly narrowly pipped DBN founder Brandon Fogel to win his first world championship. You can check out full coverage of that tournament if you haven't already done so here on the DBN channel. Check out the Hot Stuff playlist and it will show up right there. Really, really great event. And Lace Erlin and Andrew Goff just did a fabulous job bringing face-to-face diplomacy to Thailand for the first time for an event of that significance. Yeah.
And I have a pretty long interview with Jamal coming up in the next episode of Deadline, which we'll release in the middle of September. It's a great interview. You'll be looking forward to that.
Today we are covering the Summer Classic. This is one of the two large virtual diplomacy tournaments that the Virtual World Diplomacy Community Discord server puts on. Johnny, you were one of the tournament directors for this event. Can you kind of talk to us about how this tournament was planned and why it was happening?
Sure. First thing to note is that I was an assistant TD with heavy emphasis on assistant. All credit is to Michaelis, really, for the smooth running of this event. So thank you, Michaelis. We thought it was important to run this tournament because we've in 2020, 2021, we had these online virtual face-to-face tournaments almost every month, and we're down to 2 a year at best. And I do think these are important tournaments. They let people who are from very far away, we have players from the Baltic states, from Pakistan, from all over the world, let them participate in these tournaments that they would probably not get to go to if they were only in-person tournaments. That's one of the real calling cards of the Summer Classic, is we try to do round times that are that work for everyone. So that was the real impetus, is to let people who either don't have the means to travel to tournaments or just logistically can't make it work, so that they can play some tournament diplomacy as well.
Yeah, the accessibility that the virtual format provides, I think it does a really good job of bringing community together. Also, I think it's a little less obvious, but going to a face-to-face event with a bunch of strangers can be a little intimidating for some people. And so being able to play from the quote safety of your own home is a great way to get to know people in an environment, see whether or not this kind of game is for you, like this style of playing, this method of playing tournament diplomacy is not for everybody. I think everybody should try it. It's fantastic, but it's a fantastic opportunity to meet people, try out the format in a low cost, low risk environment, and then hopefully you'll be like most of us, get hooked and go play in some other events. All right, well, as we transition to our game coverage, I do want to thank each of y'all for watching, and I do want to plug the channel and remind everybody to like and subscribe. One of our missions on this channel is to kind of grow the hobby, expose the game to a wider audience. We've had several active players find the game of diplomacy through this channel, and liking and subscribing helps the YouTube algorithm say, hey, if you like diplomacy, other people who have similar interests as you might as well, and it will kind of boost that content. So like, subscribe, a comment will also help, and we really appreciate that. For now, though, let's go ahead and transition over into our game coverage. Here we go. All right, so for the 2023 Virtual World Diplomacy Summer Classic, Katie Gray, would you mind introducing the scoring system and format of this event?
Sure. Let me see if I have the scoring system up somewhere. I don't know where it is. I know you get 10 points.
I know it.
You know,
Johnny, go for it. Johnny, go for it.
Yeah, sorry. It's a house scoring system. It's pretty straightforward. There's 10 points per supply center. There's a 48-point topping bonus, which will be shared with a shared top. There's a 30-point survival bonus, which is pretty substantial, actually. And then 1 point per year survived. So a longer survival is marginally more valuable. That's pretty much it.
So,
and a solo's worth a bajillion points, 400 some.
So basically, you want to top if you can, if not survive, and score as many points, as many centers, and survive as long as you can.
It's a pretty balanced system, yeah.
Yeah. And then as far as format goes, it's a 6-round event. 1 round was played on Friday, 3 rounds on Saturday, 2 rounds on Sunday. And in a difference from many face-to-face events, only the best 3 scores counted towards the top board. So in events with what we call a drop round, a lot of times people will be playing for bigger scores. because those lower scores can just not matter. So I've seen a little more risky play in events like that. So that's something I'll be watching out for. Katie, you won the tournament last year using this system. How did you try to play that system?
I played it the same way I play a lot of tournaments, and I know there's a lot of people in the hobby who play similarly. I don't necessarily try to get ahead early. I don't want targets on my back. I would like to just get solid scores and hope that carries. No spoilers on whether it worked out for me, but certainly some people try to go all out and get every point on the board. And I think if you really want to do well, you don't want to leave points on the table. I will just say, like, I left some points on the table and I was thinking about them on Sunday afternoon. But yeah, I think it depends on the kind of player, but I think personally, if I can top, I want to. I don't want to make a ton of enemies though, but that's just kind of also how I play diplomacy. I don't know.
Let's take a look at our top players by DBN Invitational ranking going into the VWDC Summer Classic. Our top billeted player for this event, Tim Crosby, with a DBNI score of 2, and Saren Kwok 3, Katie Gray 4, Bradley Gray 7, Christopher Ward 8, and so on. We're working on collecting the data and starting to write the show for our next edition of Countdown. So stay tuned for that. We'll have some updated scores. We'll be adding in the World Diplomacy Championship game, as well as some of our other leagues that we were missing information. So looking forward to that, and give myself a shameless plug. For now, let's get to our first game. Here we go. And round 1, board 1, I'm going to go ahead and give a few of you a break. David and Katie, this one is yours. So Johnny and Karthik will come back. And David, why don't you kick things off, introduce our players.
All right, Agamemnon. You can already tell that these games are named after characters from the Iliad, because I know that you all know who Agamemnon was, the king of Mycenae, one of the sort of bad guys when you look at it that way.
Obviously.
All right, Austria, Jason Bennett. England, Christian Brown. And we know both of those players from a lot of DBN broadcasts. Nicholas Lawton playing France. Nicholas Spencer, who's Bob's a builder, we mentioned earlier, runs the Olympus tournament, playing Germany. John Jameson, longtime face-to-face player that we've seen a lot on DBN, is Italy. Isaac Ukes in Russia, that we've also seen in league play a lot. And the aforementioned Tim Crosby, the highest ranking player coming into this from DBNI standpoint, playing the Turks. The theme of this game, by the way, is St. Pete and Marseille. Why not? That's the theme. So you'll find out when you get to the end why I'm saying that. 1901, I would say there was probably an agreement to do a fist bump in Armenia, and no fist bump. The Turks go into the Black Sea instead, and the Russians end up in Armenia, which is not a very interesting place to be. Go to the fall turn. There's another Irish Sea. That's not what England wanted to see. That's an interesting way to do a fall 1901 for Nicholas Lawton. Let's go into 1902 now, and you can see as we go into the spring turn, we've got a full-fledged AT here. I understand that there's nothing going on in Galicia. There doesn't appear to be any fight between Austria and Russia, but you've got Austria going after Italy, and you've got Turkey going after Russia. Now, Italy's coming in here too. We'll see if that makes any difference, but I doubt it. So let's go to 1903. In some ways, in the West, you've got some you clearly have an EG, a Waterloo alliance going after the French and going after the Russians on the other side. And you've got this AstroTurk that's now making significant progress. I think the question is going to be, as between the AT and the EG, which of them is going to make faster progress? It's sort of a old-fashioned way of playing the game. Get your ally, try to get a faster resolution of your side of the board than the other side does. This AT is off to a quick start in 1903 as you get into the fall turn. You can see that.
Hey, David, quick question for you here. I read that Russia has the choice of kind of defending against Turkey or protecting Scandinavia. In that situation I mean, obviously players and all of that diplomacy is going to probably be the number one influence. But setting those aside, is defending up in the north, as we see here, a direction that you would typically pick?
It's too hard to do if EG is going to come at you like this with all their units. I mean, it is hard to come back from Russia and be a decent power if you lose the north entirely. It's also hard to come back if you're eliminated. And it's easier to avoid getting eliminated in the south. Austrians aren't coming, it's just the Turks. So he's maybe thinking he can defend more in the south. He doesn't end up making that decision here. I mean, I'm not saying that's the decision he made, but I would wonder if he made the right decision. But we'll see. I mean, maybe he turns it around. Maybe St. Pete and Marseille has nothing to do with the Turks. Maybe my theme has nothing to do with the Turkish units. All right, let's go to fall of 1903. And you'll see that the AT really is making good progress. And it is hard to take down France. Even if you're sitting in freaking Marseille, it is still hard to take them down as fast as the Italians have already been taken down in certain ways, and the Russians are on the way to being taken down. Let's go to 1904. And then I'm going to pause for a minute to let Katie get a word in edgewise. In 1904, you got these spring moves. It continues to be, there is sort of the Turks saying, well, the Russians have stopped me, because they did turn around eventually and put up a line. So they're going to stop me here. So I'm just going to rearrange my units. And so Austria, goes down into Italy here. The Germans and the English are now going to make some progress here. They've got into Burgundy, they've got into Picardy, they've got into Mid-Atlantic. So maybe the EG has caught up with the AT in terms of tempo. Let's look at the fall turn, and then Katie can answer that question. I mean, you've got the English taking Portugal, the Germans, taking back Marseille, and the position of France is basically breached now. So do you think that there is time that the tempo problem has been fixed, where the EG keep catching up to this jackrabbit start that the AT got?
I'd probably say no. I think for a couple of reasons. I think it took a long time for Germany to get to Gascony. And I think if you're trying to break France, I would have, well, I guess spoiler alert if I'm ever Germany trying to kill you, France, but I'd want to be in Gascony earlier. So I think that they're maybe missing a couple opportunities. I also think Isaac opened north, right? I think he's an extended deadline player. You see that very rarely in face-to-face or in virtual. And Russia going up to St. Pete in 01 is just like, I feel like there's a spoiler now because I know it's 1904 and I know that the AT's made a lot of progress, but I feel like that just sets the tone where like things are going to go well for them. So I'd put my money on the East.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to point out here, and then we're going to point it out again in 1905, is there's only one sort of tentative move into the neutral zone here, which is a supported move to Silesia. So neither alliance has really gotten anywhere near the other one in terms of the border. The border between Germany and Austria is still basically neutral. So let's see what happens in 1905. Again, quiescent in the neutral zone. I mean, who is going in the neutral zone? Nobody. Austrian Turks are moving units around here and trying to move west, but in terms of the no man's land that's typically going on here between Livonia, Prussia, and Tyrolia, Bohemia, nobody even tries to go in those things.
Did Germany just build a fleet?
Germany
already there. No, we already had it. Okay, sorry.
And the Russians have now moved back up, and they're sort of a puppet of the Turks. At least it's what it looks like until you get later in the game. So let's go to 1906 and see what happens. Now we might have some turns of the screw, right? Because you've got, the fleet Holland going to North Sea. What's that supposed to mean? You've got the Germans supporting into Denmark. What's that supposed to mean? I thought you guys were allied. And you've got a lot of bouncing and sort of not going anywhere if you're Austria for Jason. Let's see in the fall turn if that's for good reason. And the answer is maybe so. Because the Austrians had already gotten into Naples. The Turks take Greece. Turks at this point take St. Petersburg. The Turks at this point take Marseille. The Germans have totally moved against the English, but here come the Turks into Silesia.
Ooh, that convoy to Eddie.
Yes, convoy
Totally
to
can't be
Eddie.
stopped.
He slips into Brest because England's moving the fleet out. So there's a lot going on here. We get to the winter of 1906. This is where we need to pause and see that, you know, Tim has gotten 12 here. He's basically knocked out the Russian puppet that he had. He's in St. Pete. He slipped into Marseille sort of sideways. And he's got, you know, a lot of units here, but he's clearly, you know, at war with the Austrians, or at least it looked like that. But the Austrians are getting a build. So is this, and the Germans are +3, you know, building a third fleet. So doesn't this game have some play in it, even with the Turks in Marseille and St. Pete? Apparently, the answer is no. And, you know, I think it's a positional issue. The Turkish position is really good, isn't it? Now, Marseille is not something you hold long-term by itself, most likely, unless it's diplomatically held. And we all know that St. Pete can't be held in the long run if there's going to be some kind of attempt to stop them with EG getting back together. But apparently that wasn't going to happen. So there wasn't even an attempt to do that. They just called the game here.
So, Katie, my question for you is, I feel like I understand why Tim Crosby accepted the draw here. Do you feel like Nicholas in Germany made the right call here when there's obviously a couple of dots that I think could still be gotten?
Yeah, I think he could have probably made some progress. It depends a little bit if Tim was willing to help out or not. I mean, he probably wouldn't be, right? But maybe, because there's no, like, if Tim isn't going to lose any centers, there's no real downside for Nicholas catching up. I mean, in the scoring system, it's not about like gaps or anything like that. But I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. Like, he probably loses Brest. Well, he definitely loses Brest. I don't know. It's hard to see him losing that much. I think that he could have kept playing, but you never know. Sometimes you just don't want to play anymore.
Well, and I say the Turkish position is good. It's okay. There's a lot of fleets if you're really going to fight Austria here, which is understandable. It was an AT alliance, so of course there's a lot of fleets.
Yeah, and I think Austria is in a better position than England. So
yes.
I think Austria is going to put up more of a fight than England.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Turks have a lot of armies back there, but they got to get them into position.
Right.
Well, that is a 12 center top, 198 points for the number one DB&I ranked player coming into this round, setting things off. Tim Crosby in the lead. Let's go ahead and move on.
12 centers at the end of 1906 for Turkey is a lot.
Yeah, definitely. One other thing I failed to mention earlier, just a reminder, these games do have a year limit at the end of 1910. So that also could be a factor in this draw decision. Would you be able to top, for example, in 3 years? Maybe. So, all right, let's move on to our next game. David, thank you for that. We're going to say farewell to David, and we are going to bring on Johnny. Johnny, welcome back.
Howdy, howdy.
And let's go ahead and bring up our next game. We have got a ton of games to go through today, so we're going to move through these pretty quickly. Katie, you are lead for this one. Please introduce our players.
All right, in Austria, we've got Scott Everett. In England is Saren Kwok. France is Ed Sullivan. Those names are probably very familiar to a lot of people. Germany is Jamie Leonard. Italy is Matt Arnold. Russia is Denis Peskov. And Turkey is Ian Rednick.
Yeah, that's a pretty stacked board for an early round in this event. Here we go.
All right. I didn't think through themes of the game like David did. I'm obviously not as good of a commentator as he is, but I will pose a question to the audience. Can anyone guess what the West is going to do in this game? Okay, so we've got pretty standard openings all around. I will point out that the Italian army in Trieste, it's often very agreed, a common move. And then if we go to Spring 02, I think we can see pretty clearly it was not agreed. I was looking through this. I don't know why Greece is empty. I think Turkey supported Italy there, but something bounced. Oh, because he moved. Oh, he's supposed to tap Albania. Never mind. I understand what happened. It doesn't matter. All right, it doesn't matter.
From
The East
Austria,
is
actually, yeah.
Yeah, the East is a little chaotic, but in the West we've got sort of the early makings of a Western triple. There's a English fleet in Barents. The French fleets are all in the south. Ed built in Marseille, Saren built in Eddy, and this looks very Western Tripoli, which may surprise no one.
You know, it's shocking that this would happen, and I wonder what's going to happen to Germany in about 1907. Huh.
Western triples
wonder.
always go really well for Germany. We do see some organization in the East. People are reacting to it. We've got Gascony moving to Silesia. Italy is leaving Trieste and moving fleets to the West. So at least the East is already reacting to it.
I will say, first of all, I'm not a huge fan of Western triples in general. Just they're not the most interesting to play against. That being said, if you look at the most recent league night that we had, last month's league night, there was a Western triple that we saw that played a little bit differently and did not end in the almost inevitable stab. So if you're looking for a way to play that Western triple, that would be one to go and watch. I can't believe I'm actually recommending somebody do that, but it was worth watching. Let's see how this one goes. See if
Brian wants everyone to Western triple. You heard it here first, folks. All right, so we've just got units moving east. Ed has a nice little convoy to Tuscany. Saren has a fleet in St. Pete, which isn't necessarily the most flexible offensively for a Western triple, but she's still working in Scandinavia, and Germany is also moving east. It looks like the East is, fairly on together against the threat in the West. Germany moving west. Ed's doing that thing, I'm sure, where he's talking to Italy and it's like, hey, we got to back up. We got to be friends. We'll get away from each other. And, with Ed, it's always just well, everyone should make their own decisions about what that is from Ed. But they did successfully back off fleets between Italy and France. And we've got another AT this time turning against Italy and against Russia. So currently Turkey's in Romania and in Naples. And then
I think Rum was to pop the Russian fleet. I don't know what the hell the convoy to Naples was about.
Yeah, why not just go to Apulia?
Weird stab? Yeah, I don't know.
If you're gonna walk out, just go to Apulia. Yeah, I'm not sure. I will say Ian has been Turkey against a Western triple before. We were in Carnage at WDC last year, so at least he might have been getting bad flashbacks to that game.
Well, and Turkey is usually seen as the one Eastern power that doesn't hate the Western triple. It can create opportunities if the rest of the board does move their position or their units in position to stop it. But then you're a little bit playing with fire. If the Western triple does not collapse on itself, then you may actually be helping to collapse your Eastern defenses. So that's the tension that naturally builds in that type of arrangement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Ian's upset about what's happening.
No. I mean, he's got a fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea. He's moving armies at Russia. I don't see how Armenia is anything good for Russia. So yeah, probably gonna go take Zev. And we've got Saren convoying to Norway and moving back into North Sea. I mean, North Sea being occupied is a little suspicious, but we'll see. We'll see how long this lasts.
I had to go there. I had to empty Norway for the army. What's Barents Sea? I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. I don't see it on the board.
I already saw Barents in 1901. I don't need to go back.
Right.
And here it is. It's so bad. It's so savage. It's so hard because God. I think Jamie is a newer player. At least I'm not as familiar with them, and I played with them on one game this tournament, and Ed and Saren were playing this from the beginning. They're we love to be allies, and then they just brutally destroy this German player. 3 centers.
Shame.
In the fall. The Western triple is over, but the Saren and Ed show continues. Meanwhile, Ian takes
good turn for Ian. Yeah.
So maybe he's like, I don't need a friend. And Naples, I didn't see.
Might be right. Yeah.
He doesn't need friends. He's got dots. All right, Germany trying to defend, but it's going to be rough. France moving armies to the east, and Ian's still pushing forward, kind of working with Italy. Maybe he accidentally ended up in Naples. I'm not really sure. Austria turning around, though. I think well, I know what happens because I've looked at this game, but what we're seeing here is Austria being sort of told by the EF alliance, turn around, work against Ian, be our pointy tip of the spear, and we'll get you a good score. And that's what's going to happen.
So that's a good. I think that's a good point to pause on. In this, I think, may come down somewhat to scoring system, but it also comes down to philosophy. You don't always have to play your theater. You can try and get points working with your cross-board theater. That's something that's a little more common in my experience in extended deadline play than in face-to-face, often due to just time limitations. It's not always the easiest negotiations to make. You tend to focus on your neighbors, which are more immediate. But that can be an effective strategy, but it's also very risky because you don't have that security that is built up with that defensive line across the stalemate line. So just curious to see if that pays off for Scott in this instance.
So he got into Warsaw, Munich. He's going up too. Ian's got a lot of armies, but so does Scott, and Scott might have 2 friends in the east. So of course he loses Munich. No, he doesn't. It doesn't go. No, it doesn't go. He keeps Munich. Ed is true to his word. Ed has helped him keep Munich, at least for now. And Saren taking St. Pete, this time with an army. That's good. You like to see it. We can keep going. Everything's moving east. We've got convoys all over the place. Austria moving east, fighting Turkey, leaving Berlin and Munich, but probably was told that they would be kept open.
Let's see.
They weren't. Well, Berlin was. Ed also picks up Venice, and Ed picks up Tunis. So this is a good turn for Ed. Is he +3? Meanwhile, Ian is in Rome, and otherwise someone got into Austria, got into Moscow. Ed is +3. It looks 11, 11, 11-y, which is usual. It's normal for Ed and Saren. But stuff, Ian's not on their side, though, so I think it's going to keep changing. I don't know. Not just repositioning, I think. Nothing shocking this turn.
I just want to say this feels like Ian versus the rest of Europe.
Which is what happened the last time Turkey is a Western triple. Oh, he's got to hate it.
And you have 2 of diplomacy's best players in Saren and Ed, and he's going toe-to-toe with them tactically. This is fun to see.
Go, Ian. Good for you.
Yeah.
So he loses Rome, he loses Sev. Austria loses Berlin, but probably negotiated because Austria is the one who's going to take Turkish dots. And he's still +1, and Ed is +3 again. Oh, maybe he waved. Did he wave?
Who did?
Yeah,
yes,
Ed did.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now he built them all, and then they drew. So not quite an 11, 11, 11, but a really solid shared top for Ed and Saren, which I'm sure this was the exact plan from the beginning. And then they get someone on the east to bite and work with them. And in this case, it was Scott. And it kind of did work out for him, Brian. Like they didn't destroy him. He got his share of Russian centers and I think one from Turkey maybe. And I mean, he ended up higher than Ian.
Only because they ran out of time.
They could have had another year.
Warsaw and Moscow would have been.
I don't think they needed it.
I don't know.
Story for me for that game is the power of the cross-board ally, especially if you can make that a central power in getting across the stalemate line. If you've watched other Western triples, a lot of times the reason they're so boring is because it tends to promote a stalemate line fight where both theaters just kind of smack against each other, and if you can get that person to help flip, then it makes the game far more dynamic, opens things wide open, and that's what we saw here. But again, you're playing with fire, and in this case, it did work out for our Austrian.
It did. Ed is really good at that. Ed is really good at getting someone across the board to do what he wants to do, and I've seen it go both ways. So
I will.
Be careful out there, kids.
The takeaway from this game to me is that I played in a triple in the DBNI a couple years ago with Ed and Saren, and they absolutely shanked me out of it in like a 5-dot stab in about 1906. So Ed and Saren will stab you out of your triple. Don't join their triple. Beware, beware. That's what I think you should take away from this game.
All right. Well, we will say farewell to Katie, and we're going to bring in Karthik. Karthik, welcome back. And Karthik, you are keeping the DBN tradition by coming in on mute. Welcome.
Yep.
And let's get to our next game. Here we go. All right. Round 2, board 3. Johnny, why don't you take the lead?
Sure thing. So in Austria, we have tournament director Michaelis Kamaritis, who will not be playing for score, but it's Michaelis, so he will be playing for his best result. In England, we have Rauno Veski out of Tallinn, Estonia. In France, we have Finn Wright, who is a fellow Hart, so I am rooting for you, Finn. I do not... Midwest somewhere, I think. In Germany, we have Simon W., who's a new player to me. Italy, we have Chris Ward, well known to the stream. In Russia, we have Nicolas Taye, even better known to the stream. And in Turkey, we have Nicholas Lawton, who I believe is an extended deadline player under the name Swak, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, we've seen Nicholas play a few games recently and has had some success. A player to keep your eye on for sure.
Mm-hmm. He's also playing his second back-to-back, which is notable.
All right, well, let's take a look at our map, and we will get right into it.
Sure. So the theme for this game is the perfidy of Albion versus the constancy of France. And I will not tell you whether I'm referring to the countries on the board or the backgrounds of the various players. So we see a pretty explosive start here in the West, London to Channel, Liverpool to Wales, Munich to Burgundy. So this is a pretty hard EG attack on France. Much more normal stuff happening in the East. And as it continues, we continue to see that EG cooperation. Rauno very trustingly leaves the North Sea to pick up his 2 builds. Simon jumps into Holland and Burgundy. But France is going to get 2 builds, so it's going to be hard to crack them. Meanwhile, we see Michaelis and Christopher Ward going for the fast Lepanto. Not surprising from either of them. You do see the 2 Nicolas or Nicolases responding in kind. They know that there's an AI against them, most likely. And then we have a very odd turn in the West, where Rauno retreats all the fleets in every direction like a little porcupine. Not sure where he intends to go. Maybe he wants to attack Russia. And we see Michaelis not really want to commit against Russia either, while the AI does a weird late key Lepanto thing, which I think is arranged. I'm not convinced that it's necessarily super efficient, but it's what they're doing. It's kind of fun. And here we have an even stranger turn. And if you can help me read this West, Karthik, I will be appreciative to you. Mm-hmm. We see Germany continue to attack England, taking Belgium and the North Sea. Good for them. They're also tapping Mao and Burgundy for some reason, while France is moving from Burgundy into Ruhr and tapping Belgium. Mm-hmm. But also moving into NAO. And I don't know why that's happening, personally.
Right. Yeah, hit the nail on the head for everything there.
Yeah. I don't know.
My read is Finn just got suckered.
I don't know. I don't think there's any alliance structure in the West, and I think that is, in the long term, a bad way to play. But in the East, you still have AI going strong. The AI finally attack Russia here, while Russia convoys into Ankara, abandoning his alliance partner. At this point, it probably makes sense. They weren't going to make it very much longer, the RT. Germany continues to attack both of his neighbors, it seems. And he's kind of getting away with it for now. So, you know, more power to him. And now Finn continues not to do much of anything. Simon does get the convoy into York. Good for him. Looks like maybe F and G are going to get it together. Christopher Ward streams west. And a lot of stasis really in the east. Again, not a lot happening here. Finn's actually improving his position. Christopher Ward seems to be moving the other direction, which is good. He's in Burgundy and Channel, also good. So this is a pretty good turn for France, all things considered. The AI still really aren't doing a lot here. And 2 builds for Simon in England, but Finn picks up Belgium. Again, I like what Finn's doing, although Western Med and NAF are a problem. Michaelis is going to build in Bulgaria. And Nikola, despite a game-long AI, is kind of just floating along, doing all right. He's got 2 nice fleets in the north, but nobody's too worried about them. He's honestly probably going to be the one to pick up Turkey. So as far as playing a Russia that's facing down an AI is concerned, Nikola's doing a good job here.
So this is a pretty balanced game, so I am going to go ahead and pause it here. Karthik, you've not seen these results, so I'm going to just ask you, who do you like to top this board?
I like Nikola because I think he's probably the best player on the board in a great position to play from. Like if you are a Russian
I'm telling
player,
Michaelis.
Yeah, that's fine. No, but seriously, like this is a fantastic position to play Russia from. If I had to guess, it'll be some sort of like Nikola lone top by like 1 or 2 centers, or like a shared top with him and Michaelis.
All right, let's see how that plays out.
Christopher Ward gains significantly in his position against France because England decides to screw France on the way out, which is perfectly reasonable. Nicolas improves his fleet position in the north. He's starting to look pretty good up there. If I'm Simon, I'm really starting to worry about those Russian fleets, although Simon doesn't appear to be doing that at all. Nicolas is cleaning up in Turkey. And Michaelis drops the hammer on Italy. So here's the perfidy of Albion. If you want to go back, he takes Venice, he takes Serbia, and presumably Michaelis or Wardy thought Rome was going to be kept, but it wasn't. Karthik, I'm curious if you think this was a good stab from Michaelis. He's an Ionian as well.
Right, yeah. No, I think this is a really, really well-timed stab. I was hoping he was going to be doing something like this, and this was part of my calculations and predictions of the Michaelis and Nicolas shared top. The stab needed to come at some point, or Michaelis gets swallowed up by the Wintergreen. I thought he's going to do this a turn or 2 later, but I'm glad that he chose to go now, because if he had waited a turn, I don't think the opportunity is there. By going now, he kind of ensures his place in the draw.
I agree. I think also Chris should have seen it coming because he stabbed me in an almost identical position as Austria to my Italy a couple of months ago. So
a little bit of
gotta learn from your own stabs, Wardy. We see Nicola's position get better and better and better. Aegean, Skag, Norway. Michaelis is probably going to take Rome, Naples, and Tunis at some point. Finn and Simon are squabbling, which they've been doing all game to absolutely no benefit to either of them.
So I want to pause here just to point out this one. I love this. So one thing that I've observed that I feel like is the difference between a mid-range player where I consider myself and a top-tier player is how do you do with getting the small powers? Like once somebody's no longer really in the running to top, they've got secondary objectives. How are you able to work with them? And oftentimes, especially if it's right along an important stalemate line, if you are able to be the one who wins that small power over, that can make such a big difference in the outcome of these games.
Yeah. And then they call it. I think McCallus knows he's not going to beat Nicolas. Nobody else thinks they can either. If I'm Nicolas, I might not draw here because you probably have points on the table. On the other hand, you want to be a nice guy. You've got the board topping bonus all to yourself. Maybe you go home content. And that's the constancy of France there.
That was a fun one. Karthik, story of the game for you.
It was, for me, McCallister's really well-timed stab of Wardy. I think, like I said earlier, if that stab doesn't happen when it happens, we see a wintergreen. I think Nicolas gets probably up to 13 centers or something like that in that case by 1910, because I think Nicolas does stab either Germany or Italy. Sorry, not stab. Either grows off of Germany or stabs Italy in that case and gets the growth that he needs to get a massive score.
Well, Johnny, thank you for your commentary debut. Fantastic. We will see you again soon, and we're going to welcome David Hood back to the stream. David, welcome.
Hey, guys.
And Karthik, I'm going to go ahead and have you take the lead on our final game of round 2. We are moving through these quickly, making great time. Round 2, board 4.
Were you hinting something there, Brian? No, I'm just kidding. Going on. So we have Austria. We have Bryce, who have not seen before. We have Bradley playing England, a well-known player to the stream. We have Isaac Ukes, currently in 11th place, coming to us from Great Britain. We have Aslan coming to us from Pakistan. We have Micah coming to us from the Netherlands. This is truly a really, really diverse board, showing how wide, the game diplomacy is played across the world, which I really, really love. It's a testament to both Johnny, who was with us just before, and McCarless in terms of just running a great, accessible event. Then we have the Americans. We have Jackson Roberts coming to us from Orange County, California, and Evan Bouleris coming to us from Connecticut.
Yeah, Jackson Roberts just came off a really, really strong showing in our last league night. Just a pretty impressive comeback as France. So definitely on a hot streak. We'll see if that continues through this event. Here we go.
Okay, so this is going to be a relatively standard opening with some exceptions, and those exceptions are going to be the theme of the game, because when you want to win a game of diplomacy, it's really about reading the board and players you're playing with. In this case, Bradley and Isaac decide, we see how the rest of the board is going to play. What if we played up tempo? So we see Paris go to Picardy, Marseille go to Burgundy, Brest go to Mid-Atlantic, while Liverpool goes to Edinburgh, with some very, very interesting variations on classical openings. If we go to 1902, we'll then see the convoy into Norway. We'll see the bounce in Holland. We'll see the move to Ruhr, Belgium, and Spain South Coast, setting up the EF alliance for a really, really powerful move forward and giving them sort of the tempo and time advantages they would want to see. At the same time, the EF seemed to have gotten Jackson to come into Prussia, either to help Germany or put pressure on them. That's going to be a very, very interesting decision to see as well. In the south, though, we see the Turkish fleet go out to Constantinople, try and prepare for a likely AI coming towards him, while Russia simply takes Romania, puts the army down there. Moving on, we see just standard builds. They're prepping for what is classic and well-known tales all the time. We see here the English take Sweden while supporting the Russians into Denmark, showing them some sort of kindness, getting Jackson to move on the Germans, trying to induce that sort of three-way collapse on Germany. At the same time, we see Spain and the Mid-Atlantic Ocean being taken, giving France flexibility to do what they need to do. What I really like about the Turkish moves here is that you get to take the Black Sea, you get to slide out to the Aegean, and then be in position to potentially retake Serbia back with help if the Italians aren't going against you. And if they are, you can at least hold some sort of defensive line for a little bit and wait for help to come, likely from the French here. If we move into the fall of 1902, we see the expected French attack come down on the Italians. It was one turn to lure the Italians out of position, and then the boom is laid. At the same time, we see Austria turn on Russia, while the Turks do the same, seeing an interesting Astroturk arise out of the ashes. Bulgaria walks out while Sebastopol is taken. And the Germans, unfortunately, face a really, really quick death. Aslan gets done really dirty here by Jackson, Bradley, and Isaac in an EFR combination, one that is seen very rarely. The last time I think I've seen it was when I killed Jason Mousebaum in 1903, which I think everyone would agree is what should happen in any game of diplomacy. So Berlin falls, Denmark falls. Aslan has Holland, Kiel, and Munich here, while France and England are in really, really good positions. We move into 1903, going a little quicker here. We have the Baltic Sea bounce. We have the English swing into North Sea. We see the minor betrayal around St. Petersburg, seemingly with some degree of consent, though, as Barents takes it, resting the north coast, where England really can't do much more harm to Russia. At the same time, in the south, we see France making great tempo as they take Tunis simply unopposed. The Italians could have chosen to bounce them, but they chose to focus on higher priority issues to them. Keeping on moving, though, we see Turkey move into position to make aggressive gains in Austria, in Russia, and we see that tempo proving to be the game-defining theme of this game. So we have St. Petersburg taken, we have Kiel be taken, we have Holland be taken. 3 major supply center gains for the English. The French pick up Tunis across the line. It's going to be really, really hard to stop the EF at this point. And we see if we go into the next year that this continues to be the case, where now Italy is trying to put up a resistance against the French, but it's all for naught because Henning gets taken, Lyon is occupied, Munich is taken, Kiel slides into Baltic. The Russians are acting as a janissary. The Italians are in a position where they really can't do much to stop the EF. And if we keep on rolling, we see why the Turks get greedy here. And greedy in a smart way, though, as they turn on the Austrians and keep on moving, saying, hey, look, the EF is going to roll, sort of like how you feel like when you're in a Western triple and you're Turkey. The West is going to roll, nothing can be done. I'm going to get my dots at least and have a good score. If we keep on rolling, we see that some sort of deal must have been struck, where we see Serbia get taken, Trieste get taken with the help of the Italians, and we see this game really hurtling towards a conclusion. In the final, right here, we see Vienna open, Warsaw open, Venice being taken, and we see basically us coming towards a negotiated draw where we have an 11-11-11-1, which I think shows us the other theme of this game, and particularly this tournament, is that with the change in scoring systems from what we saw most recently at WDC, where we see this Diplo type scoring, which incentivizes stabbing, this really, really aggressive balance of powers, but also scheming. We come to WDC, which is much more of VWDC, where we see a much more alliance play type scoring system, and that's what leads to these 11-11-1s, the 10-10 of Saren and Ed. That kind of play style is what's rewarded by this, and it's really interesting to see how different play styles thrive under different formats, and who decides to change up their play style to match the format in question.
Yeah, I was going to say that the 11-11-11-1 or the 10-10 or the 9-9. That's not the only way to play the World Classic scoring system, but it is a way that can be successful when you're trying to get onto the top board.
Yeah, and I think we've seen fewer of those this season. So I think it's it's being called out more just because it was more rare. A couple of years ago, that was the opposite. That was a very common approach. One of my favorite things about scoring systems for diplomacy, I feel like it's a lot like playing different golf courses or different
different fields of
tennis or something, where it just takes different techniques, and your best players are able to adapt to that. When you're first learning the game, I think scoring systems don't really make a huge deal. The more centers you have, the longer you survive, the better you're going to do in almost any system. But as you start to progress in the game, you start to understand the nuance a little bit. And I think that's a feature, not a bug in the system personally. All right, let's go ahead, and that actually brings us to the end of round 2. So let's take a look and check in our standings, kind of set the scene going into our third round of play. So here we can see Our current standings after 2 rounds, Tim Crosby in first place with 198 points, Nicola Taillet 168, Isaac Jukes 161 are your top 3. Going down to Ed Sullivan and Saren Kwok at 154, tied for 6th and 7th. So you can see really, really tight spread, especially positions 3 through 6. All of those players are in contention. Based off that, David, are you expecting any change in behavior for those players? Do you think they're going to keep doing what they've been doing?
Well, I think some of them will change their behavior because once you've got a good position, you want to just sort of, some people just want to kind of coast and hope that they can coast over the finish line to get to the top board without taking major chances. But I bet you we'll see some other names come in here because not everybody plays that way. And particularly people that had some poor early rounds, they're going to be really trying to play way more aggressively in the later rounds. So I think we are going to see some shakeup.
All right. Well, we are going to say farewell to Karthik, and we are going to bring Katie back into the studio. Katie, welcome back. And David, why don't you close out our key moments coverage, our quickened coverage with this next game.
Diomedes, which I believe was one of the foremost Greek warriors. I think it was the Lord of the Battle Cry or something like that from Iliad. All right, Chris Alumba from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We see in Austria, Michaelis coming in with England, Saren in France. Christian Brown, another name that we've seen a lot this season, every season in our virtual play, and he's making his day. I think maybe he was in an earlier game, but it's the first time I've seen a game with him in it. Hal Shield, one of the players that joined us during the COVID, joined the hobby, the wider hobby during COVID, is playing Italy. Tim Crosby, we've already mentioned, was leading the tournament coming into this, and then Mikey Bloom from the Netherlands rounding this out as the Turks. The theme of this Diomedes game is the Kwok and Camarides show again. All right, so they are England and France. You can see the opening here. The second time in a row we've seen this particular French opening, which is one of my favorites, where you're sending the armies against the front, sending just one unit back to Iberia. You also see, and I think this is important for understanding how this game goes, you see nobody going to Galicia. So let's go to the fall turn. Russians are in the Black Sea, which allows them to support in with 3. But, of course, they don't need it because Budapest is just hanging out, just holding. No big deal.
Chilling.
We're totally copacetic. You know, just hanging out. All right, the builds, I think, are not surprising. So let's go into spring 1902. The Italians are setting up into eastern Mediterranean. Are they going to make an actual Lepanto convoy to Syria? We're going to find out in the fall turn.
Wait, David, can I interrupt you early?
Yes.
I have to point out because Michaelis got his army into Belgium in 01, and I just have to say it for Siobhan. It's where that army went to die.
But he didn't die because he convoyed it out.
Oh, well, I can't read the board, so
convoyed to Edinburgh. Well, it would have died. It would have died if Michaelis wasn't thinking ahead and thinking, I guess I need to get it out of there because they're going to kill me now.
Good thing he's better at this game than I am.
Well, the French units are going north here. So is this going to be a sea line is the question. But look at that convoy to Syria. Eddie Bresson is smiling from somewhere in California right now because there is an actual convoy to Syria in the fall of 1902. In addition to the fact the Austrians had taken Bulgaria, you've got a bounce in Galicia with Bohemia to Silesia. So maybe that's the AR friendship is about to end. We shall see. 1902. In the spring of 1903, you see that AR, the army machine, continues. And in fact, there are 2 Russian fleets down there, which is a very big sign of an AR alliance. The Italians go ahead and take Smyrna, as you do when you do the convoy. So the East was looking clear until you realize that now Hal has let the Austrians get behind him, which is one risk of sending your units way over there with that Lepanto invasion and your army in Tyrolia is that you really are pretty wide open. And the Austrians have got him here. So the AR springs their trap against the Italians. The Turks are actually having a little bit of a comeback in the sense that they take Greece with Italian help. Now that it looks like there's an AR, it looks like the Italians, but here come the Sarin-Quoc French into the Western Med. There's apparently, has been now, even though Sarin's in English Channel, there's no actual attack on McCarless at this point. And Christian has gone down by 2. Let's go into 1904. Continued sort of cooperation in the West, it looks like, with the French and the English not really messing with each other. The Sarin's getting in a position here to take out more of Christian's dots. But look at the East. We now have the Austrians and Russians doing a little more bouncing. Are they actually fighting now? Or are they doing something else? It looks like a lot of bouncing, except that the Turks are being supported by the Austrians into Bulgaria. Now, is that just to kill a Russian fleet, or is that because there's been a significant anti-Russian move? The Smyrna is in Armenia, so that's an argument for the anti-Russian move. Fall 1904, more of the same. Yep, anti-Russia. So, 1905, can Russia come back from this? Continues to be, looks like EF cooperation continues. Even though there's a French fleet in the north, it is not fighting England at this point. Sarin's just getting herself in, sort of classically strong French position where you're making progress in both fronts and nobody's able to stand. Now, there is Tyrolia to Piedmont, so we'll see if that makes any difference, the fact that the army has slipped in there. In the fall, though, you can see that France's position continues to be improving. It was strong to begin with and continues to improve. And McCarless is literally just throwing in with her and takes the Russian dots instead of worrying about where Sarin is. Sarin's taking Munich here. In the east, it's more sort of jumble. The Austrians take Bulgaria, but the Turks take Smyrna, and so it's a little bit of a jumble, and the Russians take Romania, so it's a sort of jumble going on in the east.
I think the technical term is dipsy doodle.
Dipsy doodle would be the Brandon Fogel term. Yes.
And question for you, David. I'm going to pause here. If I were Chris and I've got a choice of moving to Piedmont or not, do you prefer it like not moving there in hopes that France covers and is unable to build in Marseille? Are you worried about that?
Don't move to Marseille? Yeah. I think the answer is you don't move to Marseille. That's what I think. Because I think the chance that Sarin was going to leave that free was pretty small. Either she was going to do this or she was going to self-bounce there, one or the other. So I just didn't think that the move to Piedmont from Piedmont was worth doing there. I would have, if I were him, I would have rather been in Tyrolia at that point. But,
yeah, because like holding back Sarin's fleets is good for Italy, but is it good for Austria? I don't know. Tyrolia is better to protect himself. Yeah,
I think so. But frankly, is anybody holding Sarin back? Period.
No,
not when McCarless is building 2 armies.
Not when McCarless is stabbing Tim. Don't work with McCarless if he's in his own tournament. He's going to stab you anyway.
Well, he had to fight somebody, but with armies, he ain't fighting no Sarin-Quoc. Not with armies. Not with building armies. Sarin's position. I mean, honestly, you could sort of go through some of this next couple of moves because it's really just EF domination. England going after Tim and Sarin going after everybody else.
Especially if Italy is going to help.
Yeah, at some point you end up, if I'm the only person fighting and I'm sort of out there getting killed, then why? I'm going to see if I can. I'll listen to somebody offer me survival further east, which is basically what's happening. It's kind of like when the Huns invaded from the east and pushed all those Germanic tribes into Rome. At some point, it's like, I'm not fighting the Huns. I'm going that way. It'd be easier for me to fight the friggin' Romans than to stand and lose to the Huns. So that's the same kind of thing that's happening here. 1907, you've got Austria, total frustration. Nothing is working here. It's just an EF destroying everything. So I'm just going to do a bunch of joke moves because nothing I do apparently matters anyway. So that I think is frankly a pretty good commentary on this game. Now look, hold on. Yes, the build in 1907, Fleet Liverpool. So there is now some idea from McCarless that I've at least got to be defensive here. Maybe he doesn't think he can actually do anything to Sarin, but he's trying to make it harder for Sarin to do anything to him. So let's see what happens in 1908 because, there's only 3 game years left.
Yeah, Katie, if he had not built that, I don't know if these double fleets were, or the fleet builds between all of them were negotiated or not, but What happens if that is not done? If you built another army here?
I don't know. I mean, Saren has got this top board completely unlocked. Like, there's nothing stopping it. Like, I mean, is she going to solo from here in 3 years? Probably not. Her score probably doesn't really matter. She can fight McCullough. She can not fight McCullough. I don't know. Like,
I mean, McCullough is doing what he can here. He's sending his fleets over there, but it's not enough to matter. I really think it was more defensive. It's just making sure that Sarah didn't attack him. That's what I think. Or successfully attack him.
Yeah.
Because you're right, Saren's position. I mean, we've known for 2 or 3 game years here that Saren was going to top this board.
Yeah.
And spoiler alert, that is what's happening.
You gave it away, David.
Sorry, but that's not has not been a spoiler since about the end of 1905.
So they play this one out 2 time.
They actually do that.
Why? Who's not drawing here? I guess Saren, maybe she won't. But did she get? No, it's been 3 years since she got anything. Who's not drawing?
It's probably somebody in the East. You know, we saw some frustration joke moves. It was probably somebody in the East saying, well,
probably Austria.
Look at that.
It's probably like, forget you guys. You're stuck here.
Who knows?
Katie, story of the game.
I don't know. If a really good player is France, they'll let them do whatever they want.
Yeah, the a story of the game is France is a really strong country to play. I mean, that's a story of the game.
Yeah,
if nobody fights you.
Strong player there as well. It's a dangerous combo. That has definitely been a theme of this event so far. A very strong Leviathan EF alliance. People have made a big deal about the Juggernaut through diplomacy's history. People, we need to pay attention to the Leviathan. It is definitely the most powerful alliance in the game, in my opinion, in this current meta. All right, let's take David. We'll give you a break, and we're going to welcome back Johnny. Johnny, welcome.
Howdy.
And let's get to our next game. Katie, you are going to lead us through round 3, board 6, and introduce our players.
All right, Austria is Finn Wright. England is Bradley Grace. France is Darius Murakowski. Germany is Chris Ward. Italy is Craig Mayer. Russia, Denis Peskov. And Turkey is Isaac Ukes, I guess. I had always said Jukes, but David said Ukes. So, Isaac, your last name is Ukes.
Go Finn.
Go Finn. All right, the openings are pretty standard with 2 exceptions. One is we've got London going right into the English Channel. That is, like, there's no way this isn't aggressive. There's no way you can even get anything beneficial from shenanigans like England's going after France. And Dennis opened north. So this is my second game commenting so far tonight, and my second time where Russia went north. It didn't go great the first time, or maybe it was someone else's. Whatever. We saw Russia go north already tonight. It didn't go great for Russia. Let's see if it goes better for Dennis. Germany is supporting England into Belgium, and England guesses correctly and walks right into Brest. So England's up 2. We've got a strong EG right off the bat. And in the East, there's sort of a lot of neutrality going on. Actually, nobody has made any aggressive moves towards each other in the East.
St. Pete to Finland with a wide open Norway. That hurts.
I know, because, yeah. I mean, he's doing it because he wants to make sure he's opening up the place for the build. But yeah, he could have walked in. That would have been fun.
Johnny, when you have a choice like this, you're France and you've got England sitting in the channel, which I know diplomatically never happens to you. But if it were, do you cover Brest or do you go for Iberia?
I actually usually do what Darius does here. I often will go for Iberia. I think, honestly, if you're building, it's not even the worst thing to lose Brest. But if you don't end up picking up any builds, then you're really in trouble.
Yeah.
All right, in the spring, we've got England's finally taking Norway and just a lot of EG cooperation. The East, everyone is friendly. I mean, Italy, Craig Mayer is going to Ionian, but if anyone's going to be a wild card, it's going to be Craig. And otherwise, in the East, everyone's playing pretty nice. And maybe they saw from already 1 year, they were like, EG is going to be a problem.
Yeah, what is this?
What? Go ahead. I don't have a whole script written, so
I was going to say, what is this? What, quadruple? But no, that's not what this is.
It could have been fun, but Finn and Isaac said no. Isaac is moving strongly against Russia, obviously. At the same time, despite opening north, it hasn't helped Dennis. So I guess opening north may not help you if you're Russia, because we've got England in Norway and St. Pete. So that's, I mean, Russia gets Sweden, but otherwise that's not looking good for him up there. England back into MAO. Germany is moving into Tyrolia with, okay, this is great. It's with help from Italy. And Craig is always going to be the wild card. He's always going to be the one doing random stuff.
Well, if it's AT, he needs a friend, so fair enough.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But it didn't look that AT. It just
Or
looked
it's
anti-Russia.
maybe not AT. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, is Bulgaria and Serbia all agreed? No, because why is Aegean supporting Ionian to Greece?
No,
so I don't think
weird.
the East knows what's going on. But you know who does know what's going on? EG. England building fleets, moving around. Germany helping England into Paris. Wardy doesn't do a lot else this turn, but that's fine. He's in a strong alliance. I think he knows where he's going in this game. So
Yeah.
EG looking strong. Wardy takes Belgium. It's got to be arranged. I've seen the next moves. I'm sure it's arranged. He's also moving to Silesia. Craig Mayer decides that's enough of Germany and Tyrolia because he's Craig. It's still more anti-Russia, but then we've also got AT fighting. Austria, I think, is getting Sev and keeping Serbia and taking Bulgaria.
But losing Greece.
But
yeah,
losing
building
Greece.
Budapest.
Yeah,
Good move
losing
for-
Greece
good turn for
to
Finn.
Italy. And also Craig built a fleet, so yeah, good turn for Finn. All right, now we've got England and Spain, and France and Ruhr. Fine. I don't think they care. Germany takes Sweden and Warsaw. Russia kind of collapsing in the north also. Still some AI cooperation. Germany loses Warsaw but keeps Sweden, and I guess England technically loses Spain because he moves to Portugal, and Italy walks in right behind. So good for you, Craig.
Yeah, I think Bohemia to Tyrolia is very weird. If I was AI, I would have put France into Munich there. I don't know what the point of this is.
Maybe it's one of those things where he was gonna retreat to what was open, but he came from Bohemia, so that doesn't even make sense. I don't know.
Yeah.
Unclear. All right. In 05, we've got England just like moving forward. He's in Western Med, and MAO and Spain. Like this is like an England board top. Like, I mean, he's topping now, but you can kind of see it coming. Italy's in Marseille. I think that's gonna be it for the French. And Italy's also in Caen. So again, good for Craig.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Craig here. Early in the game, I would not have predicted Craig to be in this position whenever he was facing the Austrian the way he was. So good to see him find a way to keep in this game and get some opportunities.
Yeah, I think if there's anywhere that Craig thrives, it's chaos. And I think there's been a bit of chaos in the East.
Here's some chaos.
Of course, now we've got Austria moving into Greece
Boy.
and Venice, and he's losing Spain to England. So
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know
about
how
that.
much more he's going to be thriving.
I
But he's
don't know
got a
about
fleet
that.
in Ankara. That's fun.
Fleet
Up two
Trieste.
for Austria. Good for Finn. Is he from? I didn't miss where he's from. Is he like a New York
I think he's
person?
Midwestern. He's
Oh,
he's in the hearts. In
Oh,
the figure.
I should have known. All right, Germany and Moscow. Germany moving armies east. This is a strong EG. I don't think it's going to break up. I know it's not going to break up. I've seen the game, but it doesn't make sense for it to break up anyway. Like, they're doing great. Although, this is a lot to be arranged, right? England takes Belgium at the same time. Wardy is taking Moscow and St. Pete. And tapping. No, this can't be arranged. There's no way. This is Wardy.
Burgundy, Norwegian, Skag. I don't think this is arranged.
I don't think it's arranged.
But it's simultaneous, so they might.
It's simultaneous. I think
they might just walk it
someone
back.
sniffed it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and he built a fleet. It's not arranged. It's not arranged.
Well, Chris built a fleet too, though.
Bradley.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris Ward. Yeah, Wardy
Yeah.
built a fleet. Okay, not arranged. We've got an alliance breaking down. Maybe I didn't look at the game closely enough, Brian. I remember how it ends, but yeah. Okay, so this is also good for Wardy too. He's he's seeing less pressure maybe from England, although Bradley was so far forward that he can still use those 3 units to cause some chaos and still fight with Wardy. Turkey gets Ankara back. That's a disband. So Finn is working with Turkey. But England's helping Italy, so we'll see.
Finn might be able to get Warsaw and Moscow here. This might be really good for him.
So this is a game, we've seen several where we've had 3 powers that are kind of overtaking the board, but this one feels very different. It's far, far more dynamic with powers in opposite theaters all kind of shifting against each other. Very exciting game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's fun. Still some AT cooperation, still some EG fighting, although I don't think anyone really gets anywhere. I think it's a lot of red arrows. Bradley does get into Marseille, so thank you very much for your help, Craig, and I don't appreciate it. He doesn't get Holland. I think that's... Oh, he did. Is that not a red arrow?
No, he popped it. Because
the red arrow's going down. I've complained about this before. I've complained about this to Brandon, and he doesn't care what I think because he shouldn't.
See the pointy end of the arrow, Katie, is where the...
Is that where it's going? Oh, okay. Maybe in a minute, Johnny, you can explain how convoys work to me.
I'll do that. Yeah.
All right, game over. 1908. We end up with Bradley Grace with a pretty commanding lead. I did expect that Bradley would top, but I didn't think it would be with this large of a gap. So well played to Bradley. Johnny, story of the game for you.
Story of the game is that Bradley is a very good diplomat, and it's his 2nd year, I think, now playing. Last year he was a strong rookie, and now I think he really is one of the big contenders in any tournament that he plays in. But Finn, that was a good result from Finn. You keep an eye on him. He's doing well. Proud of you, Finn.
I don't want to support this. I don't want to support the hearts, but he did play well, so congrats to Finn.
All right. Well, Katie, we will say goodbye to you. Thank you for leading us through that game. And next we are going to bring Karthik back in. Karthik, we'll give a second. There he is. Karthik, welcome back.
Howdy.
And let's go ahead and bring up our next game. Round 3. We're now on our 7th game of the night. And Johnny, take it away.
All right, we have number 2 place Nicola Taillet playing Austria, Ian Rudnick out of Boston playing England, Jamie Leonard playing France, that's a new name to me, Jackson Roberts in Orange County, but originally of Seattle or the Seattle area, playing Germany. He played 1 game before. Ranoveski is playing Italy, Katie Gray, our intrepid commentator, playing Russia, and Nicholas Spencer is playing Turkey.
All right. So get to our first moves. Here we go.
All right. The theme for this game is that it contains my favorite convoy that I have seen at least this year, maybe in the last 2 years of diplomacy. So look out for that. Well, we've skipped the spring. Only thing really to note here is that Ian opens to Eddie and Jamie punishes him for it by opening into the channel. Unfortunately, doesn't also move up to Picardy to get the free convoy to Wales, but still, this is not good for Ian. Otherwise, Rano and Nicola are set up for a fast Lepanto.
So a couple of years ago, we did some statistics of all of the virtual games that DBN had covered. And France, when they opened to the channel, had a massive improvement in their overall results. Don't know whether that was just because of a small sample size or if that is something statistically significant. So definitely going to be watching to see whether Jamie improves their score with that opening.
Well, the continuation we see here is a classic. Oh my, the word escapes me. Sea Lion, classic Sea Lion continuation, which England does not defend against, so they are well and truly screwed. Meanwhile, France picks up 2. Russia picks up 2, but Katie is attacked by Nicholas in the south. It's not great. And AI are doing weird taps, but are... No, yeah, Rauno is not on Nicolas Taillet's side here, because he doesn't do the continuation to Aegean. Expected builds. Now Rauno is on Nicolas' side, but Nicolas doesn't know it. Meanwhile, Nicholas continues to attack Russia. And England defends pretty well here, but there's only so much they're going to be able to do against this onslaught of French and German armies. Here we see Jackson take Sweden while Katie takes Norway. So Katie's getting her piece of the pie in the north. Nicolas retakes Trieste from the Italians, while the Italians fail to convoy into Greece. So this is not looking great for Italy. And RT are finally getting together, which is the first real alliance we've seen in the East in this game. North Sea falls, English Channel falls. Ian is not long for this world, unfortunately. And the Austrians are helping the Turks into Aegean while Katie slips into the black. So maybe RT are not as together as I thought. Still hard to really read the East. And here it is. Here it is, my favorite convoy I've seen in a long time. Sweden to Edinburgh through Skagerrak and North Sea. I adore this convoy. Hat off to you, Jackson. You've won the tournament already in my mind.
In the heart of the hearts.
That's right. And Turkey, there's a big old dipsy doodle in the southeast. Bulgaria to Russia, Ionian to the Turks, Aegean to the Italians, as well as Eastern Med. So it's a whole mess. And Katie is really the only one who's looking good over there. Yeah. Nicholas makes it into Tunis, so he's got that going for him. Jamie's looking real good, gonna pick up Liverpool, possibly also London. Jackson does absolutely nothing. And there's some squabbling between the Austrians and the Russians here. It's hard to say exactly what happened. Maybe a stab for Gal, maybe just a miscommunication. I don't know.
So I'm going to pause here. Karthik, Jackson's moves to me read as someone who's not made a decision about which direction they're going to move in and is losing some tempo as a result. How do you feel about this choice? Like, would you have done something like this, or is there a different set of moves you would have made from this position?
So this is not what I would have done because I lack this thing called patience. It's generally been pretty bad for my gameplay, is that my lack thereof. But I think what he's doing here is simply waiting for the fall, if I had to guess. Like, you don't want, there's no reason to take Norway this turn and give it a free retreat. There is no real way to make a play on London without direct assistance from the French. So what are you going to do here other than wait? And how do you avoid irritating people is just by doing literally nothing and covering your bases and keeping people honest. And that's basically what Jackson did here. So.
And Jamie doesn't take London or Liverpool, which I think is a questionable set of moves from them. But Jackson does, in fact, take Norway and march down into Silesia. So Jackson's made his choice. Meanwhile, Nicolas does stab Katie, I guess, but does it by leaving Galicia instead of moving to Silesia, which is kind of a weird way to do it. But sure, he's going to get Bulgaria. Nicolas looking okay, but it's not clear he has any friends.
Mm-hmm. But as mentioned, he does take, Jackson takes Norway, just didn't want to give it a retreat. That's what the purpose there was.
Yeah, he was always going to take Norway. I mean, why wouldn't he?
Right.
Yeah. But here, Jackson lays down the hammer. He uses the what's left of the English to push him into the Channel. He moves down into Ruhr, where he'll be able to force Burgundy come fall. He's up into the Norwegian Sea. So this is Jackson saying, I would like to top this board, please and thank you. I do not want to attack Russia. I would like to fight with you, Jamie. Nicola continues to... He gets Venice for no good reason whatsoever, and he is going to be able to hold it. So I don't know what Rauno is doing. He's not going to be able to hold it. Ah, good for you, Jackson. And it just continues to be squabbling between Nicola and Katie. They're fighting, but they're not fighting in the way that's totally necessarily efficient. Neither of them have an ally anywhere. Everything's coming up Jackson Roberts.
Oh, wow. 2 armies. Interesting choice.
Why do you say that?
Just because, like, you know, it's signaling his intent and where he wants his next build to be. And I'm like, oh, very, very cool.
How are you reading that? For those of us that don't have your ability to read the board, what does that mean?
Oh, sure. So when I looked at this, I'm like, oh, so he's going for Katie hard now with Prussian Warsaw. And then he's going to send probably the other army down to make sure that the Ruhr-Belgium line holds nicely. But, like, there's a possibility, like, you know, he could have built more fleets and try to make a play for France or something like that. But I think he rightly decided that he doesn't have the time to do that and may as well get the easier builds. Warsaw, Moscow, St. Petersburg. Or
not so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think the argument might have been that because France only has 2 fleets in that theater, he actually doesn't need another fleet to have superiority. And the armies are just faster to get into the field. We'll see if that's true. I don't know. I think even if I was going to do this, I'd move Holland to Ruhr and still put Berlin into Silesia or something just to play in the east, but whatever.
For those of us who are not as aware of what happens in this board, why does Edinburgh support Clyde into Liverpool while also making the move to the English Channel?
I have no earthly idea. I didn't see it until you mentioned it, and I don't know. I don't know why you would do that, because he clearly is still at war with France. He's going for Burgundy. He's going for the Channel.
Right.
He's going to put England back into Liverpool, I guess. He just didn't want him to go to now or something, maybe?
Maybe.
Probably that. Yeah, he's probably going to put England back into... No? He
Which
tried. Yeah. This is why you don't do that, Jackson. Still, he gets Burgundy. Katie and Nicola continue to do these crazy, like, trillion bounces, cuts on every possible support. Nobody's making gains anywhere. Right. I guess Nicola's picking up Naples. That's good for him. Probably he'll get Venice. So Nicola will get some score. Katie's unlikely to die anytime soon.
I mean, Katie's in Constantinople. That's something.
Sure, but she can't really. Well, yeah, maybe. So here we see the impact that build in Liverpool is going to have. It's going to be much more difficult than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, Ian screwed Jackson on the way out, but fair enough. Why wouldn't he have?
Right.
And yeah, he's not going to be able to hold Burgundy. Although now Jackson's going to take Liverpool for himself, which is what he should have done all along. Squabble Fest never ends in the east, and Nicola does pick up Venice as promised, so slowly but surely.
Well, the Squabble Fest a little bit ended, right? Polisi moved to Silesia.
It does now in the fall. Yeah, I was talking about it in the spring. But even now, they're cutting everything. You know, you get Silesia. That's nice, I guess. But you're not going to let anybody follow up into Gal. Like, you know, come on, guys.
Yeah, right. No, I agree.
Once again, we see the small power being the difference maker for an otherwise balanced force in Turkey, with the Italian putting that support in. That could be a difference maker in that theater.
Still got Tunis, though, so he gets to keep that raider.
Yep.
And I think that this is the game. Yeah.
Bizarre.
It was a weird one.
I enjoyed it.
Dominant from Jackson. From Jackson. I mean, he did that convoy, and he already had won the game at that point.
Right, of course.
But the fact that he was able to do that weird mistake in Liverpool and still come out with a 2 centerboard top or 3 centerboard top, that's a testament to how much he dominated the game the whole time.
All right, 168 points, 11 centerboard top for Jackson Roberts' Germany. Nicola Taillet and Katie Gray tied for second with 8 centers and 110 points. Probably a score they will keep. And Karthik, story of the game.
Story of the game is it pays to be aggressive, and I think Jackson is one of the more aggressive players in the hobby when it comes to making big moves when they need to be made, and he got really rewarded for it. And then also the second theme of the game is don't be a bad ally. Nicola and Katie's just nonstop antagonism and like intentional like holding each other back is what really stopped them from being a potent, challenging force to Jackson in the mid game.
I agree. If they could have come up to the line, they could have prevented Jackson from just running away with it. But they just
I mean, RA should easily be able to keep Germany in check. So,
especially when France has like a bajillion armies.
Right. Exactly.
All right, Johnny. Thank you for your coverage. Let's go ahead and welcome David back to the stream. David, welcome back.
Oh yeah, glad to be here.
And Karthik, why don't you take our final game of round 3?
Happily.
Here are our players.
We have Teague Eppright coming to us from Philadelphia. Long-time hobbyist. We have Chris Kelly coming to us from Chicago. We have Jason Bennett coming to us just outside of DC in Laurel, Maryland. We have Cody Green coming to us from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Some good beer out there. I don't know what else. Simon, not sure where he's from. Good online player, well known there. I think goes by Lemieux. Then we have Aslan coming to us from Pakistan once more, and some random guy from Houston.
All right, we welcome Ed Sullivan. All right, let's see this game. Here we go.
So we have Chris Kelly correctly ordering his units, but unfortunately getting surprised by a French fleet to the English Channel. But with Chris Kelly, 1 for 2 is pretty good. So the support for Paris and Burgundy, not great for him. But yeah, no, we'll see how that progresses. No ability to convoy directly into Wales, though, but we'll see. In the south, we see mostly common moves, including the old classic smear into Constantinople. And more importantly, the Russians open north. This is always fun to see and has been seemingly a mainstay of the tournament. If we go to fall 1901, we see the successful supported attack into Belgium, which is great for Jason. We see supported attack into Holland. Another great move. If you are assuming this is an FG, looks like an FG, walks like an FG, looking pretty good there. Convoy to Tunis succeeds. But otherwise, like, I mean, like everything in the east looks normal until you look and see this little AT bounce in Romania against the Russians. Really, really good work by Ed and T to set up what could be a strong AT. The convoy to Norway guarantees that Aslan ends this round with only 1 build coming from Sweden. And yeah, let's move on to 02. So what we'll see here is, once again, a theme that I've talked about ad nauseum, I think, so far in commentary, is that it pays to be a good ally and to move with tempo and purpose. And here we see France and Germany really, like, making aggressive moves. And normally as Germany, I would not like to put the French into the North Sea. But in this case, like, it looks promising because, 1, Jason Bennett is pretty reliable and pretty trustworthy. And 2, you really want to move fast to counter the momentum of the AT. And there is going to be a lot of argument for France to have a lot of fleets going south, so maybe this could end up working out for them. At the same time, we have Germany, working to combat the, combat the AT. So we see that the West is at least seeing what's happening here and moving as needs to be moved. In the fall, once again, we see the good tempo plays proving effective as the French guarantee London. They move into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is interesting and curious. It'd be a little bit of a warning sign for me if I was Germany, but the fact that I'm getting Belgium back makes that more okay. Germans are realizing that, hey, look, the South is going to be dangerous and could resolve quickly. Let me move in to put an end to it. Oh, wait, is there an Italian-Turkish alliance now? Surprise, the AT breaks, and now you have IT. So this is something that we haven't seen much of the tournament, but we see these early sort of switches of alliances and trying to basically get everything that you possibly can and then just switching for the next person. That's a hallmark of Ed Sullivan play. So moving on, we see the convoy to Norway succeed. We see Chris Kelly basically going down and down and down every single second. We see France sliding into Piedmont, which is showing how effective FG can be if they move quickly. At the same time, we have Aslan moving, trying to basically combat that going quickly, so on and so forth. But the south is where we see the really interesting and quizzical things happening, where we see the supported attack on Bulgaria succeed, but Romania getting voluntarily walking out to the Black Sea while Russians take it. So we see that tactically, Ed Sullivan is putting himself in a really, really strong position to control the south when all is said and done. Now, we see what's really, really exciting is that Greece slides into Serbia while Serbia takes Budapest. At the same time, though, we see the Germans now flipping tack, supporting the Austrians into Venice, whereas before they were trying to, control the AT, worried about that. Now they're worried about the IT. The common theme, though, is that everyone's worried about the alliance that has Turkey in it, but nobody can do anything about it because no one in the West has any easy access to them. It's all about the Russians and the Austrians and their ability to counter them. But because FG kind of neuter Russia in the north, Russia really doesn't have the capacity to do much about Turkey right now. England dies, but Chris Kelly dying isn't really news. So,
Whoa, wow.
Moving on.
I'm gonna pause here for a second. David, you often talk about two alliance partners in their theater just saying, hey, we're going to go as fast as we can, get as many big as we can, and then see what happens when we go and fight the other theater. That sort of feels like what we may be seeing a little bit here. Oftentimes, though, this early in the game, there can be kind of a power that can play spoiler to that, depending on who they decide to defend against. Who do you feel like is in best position to play spoiler in this game?
Well, I guess Russia, in the sense that they actually have some units to play spoiler with. So I want to say I'm having a little bit of a technical problem, so I'm not seeing the screen like I need to. So you're probably going to have to push back to Karthik. Let me see if I can fix my technical problem.
No problem, David. Karthik, I'll throw that question to you real quick. Mm-hmm. I know you've seen it, but just reading from the state and the board.
So what's the question then that you want me to answer?
Just if you've got a strong alliance between France and Germany.
Right.
And then it looks like we're starting to see some alliance structure form in the East. But who has the best chance of playing spoiler to keep one side or the other from becoming a solid alliance?
Right. So I think that's a great question. And here, if you just look at the state of the board as it is, I don't think anyone really has a phenomenal ability to play spoiler because of the lack of coordination that is going on to oppose Turkey right now. Without that, sort of focus and that ability to do what is good as a janissary and then also do what needs to be done in the South, I think FG have a lot of reason to just stick together and ignore the attempts to throw and unbalance the alliance and ignore the spoilers as they are and just keep on plowing forward.
Well, the other thing is the FG actually has a functional alliance. It's a little unclear to me precisely what is happening in the East.
Exactly, that's what I was getting at. Yep.
Yeah. Although what you really have is just a lot of Ed Sullivan.
Right, exactly, which is exactly what I was going to get to, is that Ed Sullivan, for all the talk of him being an alliance player, pretty ruthless guy. He slides into Vienna, slides into Greece, puts the army in position to be able to take Serbia at will, pulls the fleet back, which is interesting. I'm sure he's telling Simon, look, nothing to worry about. I'm doing exactly as I promised. And who knows how long that may continue for. But at some point, Ed Sullivan is inevitable. But it's a testament to his diplomatic ability that he gets Russia to help him into Vienna, despite everything that has happened so far. The big worry, though, for Aslan is Cody's movement, taking Sweden this turn, putting himself in position to take Warsaw on the next. How does he react? Can he react in time? And does taking away this ability to check Turkey give Turkey too much power? And we'll see this theme, sort of continue on, though. Right now, though, Austria simply just takes back Venice. We have this protracted war between them where nothing really ends up happening that materially changes, the status, of the battle. We have Mao go to NAF instead of Western, which is a curious move. And the French army in Tuscany does get popped, which is a big setback for the FG. How big really determines, though, on how the East plays out. And if we go to spring 1905, we see that this does become a bit of a pressing issue right now when the Italian fleet sneaks into the Western Mediterranean. Luckily enough, though, Austria and Italy still cannot figure their game out. So Piedmont sliding down to Tuscany. Well, Tuscany takes Venice from behind. At the same time, Germany supports Turkey into Trieste, while Greece takes Serbia, Bulgaria takes Romania. So now we're sort of seeing this board coalesce into sort of the finale picture where we see F, G, and T really strong, and the rest of the board really not being able to get on stable footing. So we now see St. Petersburg taken. We see 2 bills get dropped by Ed Sullivan. He tries to build a third because he's a cheater, but it fails because backstab rejects him. So Romania, Bulgaria fall. Vienna gets taken by the Germans. We see a movement by the Italians to attempt and regain Venice, but I think we're about to see that a lot of this is all for naught, and France and Germany and Turkey all have this arranged ending in sight and in plan. And then we're going to sort of fast forward towards the end state, because once you get that sort of agreement, the tactics kind of write themselves. So at the end of the game, we see that Austria is the 1-dot survivor, while Italy and Russia get quickly eliminated. And we have another 11-11-1, which is very much like the game that I commentated 4 games ago. History does repeat itself because this tournament really lends itself to this kind of scoring, and it is very profitable to do so. Ed Sullivan now has 2 really good scorers that should put him in a position to succeed and make his way to the top board.
The only comment I want to make is sometimes we complain about these 11-11-1s because they're not as much fun to watch. But for the players, they're just playing the system and they're playing it okay.
Right.
I mean, it's their
Absolutely.
game. They get to decide what to do with it. Just because it's not any fun for us to watch, it's not as much fun for us to watch.
Well, and it still takes some diplomacy to convince, you've got to earn yourself to be in that 3rd spot. So
Ed had to do a lot of flip-flop, back, forth, that, short-term deals with all kinds of people to be able to get to the 11.
Yeah, that was some tap dancing at its best a little bit there, and that paid off and will likely give him the points necessary, even though we're only about halfway through the tournament, probably get him in good position to qualify for the top board at the end of this event. So speaking of that, let's go ahead and take a look at where we are in our standings as of the end of round 3. Looks like Bradley Grace is the new leader of the event, with Saren Kwok, Ed Solomon, Tid Crosby, Nicola Taillet, Jason Bennett, and Michalis Kamaridis, whose score does not count. So Isaac Ukes will be our top 7. Finn and Jackson, who we saw had good games those last rounds, are also rounding out our top 10. So really good group of players there, setting up for a good midway point of this tournament. I'm going to go ahead and bring the group back. Katie and Johnny, I'm going to bring you all back. We are closing out our speed reads, our spotlight key moments coverage. We're going to move into our normal blind reads at this point. But halfway through, I'm going to say, Katie, I'm going to go to you. What is the theme of the tournament that you've seen so far? Any storylines emerging?
Ooh, Brian, I was not prepared for this question.
I am prepared for this question, so let me jump in.
Let's David, go ahead.
Yeah, she could be thinking of her answer. My answer is, gosh, we've had a lot of AT alliances, had a lot of AstroTurf. Yeah. And which I love. I mean, that's one of my favorites of all time. And we've gone through a period of time. We had gone through a period of time where we didn't see that alliance as much. We've seen a lot of IT Krakens lately this season, but it's been the AT that has been sort of the standout alliance so far. And Brian, to your point, we have seen some strong EF. We've also seen some other alliances in the West, a strong FG. So interesting alliance choices so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
Italy's had a terrible tournament.
It's
We've almost
really
not seen a single Italy that hasn't crashed and burned.
We haven't seen
Interesting.
Italy
Yeah.
has crashed because, well, spoiler. I know the best Italy score. It's not great.
Yeah. So just looking right now where we stand, we've got Italy. With
Oh, God.
average
Oh, God.
France at
8
107.
eliminations.
Yep.
So
yeah.
that's been brutal. So France,
Well,
obviously.
we've had a lot of play in the
Wait,
last
get
couple
rid of
years
that. Get rid of that.
I think
Get
this
rid
is
of
a
that.
spoiler.
Get rid of that. Get rid of that.
Sorry.
That's at the end of the tournament.
Yeah,
You know, we've got a lot of we've had a lot of games in the last couple of years where AI has been the big tournament winner,
Mhm.
big tournament alliance, and not in this tournament so far.
No.
Goodness.
Right.
It's kind of fun. I like seeing different stuff.
I like it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
All right, let's get to our first game of round 4. And looks like, David, I'm going to have you and Katie on commentary for this one. So Johnny Karthik will give you a break.
What's
And
the dream team?
yes, here we go.
Finally, we get rid of those second stringers and we can actually get this going.
All right, so here are our players. Round 4, board 10. David.
All right. These
This
are
is
folks
my
we've all
game.
seen so far. Katie, look at you.
Is this allowed, Brian?
Look
It's,
at you commentating on your own game.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
I
I'll
can't
spill all the
wait
tea.
to hear your insights.
you know what? I grabbed the wrong one. This is
Sorry.
supposed to be game 9. So I'm glad you caught that.
Hecuba, wow, that's a scary name.
Here we go. Got it.
Oh boy. Penthlesia, which was the Amazon queen. That's the queen of the warrior queen of the Amazons, is the name of this game. Ben Kelman, Bryce, Ian, Jason, Timothy, John. We've seen all of these players before, of course, in different countries. The important people that are next to each other here would be Jason being next to Ian, and Tim being next to nobody, right? Let's see. John and Hal and Ben have all had sort of either not great tournaments or not any great scores.
I think
so
this
far.
may be Ben's first game this
Yeah,
tournament.
I think that's right, which doesn't mean anything because maybe he'll still have 3 good rounds. But anyway, let's see what happens in spring 1901. The supported attack on Burgundy is a very common move, which we haven't seen as much tonight from spring 1901. Look at the Russians again going north. I love this myself. I know some people don't. I love it. And again, we've got Galicia with no bounce, which is one of the things you need to do if you're going to go north as the Russians.
Wait, but he didn't. Okay, but he stuck into Black Sea, so he went north, being like, "I'm gonna make an enemy out of Turkey."
Well, this could be a Sevcon shuffle. Because the Turks have gone to Armenia with the army, so this could very well be a Sevcon. It's either a Sevcon shuffle or it was an Armenian fist bump that Russia backed out of.
And he
That's
better hope
a
he's not
Sevcon
Russia.
shuffle, which Turkey backs out of because they don't leave Khan.
Rough. Don't open North Russia. Don't do it. It's not worked in three games so far. Don't do it.
Wow, that is amazing.
Well,
and they don't get
Sweden,
Romania because the AT, which, by the way, there's another AT cooperation here. And we'll see what the Italians do with it. Hal was playing this game. Oh, yes, that's right. I remember somebody told me that Hal was playing 2 games at one time. He made an interesting choice here. He must have had time to think about this one. Fall 1901, you got Tyrolia to Bohemia. You know, usually that is in conjunction with the other army also going, and you send them around. It's called the Bohemian Crusher or something like it. We send the Italian armies around and they fight Russia. I don't know what it means here when you've only got 1 army up there. I really don't know.
Well, 2 armies is really anti-Austria. I think 1 is just to help Austria against Russia. But you'd think it would convoy to Tunis, right? Like, a little weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems
There's a Brotherboard article a couple of years ago where he called it the adventurer. So the idea is that unit can go just do interesting things, maintain balance of power, being in the middle of the board. The risk is that you're pulling away that defensive unit. So keeping the army in Apulia rather than convoying it away just makes yourself a little bit less vulnerable.
because we saw what happened earlier. I think it was Hal himself who got out of position. Somebody did as Italy, and the Austrians slipped into Venice in that situation.
I think it was Hal.
Net result, we've got +3 for France, Ian looking good, and +3 for Ben Kelman in
How often
Austria.
do you see +3 for Austria? It only happens when you've got cooperation like this in Romania.
It
And that's
only
all.
happens to me when I don't have room to build. So,
Only happens when Russia goes north.
so the question will be, will there be a fleet Trieste?
By the way, I don't believe I've ever advocated going north and then trying the Sevcon shuffle if I'm Russia. I don't think I've ever advocated that. Just make sure the record is clear. You want to take 1902, Katie?
Sure. So Austria is continuing the push into Russia with help from Turkey, but Italy is a little playing it safe. I think Italy maybe doesn't know which way he's going to go. England is moving full, like, let's take Scandinavia, but France is Ian is coming for Bryce. He's going to the Channel. He's moving north. I think he can just convoy straight to Wales, which I assume is what's going to happen. A little weird he didn't go to Spain with Marseille, but who knows? Just keeping his options open.
Yeah, maybe he wants to have the choice to intervene down there if necessary.
He might need to. He might need to just prop up Italy a bit if AI is going to work together really well. Let me see the convoy to Wales. I think Ian's gonna. I think this is going to be a France that takes over England and then does really well. I haven't seen this game, but I'm calling it.
Well, but we have seen that kind of game before.
But we have seen this game before. Yes.
The Italians did decide what they were going to do, which is support themselves to Trieste. They made a decision on what they were doing.
But still went to GN to bounce Con, so maybe it was agreed because here's Austria and Warsaw, and that was guaranteed, right? So, or almost, yeah, I think it was guaranteed. So,
yeah, maybe so. I'm sure that they don't really like the fact that Germans are in Tyrolia, though.
Yeah,
That's the most interesting move on the board to me. I don't know what that means.
You don't think Black Sea to Romania was the most interesting? I thought that was a fun move. Just
That's
kind of
the fun
slip in.
move.
Just
It's
slip
really
right
interesting.
in. Way to go, Jabez.
and then it gets disbanded, and he's playing in the north.
Well, because he's going to be their janissary up there. So there's nothing wrong with that. All right, 1903. Yeah, the Italians don't really know what they're doing in the Mediterranean. I guess they're just doing a lot of bouncing there, but they are going back to. Definitely did not like the Germans being in Tyrolia, so they're going to go back. But this is Ian showing how you take down England from behind. It's just nothing that Bryce can do about it.
So efficient. I think England is. Couldn't England have been basically dead? Like, why not support Wales into? I guess because it's
in theory.
Ian, you got to take some risks, man.
Well, of course I agree with you, but that was the theory: is that then the English might go to Yorkshire, but I thought there was virtually no chance of that happening. So
it's guaranteed. He's got Liverpool, he's got London, Germany's got Belgium. So now this is maybe Ian and Jason doing an FG, and hopefully Jason doesn't get too stuck behind because
tactical point here for the Frances of the world. You're totally right to look at that move. Yorkshire to Edinburgh, support yourself to London. England can't defend both of those.
One's going to happen.
And you're in better shape
one of those is going to go through. Yeah.
All right, and England has also decided to be a Scandinavian janissary. So there are dueling Scandinavian janissaries, and that's not good for them, actually.
So I'm going to call out Jason Bennett building that fleet in Belgium. Normally, I don't think I would love that, but in this particular case, I don't see a second German fleet on the board. So I do think it's really important, especially with France building another fleet in Brest.
Okay, Peter Jurgen, you can't build a fleet in Belgium. You meant Berlin.
Berlin.
But that's fine. We all knew what you meant.
But yeah, go get Sweden before France has any ideas. Get your builds that you can get quickly while you're still friends before
they convoy to Picardy. And
right, before that. Hey, he could have convoyed right to Belgium, so maybe it's okay. I mean, your fleets are moving south, so might be okay.
Yeah, I think that's really a defensive convoy. And you got to hit the armies out of England. It obviously doesn't need them. Since there's no English in England, might as well leave. But Mao to Spain does not show aggression.
Yeah.
Mao to Spain shows, I'm going to slow this down a little bit.
How do you feel about that, Katie?
Go for it, Brian.
No, I was going to ask, how do you feel about that decision to kind of slow things down a little bit? If you're France, do you slow it here?
Oh, I like it. I like it, actually. I'm not a very decisive person sometimes, so I understand it. And I also think he's going to get an 8th center. He's going to have all of England. Like, the board is going to start, well, in a lot of situations, the board would start rallying against him, especially if he kept moving forward. So I think he's got to try to make Tim as comfortable as possible, try to get Tim to not come after him, and then he can either go after Tim or Jason. He's got a choice. So I don't hate it. I one of the things that I learned from DBN, other people commenting my games, Brandon Fogel thinks I play very inefficiently, which I respect and I understand. But I have many times been France in this situation that Ian's in, where I'm like trying to figure it out, and people will think, oh, you're not doing anything. But really, you're just working diplomatically and you're trying to figure out what's going on. So I like it. I think Ian's making an understandable move, and probably, to be honest, one that I would make.
Let me support you, Katie, against the very unfair criticisms of Brandon Fogel. Do you know who's also an inefficient player and does a lot of standing around and not going fast and aggressively? Andrew Goff. He seems to have some success with doing that.
The highest compliment that you could make with a comparison, so I'll take it.
I do want to call out this comment from Andy Bartoloni. Good to see you, Andy. Mid-Atlantic went to Spain to make sure he gets their Breast Mid-Atlantic guarantees next season. I think that's a good point.
Yeah, Buffalo could totally be right there. Or Ian can decide he's going to go north to help root out the Scandinavian governments in exile up there.
Yeah, certainly not going to Belgium
Ian's
to attack
totally
Jason.
Helpful. He is being completely and totally helpful to his German friends.
The lowlands need to be liberated, okay? He's helping out.
Hey, they speak French in half of Belgium. Let's just be honest.
And at the same time, Timothy is moving into Eastern Med. He's got something in Terrain C. He's not leaving himself open, but he's certainly committing even further east. So this is really looking good for Ian.
Well, Tim's got to do something. If you're facing a big enemy like that, you hope they don't come for you until you got enough units to fight with them.
And then, of course, you build an army that won't help you at all.
Well, it helps you do that.
Yeah, the convoy to Holland, though, can he keep Holland? I think he can even keep Holland. This is Ian's game. This is great. Good for Ian.
I think we've already said this once. If you are playing France and nobody's fighting you and you're a pretty good player like Ian is, you're probably going to do well.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Tim Crosby is making an attempt to help. Ben Kelman, maybe not so much. So I'm curious to see if, Ben probably didn't know what Tim was going to do. Question to you, David. If you're Ben Kelman in this situation, do you move out of Greece to allow Tim Crosby to put some pressure on Ian, or do you say, hey, this thing's already wrapped up, I need to get mine while I can?
The latter. I don't think that Ben will care that Ian is topping the board or is going to top the board. How is Ian going to do anything by just sitting there and participating in the takedown, in the attempted slowdown of Ian? I just don't see that helps Ben very much. Who knows? But I wouldn't do it, I don't think.
5 years is a lot of time.
It is. But, of course, Ben's not really coming out ahead here much in the sense that he takes Trieste, but he loses Vienna, loses Sevastopol.
I think Ben's problem is that Ian wasn't actually coming at Tim, right? So Tim has no reason not to turn around and completely defend. If Ian was coming hard at Tim and he had other problems, maybe Ben could get away with it and then work with Ian to take down Tim, but it just wasn't happening.
Ian's playing this very well. We were even a little facetious earlier about how easy it can be for France, but he's playing this very well.
I think so too.
Supporting himself to Lyon while Tim leaves.
Yeah, and then AI going to, that's not Silesia. What's below Silesia? I don't know.
Bohemia.
Yes. Bohemia.
Yeah. The modern day Czech Republic. All right.
Sorry, Warsaw.
Silesia to Warsaw. Yeah, that's Jason. You are not helping. You are not helping now. You are definitely not helping.
I love it.
But anyway, yeah, Ian. I think that the only thing I want to say, which is 3 letters, 1 word, Ian. That's all I'm going to say.
Denmark. He's got Kiel. He's gonna get everything.
All right, I'm going to push through this. If you see something that we need to call out and pause and take a look at, just let me know. I mean, this is all Ian all the time right now. So I think one question, just while we're going through this, do you start pitching draws? And if that's the case, if you're Ian, do you accept it, or are you like, hell no, I'm going and getting mine? Oh.
I think you would have accepted. Yeah, before I was saying this sentence before I saw Game Over. I would have taken it. I would have taken the draw. Yes, it's been all Ian all the time, but he's only got 2 fleets in the mid. I mean, that it's a possibility that people could get things together and start pushing him back. So I might just take the 12 centers. It's way more than anybody else has got. So it's not like anybody else on this board is going to be, this game's not going to help them compete with Ian for the top board. So I think you take it for sure.
Well, he did, and 198.12 center top for Ian is definitely giving him a good shot at the top board with this score. Katie, I'm going to go to you. Story of the game for you.
It's the same thing I said last time you asked this, Brian. Don't let a good player in France do whatever they want. I mean, it was he played really well. I don't want to take that away from him. Like David said, he also played it really well. But I mean, he really had no enemies until he was ready to attack somebody, and that's really if you can use that to your advantage, it's really, really valuable.
All right. Well, David, we're going to bid you farewell. Thank you, or not farewell. We'll see you again, but give you a break. And we're going to pull in Johnny to the stream. Johnny, welcome back. And let's go ahead and we're going to bring up game 11 so that Katie does not have to comment on her own game.
Sure. It would be super fun. I'm just saying, Brian, you get so many secrets.
Fun, but we try hard to avoid that when possible, and fortunately we can in this one. So round 4, board 11. Cassandra, Katie, talk us through it.
All right, I'm not David Hood. I don't know everything about this, but I think Cassandra, actually, Johnny, you're a history person. Is Cassandra the person nobody believed that she was always right?
Yes. She's a prophet, yeah.
I'll take that as a win. All right. On this board, we've got Jackson in Austria. We've got Cody Green in England. Christian Brown is France. Teague is Germany. Mohammed is in Italy. Nicholas Spencer in Russia. And Saren Kwok in Turkey.
All right. Any storylines you're looking for, Johnny?
Yes. Please, for the love of God, somebody contain Christian Brown in France. I can hear Andrew Goff screaming in agony all the way from Cambodia. Don't let them do it again.
It's happened a lot tonight, so we'll see.
Happened a couple, 3 times, yeah.
And we've got Jackson Roberts, Saren Kwok right next to each other. I know they are close in for competing for that top board spot. So that's going to be another storyline. Do they work together or do they fight? That to me is one of the interesting choices that you have to make when you get 2 players in this stage of a tournament.
All right. I think pretty standard movements off the bat. I'd love to see Nicholas not going north with Russia. Chris, you're right. Cassandra is the ideal name for a diplomacy board because everyone in diplomacy, every single person who has ever played diplomacy has said, I told you so at some point. It's pretty great. All right. I think everything is super standard. I think we can probably go to the next turn. Okay. Standard, except that Burgundy sneaks into Munich, which off the bat is really fun. It sets up a fun dynamic.
Oh, no.
However, I will say it's probably not as great for France as France might think it is because Germany can kick it out pretty immediately, and it's really great for England.
Yeah, but North convoys York to North is not a very good move for England, or whatever that is.
York convoys to Belgium, but doesn't go?
I don't know.
What happened? Oh, North convoyed itself to Belgium. Oh, so it's just a misorder.
Yeah,
that's
hurts.
rough.
That's
so I think it's going to, but I think it will, I would say it would still come up England, but I don't know. In the East, we've got a DMZ in Black Sea, and actually Mohammed has moved the fleet to Tunis, which is not very anti-Turkey. It's good news for Saren, and I guess bad news for Jackson is the Russian army in Galicia.
Nope.
I didn't hear you, Johnny. I'm sorry.
I was just saying he is nice to Saren as she pulls the fleet into Con and builds Fleet Smyrna. So
Yeah, but he also built a fleet in Naples, so he's ready. He's ready. Wait, what? Okay, sorry. So Christian has snuck into Munich and then he builds a fleet in Brest and goes to English Channel. That's a little confusing to me, but also Portugal to Spain.
North to Heligoland. Oh my god. These people are doing the opposite of what I said.
I'm not
Oh
sure.
my god.
I think Christian is and retreating to Silesia. I think Christian is doing whatever he wants, and it seems to not make sense, but it might work out because.
Hey, at least Mohammed went to Piedmont. Somebody's doing something.
Good job, Mohammed. Good job.
Yeah, good job. Well done.
We like that.
Start of the 2022-23 season, Christian Brown was in the top 3 of the Virtual Diplomacy League for about the first third of the season, primarily on the strength of his ability to create chaos and benefit. I think that this plays to his strengths, and being in France, that's a power where you've got a lot of flexibility to make this kind of move. I would not use the word efficient, but I will use the word entertaining. So we're going to see how this plays.
Important note from Ed is that Christian is playing 2 boards at the same time as he dominates the West. So yeah, if you didn't know Christian knows how to play diplomacy, now you do. Also, we are seeing that AT from Saren and Jackson, and maybe AIT. So that's cool.
So, and everything with T except for maybe Russia.
Right.
Yeah, definitely not Russia. Oh, but okay. My favorite thing in diplomacy at all times is any convoy across the Black Sea. I love it. I don't know why. It's my favorite. So this convoy to Sev, I think, is really pretty. I really like it. Good job, Saren. Not looking good for Nicholas. However, Mohammed is also an Eastern Med, so maybe not the. Okay, but Mohammed's an Eastern Med. However, Italy and Austria and Turkey are still working together. So I don't know if that's exactly where Italy wants to be. If he doesn't
not
have
with
an
Saren
Austrian
building.
ally.
Yeah.
So I think Saren's going to be just fine, which is probably always true.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Russia. You know what? You can go ahead, Johnny. We'll pretend like I'm not calling it and you're doing color.
Sorry.
No, I want to hear your thoughts.
I just want to note that Christian Brown takes Belgium, keeps Munich for no reason, should not have been able to keep it, keeps it anyway, and Cody Green, I think, misorders another convoy over the North Sea. So this is just absolutely
it has to. It would have worked.
Brutal.
Absolutely
brutal for Cody.
Yeah.
Might as well just concede the game to Christian at this point. I mean, come on.
I don't know. I think somebody between Jackson and Saren, somebody's gonna have something to say about that.
Yeah, I want to pause momentarily and just say, hey, Saren made the choice to take on some risk of leaving Bulgaria. It's very easy. Jackson could have walked right in, and definitely showing the it's a gamble, and it's a gamble based off of diplomacy, and it looks like that's paying off. So that was an effective convoy, but it was also a good sign of making a potentially difficult choice.
Okay,
but now she's pulling out of Russia. All right, so Saren, I think, really did not like that Eastern Med fleet because she just walks out of Sev, puts her fleet in Bulgaria, and is just saying, I'm Turkey and I'm going to play the long game, I assume.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to do a rat now.
Yeah, I mean, Austria's moving away. The fleet in Bulgaria, it's very rat-like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. France coming after Italy now, but Italy's not bothered.
Yeah, of course Italy's not bothered because they're doing a rat against the one person who can check France. So that's an interesting idea.
Let it happen.
So it looks like we got Mohammed in chat saying he thought Italy might be amenable against working against Turkey. So
I thought he was Italy. Or maybe he just misspoke. I think he meant Austria. I think he meant Austria might be amenable to working against Turkey, but had no real interest in working within this game. The fleet move confirmed that. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Yeah. Okay.
The
rat takes Ionian, but also puts Italy into Munich. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's an Eastern quadruple. We rarely see it.
Yeah.
Here we are. Russia finally lost Munich to Italy. Actually, that's kind of fun. And Kiel took Berlin, which sorry, I meant France had lost Munich, and Kiel took Berlin also from France. So I think that means France is down 1. And yeah, it's just down 1. So I don't know if that's going to matter, but that's happened.
All right, we've got a Northern Fleet build from Russia. Which...
It's a rat. You're right. Johnny's correct. I think it's a rat. We got Bulgaria moving back to Khan and Turkey and Sev, but it's gotta be. This is all arranged. I'm absolutely sure.
I agree.
Maybe it's going to Ukraine. I don't know, but regardless, this is a rat. And they're not working with Italy. Can you tell us what Munich did? What is Munich supporting? Belgium Terror. So working with France?
Yeah, supports Turanian and Ionian too.
And supports, yeah. All right. So Mohammed said, you know what? If you're going to rat, I'm on the France team.
As you should be. While Cody Green takes Holland for reasons that are inscrutable to me.
Well, if it's an EF, he needs a build.
C. Take dot? Yeah, yes.
Well, I don't think he's ever been working with Germany, right? So he took it from Germany, right? So
yeah.
This is a fun turn.
France
This
and
is a
Ionian.
very, very fun turn.
And Austria and Munich. Okay, Italy. Yeah, if I'm Italy, go France. Now that Austria's in Munich.
Yeah, for sure. Austria also in Venice.
No, I didn't go. There's a red line over it. I believe you. I'm just saying it's a very red arrow. Okay, but France and Ionian, I feel like that's the story. That's things are going well if you're France and you're an Ionian, and you also have like Belgium and the North, like that's
and the Channel,
the Channel, pretty great for France. What else is happening?
So we get a little more backstory here. It's a crucial turn. He'd secretly been working with France because I didn't trust the AT not to walk into centers, and that's what we're seeing in fall.
It's no longer secret, Mohammed. Yeah. It's out.
The truth is out there.
I'm wondering why Nicholas gave Turkey Sev and has to disband now with no good units to disband. Well, I don't know that Saren really needs another unit. I think that's kind of odd.
I think it's Saren whispering.
Yeah.
Just good. I think it's just strong negotiating on her part.
Yeah,
I think if anything, the rat needs a Northern Fleet. But
yeah, I'd love to hear the. I want to learn. What do I need to say to get somebody to do that for me?
Me too.
Winner of 1904. We're going to pause here. We're going to play Who Do You Like? Johnny, I'm going to go to you first. Who do you like?
For all my talking up of Christian earlier, I think I like Saren.
Katie?
I would have said the same thing.
All right. And if one player besides Saren, who's your second pick, Katie?
Okay, Christian. Yeah, because if Italy's going to keep working with you, then at least he may throw some dots out of frustration, and you might still be able to top the board. I mean, Austria's topping by 2 centers right now. That's like
but one of them is Munich.
Yeah, I mean that's like not nothing, and Jackson could do something with it.
If Jackson stabs Saren at the right time, he could do it for sure.
Yeah. He loses Venice. Italy retakes Venice. It's spring, but I think that army is blown up. And Christian gets kicked out of Ionian, but he has to retreat into Tunis. Right?
Yeah, right. Because
it was the only open. He couldn't have gone to Turanian Sea.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah.
That's funny. All right. I don't think anything interesting is happening in the north. I think Russia is on team EF because
I don't think so.
Away. Oh, what happened last turn? It doesn't matter. I thought he was pulling away, but he's not.
He's putting more units on North.
Yeah. Cody is moving to NAO, but I guess maybe it's fine. Yeah, that's all. That makes sense. Okay.
So this is
Germany took back Holland.
Yeah, as they should, right? Teague's working with the rat, which is what he should do, because you shouldn't have ever been cut out in the West in the first place.
You think they should have Western triple, Johnny? That's what Johnny's saying. All right.
Yeah, against the Rat's even dirtier than a Western triple. Rat's terrible.
Didn't you name your whole diplomacy club after rats?
Yeah, but yeah, good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
All right, winner of 1905. We've got Christian catching up to Jackson's Austria, both tied at 7 centers. It's still pretty close. It's a 2-center lead on Russia and Turkey. So really tight. 5 years left to play. Could go any way. Happens in the spring.
Nothing. Austria back in Venice.
Yeah.
Austria back in Venice, and
GR is going to get the North Sea.
no, England's in the North Sea.
But GR is going to
Oh,
get it.
we'll get it. Yeah.
That's it.
And they did. You're correct. And
Whoa, what?
Turkey helps Russia into Romania. Kind of weird.
And
Still
Tyrrhenian
looking-
puts Ionian into Naples.
Tyrrhenian puts Ionian.
And convoys
Yeah,
into London.
Christian, why are
What
you
the hell are you doing, Christian?
Christian, don't help Turkey. Turkey's probably your biggest competition. Don't help Turkey.
What are you doing?
Hasn't Italy been doing everything that Turkey asked for? Why would you give somebody else, if you're gonna stab your ally who's doing everything you want, at least take it for yourself. Don't give it to your competition. Christian.
Yeah,
He
I
was
agree.
playing
It's some
2
nonsense.
games. Maybe it was a lot going on.
Sure.
I don't know.
He's top on the board though, so
So, all right. And then there's the Northern Fleet from Russia. Very ratty, however. I don't think Romania Tsev is ratty, and neither is Warsaw Tbilisi. I think this is a rat that we're cutting Jackson out of, which is a risk you take as Austria if you're going to be part of a rat. Germany's in Belgium again. Is Germany going to build again? I
I really
to see
hope so.
comeback.
I
I'd love to see
really
a
hope
comeback.
so.
Go Teague.
Teague's a new video player who's really shown
Wait,
some boost.
he's got Munich and he's got Belgium. I mean, loses Berlin, but okay. So he's building again. But he can't.
Yeah.
He can't.
Build in
They're all... No, he can't. In Kiel. Sorry, I'm bad at this game.
Yeah.
He can build in Kiel. Good
But
for him.
Saren's up 3, so.
Yeah, but also Russia's got Liverpool and Eddie. So
Oh, Russia's up 4.
Russia's got
Go RT,
Serbia
go.
and Bulgaria and loses Romania, so +3. This is RT cutting out Austria.
That's crazy that Saren would be part of a triple and then cut out the weakest.
It's
third
wild.
player.
It's almost
Can't
like we've seen it
believe that would
before, but
happen.
that can't be right.
It's
The triple.
insane.
The triples France. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Are they going to do 11-11-11? Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
With France?
Yeah. France, Russia, Turkey.
Maybe.
Yep.
I don't want to admit to that because I don't like it, but you may be right.
Very
Jackson-
old school split.
Don't know why they
France,
don't take him out.
yeah. The best person in a juggernaut is France. Yeah. You're right, Brian. I don't know. Maybe we just skip through it and see if that's what happens. I mean, I don't know because here's Germany getting Berlin. Germany's building again. So let's go
Yeah,
Team Teague.
And
I
they're
want
not
Team Teague.
fighting. They're not fighting over the North Sea for some reason.
He is. Well, there's only 2 more years. Are they going to kill him? I don't think Christian looks.
I don't think they
looks-
can.
I don't think
Yeah.
I don't
they
think they can.
It's not an 11-11-11. It's a
Yeah.
German comeback, and he's
Thank
going to
God.
get maybe 4th, but still, it's going to be alive.
Go Teague, go.
And Jackson's dead. And oh my God, that's the steepest slope I've seen. Jackson, I'm
Wow.
sorry. That's funny.
Fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Talking about.
Now what? Did they draw?
Let's
I don't
see.
know.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
they draw.
All right, so we end up with a 10-center split top between Russia and Turkey, Nicholas and Saren. We've got a very close third of France's Christian Brown, 9 centers, 120 points. And then Teague Epright, player of the game for me.
Oh yeah.
Tap dancing, fighting, scrapping, being very ratty.
Yeah, go Teague.
Surviving this game. Really happy to see that.
Yeah. Good for him.
Everybody watch Teague's YouTube channel. It's great.
Yeah.
You'll have to put that in chat when you get a chance, so we can find that link. Might add it to the show notes as well. All right, so Johnny, story of the game.
Story of the game is that Saren wins every alliance system that she's a part of, and you should beware if you are in one with her. But I mean, it worked out great for Nicholas, right? It's a great game for Nicholas. So you just got to make sure that you're the cutter and not the cuttee.
But how do you know? Well, don't be Austria and a rat. Don't be Germany and West
Yeah,
Africa.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's how you know.
The map. You know by the map, but yeah.
So Saren, we've not seen very active this season, but recently has returned and is coming back in force. Won last year's Weasel Moot, which was it was coming up in a couple of weeks. I think a lot of us are going to be there that are on this stream.
I'll be there.
As many of you in chat that are able to make it, hope to see you there. But yeah, just want to shout out Saren is in my opinion, Saren is one of the best players in the game right now. And what I appreciate about Saren is that she does not play with the same kind of style that many of the others play. She has a very unique style. It's very diplomacy forward, and somehow she makes it work time and time and time again. And it's just, I think it's really good to have lots of different ways to play this game in the hobby. And I love to see that she's able to bring that style and variety to this game.
I think every time she's ever been in a tournament, she's been in top board, like top 5. Like she's just like really, really consistent and really solid. And you know, she's doing that while everybody knows she's consistent and solid. Like if I play with Saren, I'm like, I know what's gonna happen, and then I still do what she wants, and she still does great. Like she's just really, she can like work with that pressure in a way that's it's pretty admirable. I think there are other people who are good at it too, but I think she's one of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Katie, thank you so much. Give you a break. Go refill your margarita in honor of Jimmy. And we'll bring Karthik back on. Karthik, welcome back.
Good to be back.
And we are going to cover Katie's game while she drinks. And here we go. Look at game 10. And Johnny, I think you've got the lead on this one.
Sure thing. So for this game, we see Isaac Jukes in a solid 8th place playing Austria, Ed Sullivan in an even solider 3rd place playing England, Hal Schild in France, Dennis Peskov in Germany, Nicholas Lawton in Italy, Christian Brown in his other consecutive game playing Russia, and once again our intrepid margarita drinking commentator Katie Gray in Turkey.
All right, let's switch over to our map, and I'm going to block a spam bot in our chat.
Oh, Hal also playing 2 consecutive games. Yep. So let's do this one as fast as we can. The hold in Sevastopol is notable. It's a lot of trust from Katie to just go straight into Khan, no Armenian fist bump, no nothing. We're just going to do a big RT right out of the gate with Christian. Everything else looks super standard. And here, the West does the thing where they still don't know who's going to be allied to who, so they put the English in Belgium. 2 builds for Christian Brown. Katie Gray goes to Smyrna for Menkara, which is kind of odd. Now she can't build the Fleet Smyrna, which would be the logical RT continuation. So maybe she has a trick up her sleeve, and AI look pretty solid.
All right, for adjustments, we've got a double fleet build from Ed Sullivan. We've got the flexible army build of St. Pete and Fleet and Con. Everything else seems fairly typical. And we'll move on to the spring.
Here comes England dropping in on Germany with Christian Brown's help, it looks like, which is always an interesting thing to do if you're Russia. It's invite the English to smash the Germans as if you're not going to be next. Prussia is also an interesting one. And Katie is kind of just repositioning, not really attacking anybody, because she didn't go to Armenia, which would be the real attack on Christian. Kind of just consolidating into a nicer position, which is kind of what Nicholas is doing too. While Isaac Hughes decides he wants to get a cut of the action in the center of the board. Karthik, it's your turn, says Ed, so go ahead.
Oh, sure. So as we see Mid-Atlantic Ocean coming down into North Africa, we have the Spanish bounce in Western Med. So basically, what we're seeing is France get a little bit stalled out, but like still remaining in a good position. England is getting really the better of this as they take Holland, support the Russians into Denmark. They enable basically the collapse of Germany, which is actually, funnily enough, I said this is something that I hadn't seen since I last said it to Jason. This has happened twice in the same tournament, which is really, really cool to see because it's very, very rare that you see the gang up on Germany, and it's cool to see old school tactics come back in sort of like, the forefront. In the south, we see the convoy to Greece with Aegean support. Always fun to see. Big fan of that move for obvious reasons. And the Italians take Trieste at the same time. So some very, very cool moves that are coming back that, like, were not as common for a long time, but should be popular, are very, very effective.
Check out the Denmark retreats to north, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is always fun. Fantastic move by Dennis there.
In those rare times when I've had the opportunity to move earlier, made that decision, inevitably I end up with the Germans in North Sea. That's rough.
No, honestly, I think the smart thing there would be just not to overcommit too hard. Let the Germans take that one dot and then have one person behind the lines just following it, and then just take the rest of Germany. And I think Ed's play here is really, really smart because I think a lot of weaker players do overreact, pull everything back to defend against the fleet, and then leave themselves open or stall out their attack on Germany. So really major kudos to Ed Sullivan here.
Yeah.
And then
Gonna turn Germany into the Janissary in the Western Triple.
Exactly,
it's going to work out pretty well for him. Yeah.
No, it's really, really good play. And now we're starting to see, how he'll make the progress he needs to in Germany. But it may be a second too slow because now Italy, like Nicholas Lawton, has the jump on him tactically. No, it's not impossible to solve. This is actually something that can be worked out. But, it's something that needs, a lot of correct guesses to go his way. And he needs to make them, now. Middle of the board.
Yeah.
More good play by IT. Oh, yeah. What were you going to say?
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no. So IT, just more great success there. Trieste supporting Bulgaria and Serbia. Serbia, I've always said it, I'll say it again, is the crown jewel of the Balkans. You control Serbia. You have so much tactical power over how the Balkans end up sort of manifesting and resulting. So kudos to them for getting that now. And the IT, so long as Italy and Turkey don't stab each other, really, really good position. I think Katie will have the upper hand so long as she's patient. And she is a patient player, unlike me. So, that's why she does better than I do. Oh, this is a nice little twisty twist.
Yeah, or you could do that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is it my turn still, or do you want to take this one?
I'm new, so just keep going.
Let's let Johnny get on play by Karthik. You can do the color.
So they throw Romania into Budapest, which is an interesting move. They're going to do a little IRT, I guess. Maybe to let Russia keep playing in Germany, which actually I like that idea. Although Ukraine's walk into Moscow is not the best. I guess he's got a couple builds. Meanwhile, Holland's going to take Kiel. North Sea goes down into the Channel. I think that's actually friendly because they are down some fleets in the Med, as Karthik was discussing. So I think that's probably going to pass into Mao and help shore up the French. But still, that's giving a lot of power to Ed Sullivan not to drop the hammer in 1908 and just take everything. So we'll see exactly what happens there. Give him Belgium too. Let him get the build in Brest. And yeah.
Karthik, anything you want to add there?
No, I think Johnny hit the nail on that perfectly. Hit everything I wanted to cover.
So we've got a fleet build in Brest and double armies from Christian in Moscow and an army from Katie in Turkey. Karthik, anything stand out with these adjustments?
Yeah. So I think the build of an army by Turkey shows that Katie is still really, really committed to the IT. It probably means that she's going to stab Russia soon, just after they started working together again. I think in the West, it's a sign that Hal will be continuously locked up, but the Italians letting Ed basically choose whenever he wants to go for the stab. And then in the in the East in Russia, we see Christian basically signaling that the detente continues, which is great news for Ed. So this is really, really good for Ed.
Yeah. If you're Katie, don't you stab Italy instead of Russia here? Italy's so much further out of position.
I probably would stab Italy here because of the tactical advantages that Italy worked up against France, and I would try to even that out. It's not to say that Russia isn't strong, but I'm more worried about Ed than I am about anyone else on this board. So I want Ed to be checked by Russia. I want Ed to be checked by France. Exactly. And the way to do that is you go after Italy.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think this is something worth pointing out that a lot of times we in the commentary booth don't consider. This is a game. People play it to have fun, and the people are always more important than the pieces in this game.
Of course.
True.
Yeah. I mean, but that's not to say that the pieces aren't important, because there's a time when we'll come to this, look at this, years later, and we'll say, how did Ed get into this position? It's because of the choosing of people when maybe they weren't the best people to work with at that particular time, 7 years prior or something like that.
Yeah. Well, it's an efficient stab. She's taking both Budapest and Romania, so you can't really argue with that. Ed's position continues to be fantastic. He's still working in this ER alliance, which is great, while having good position on Russia whenever he feels like stabbing. Also has great position on France whenever he feels like stabbing, in Channel and Mount and the North Sea. I mean, Ed, it's going to be difficult for Ed not to top this board at this point, I think. Katie is the only one who really has a shot at it, because she's an Ionian as well, which is a great position.
Right. Great tactics here by Hal to win the guests, keep because and system also I don't want to say it's a mistake because I haven't spent enough time analyzing it by Nicholas. You probably do want Marseille and Mao tapped, even though it doesn't do anything as a mover. But just speaking from without the benefit of hindsight, I feel like that gives you the best tactical odds of doing that. And once you keep it, you really have the ability to sort of determine your own fate here.
Yeah, plus you don't really want a fleet in Marseille in the first place.
Right, exactly.
So yeah, I agree.
Rough turn for Nicholas. We also have a Turkish fleet in Ionian, which could be there to help, but has lots of choices.
Indeed.
And there's fleet in Naples, so Nicholas is saying,
Oh, that is another great turn for the EF. We see North Africa get blown up. That's a major blow. Now, this isn't irreparable. All that needs to happen is that Katie needs to give a center to Nicholas so that he can rebuild a fleet in Rome, and then everything is basically locked up.
But if she's willing to do that, why is she tapping? Why are they self-bouncing Tunis in the first place?
I don't know.
This is not efficient at all. Yeah.
Right, but I agree with
West Med moving there.
Right, but the nap's already going there, so.
Oh no, she said it was just a mistake. It was a tactical mistake.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh man, and Ed is in English, Mao, and Wes.
Well,
God.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, he's just got Hal whenever he wants him. And he's in Livonia, and he's taking Belgium. Woo! Good turn.
Oh, sorry. The thing I didn't explain there, Katie, why you want the rebuild is you need an army in Venice in addition to the army that is in Trieste, because the army in Trieste needs to go to Tyrolia. So you want the army in Venice to be able to support Old Piedmont indefinitely. But anyways, Ed's just fucking good. Who knew?
So we've got a fleet build in Rome instead of the army. Does that concern you at all, Karthik?
Fleet build where?
In Rome.
Rome.
No. That needed to happen. That was absolutely necessary. ideally there's an army build that goes into Venice because Serbia or something like that gets given to them. But like, this is still fine.
That's not great.
Right.
Losing Piedmont. Ed's doing the friendly thing, going up to Irish rather than staying in English Channel and moving into West. So actually, Hal has pushed Ed pretty much ahead of him, and good job, Hal.
Right. Great diplomacy by Hal here.
Yep. Meanwhile, Ed just holds in Livonia for, I'm sure that Sweden and St. Pete won't be taken in the fall. I can't imagine that would happen. Berlin? No, Berlin won't be taken either.
Right. No, I mean, if the
whoops.
Johnny, you're not good at reading this board.
Berlin will definitely not be taken. Oh man, but no, great stab by Ed Sullivan. Tale as old as time. He stabs for Berlin, stabs for Sweden, stabs for St. Petersburg. Ed Sullivan he will tell you to your face, I'm not going to take Berlin. Why would I 1-dot stab you? Ignoring the fact that the 3-dot stab is available and he's going to take all 3 at once.
Yeah, I mean, Christian really should have seen this. He convoyed to Livonia in the fall, held in the spring. What else? I mean, he was just going to give you a little love tap in Warsaw? Like what?
In Christian's defense, he kind of needed to be in this position because in order to have that line segment that holds against the Turkish attack, you need the army in Silesia, Warsaw, Ukraine, and Moscow.
Yeah.
And that's how you make it happen.
I'm sure that's what Ed was saying. Yeah, I'm sure.
Right. But also it's tactically and strategically true. The issue is, then you're then counting on Ed Sullivan to be nice, and that was a losing gambit in this case.
Yeah.
So we do see the IT moving towards the center of the board. Is it going to be enough as we move into 1906 to hold back? Well, we don't know because the game ends there.
Yeah.
Karthik, I'll go to you for this one. Story of the game, right result, all that.
This is a case of tactics and strategy rearing its ugly head. I don't want to say they're inevitable because true alliance play can overcome it, especially when you have unlimited time. But when you have someone of Ed Sullivan's caliber and you take away the ability for him to be checked, as we saw with France being neutered, as we saw with Russia being neutered, Ed Sullivan in England is going to run away with the board. And that's something that I try to do when I play England, and why I've had the success I've had with England is because I make sure that Russia and France die. Whether it's by my hand or someone else's hand, they die. And I think that's the theme of the game is that Ed Sullivan doesn't look at this board in his theater. He looks at the board, the entire board at once, and says, how can I get everyone to do exactly what I want them to do and make them feel like they chose to do it themselves? And that's what Ed Sullivan does. He makes the board work for him.
Well, after 4 rounds of play, we have a new league leader or a tournament leader. Saren Kwok moves into first place. Ed Sullivan, Tim Crosby, Bradley Grace, Jason Bennett, Nicholas Spencer, and Ian Rudnick rounding out your top 7. Points are still very close, particularly along the bottom. Positions 1 and 2, probably 3. But definitely positions 1 and 2 are almost certainly secured for the top board. But down at the bottom, positions 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it's very close. And there's still a lot of movement and games left to be played. So let's go ahead and bring up our first game of round 5. And with this, we're going to let Johnny go, I believe. And we're going to welcome back David Hood. David, welcome.
Hey, glad to be back. Ed Sullivan dominating the board. Who knew?
Ed had said in an interview, I don't remember if I read it or heard it, but he kind of talked about kind of going through a rough patch. Somebody took him aside and said, hey, you just need to be Ed. And since that has happened, we've seen a pretty significant uptick in his performance. So really good to see that. Good to see players re-engaged. All right, Karthik, we're going to give you the lead on this one. So here are our players. And why don't you talk us through this game?
Sure. So in Austria, we have Simon W. Also goes by Lemieux online. We have Jackson Roberts coming to us from Orange County, playing England. We have Bryce playing France. McCallus in Germany, very, very strong player from Brighton, and also the tournament director. We have Isaac Dukes from Great Britain in York. We have Christopher Wardy, also from Great Britain, from Chester. And we have Rauno Veski from Tallinn in Estonia. So once again, very, very time zone wise, diverse board. We have a lot of players here from the UK and from other parts of Europe in the case of Estonia. Very, very fun to see.
Yeah, and I think one thing I failed to mention, we were looking at our scores. One of the fun things about this particular event, one of the nuances with these boards happening with time zones across the world, you really are seeing a little bit of a horse race effect where players that have put in their scores will be at the top, and then we'll have the next round of players of people from the other side of the world kind of get an opportunity to earn more points. So because we don't have the current players, most of the current players in the top 7 participating in this, I am expecting some movement in the standings at the end of this round. All right, so here is our map, and here are our orders.
Well, since David didn't mention it, I feel like it would be remiss if we didn't mention Greater Ajax, great hero in Homer's Iliad, second probably only to Achilles in terms of just heroic prowess in war. That's all I remember about him from my Greek history courses. So if David wants to add anything to that beyond him being a great hero,
you are very knowledgeable, Carthy. You did a great job. Now let's see if you could do that on the reading and diplomacy board.
Right. So let's see how I do. So we have nice, very standard openings here for this tournament in particular. We see this French opening to Mid-Atlantic, Burgundy, and Picardy, a favorite of yours. This happens yet again this tournament. We see the very, very anti-Russian classic Sunstrom style opening from Rauno. We have a nice little dipsy doodle from Isaac Dukes going Rome to Venice, Venice to Apulia. And otherwise pretty standard. But if we go to follow one, we see something more fun happen here. We see an attempt to deny the Germans Holland, but McCallus can sit out. McCallus knows exactly what's happening, that Jackson is going to try and back him out of Holland, and stops it in his tracks. Fantastic play by him there. At the same time, and another case of someone from the UK sniffing out an attack successfully, Armenia to Sev is recognized. Ukraine goes to Sev, bounces it out, while Bulgaria goes to Romania, Sev goes to Black Sea. It's unclear how much of that is arranged and how much of that is planned, but I assume that most of that is unagreed upon and just good guessing by the players involved. But yeah, otherwise relatively standard. Sweden gets taken, Norway gets taken. We have a bounce in Galicia still, and a combo to Tunis. So likely going to be seeing some sort of AI, whether Russia joins in or Turkey joins in on either side remains to be seen. And then EG in the West.
And Venice to Tyrolia in a fall turn. So.
Yep, Venice to Tyrolia in a fall turn.
Is that significant because it opens up room for a build?
It could, if you wanted to do that. It's unusual to build an army. There's the Italian and try to go in when you know the Austrians are getting 2 builds. But it's what I think it's interesting is if you're going to go into Tyrolia because I think it's an interesting place, it would have been even more interesting in the spring instead of the fall.
Right.
All right. Well, we do not see that. We've got Jackson taking a note out of Ed Sullivan's book and trying to build more fleets. I'm sure that is just either an interface issue or perhaps a bug in the software. But net result, we've got a fleet in Eddie. We got double armies from Bryce. That can be a little bit risky sometimes, especially when you've got that many. Well, I guess you don't have the fleets aren't as bad as it looks like, but that can be a little bit of a gambit for France to not build that fleet. Other than that, I think the other one that stands out to me is Rauno building the fleet in Ankara. That can only go really one place. Everything else is pretty standard. We'll move on to spring of 02.
And so at least for Jackson's one, Jackson is someone, he does that a lot for fun because he knows that Edinburgh is going to be the one that gets built. So it's just a little cute cute thing.
Convoy to Holland.
Yep.
It
Finally
is
goes this
pretty
time.
significant, and we've already tried this. We've already seen it once, but now they've got support in there. In the East, that what Russia decides to do is just cover Sev,
Mm-hmm.
and knowing that he was going to get kicked out anyway.
Right.
Of the Black Sea.
Right. What's interesting though is the Austrian stab on the Italians trying to support themselves into Tyrolia, and then bouncing the Naples fleet out of Ionian, guaranteeing basically that they get Venice unless Germany intervenes.
I do want to pause here. Mohammed points this out, and I think it's worth spending a little bit of time to talk about. I don't know if this is still true, but last time it was true. Good to see Wardy and McCallus working together here despite McCallus's stab last game. Wardy doesn't get a build without that. I think that's a really good point. When you're playing in a tournament, it's important that you have a short memory. This is a game about building trust, and it's a game about trying to gain as much advantage as you can for kind of improving one's own position. And so the balance and tension that creates is really the core dynamic of this game, in my opinion. So some players will refuse to ally with somebody else, and some that stabbed them recently, and sometimes with good reason. But I think the best players are able to feel out whether or not that player can be trusted and can have a short memory and kind of forget those previous games and view every situation as a new one to be reevaluated. So thank you for pointing that out, Mohammed.
Whole lot of nothing around Ruhr. I guess everybody tried to go to everywhere else. With the English do take Norway, and the Turks have sort of changed their situation now and have taken Bulgaria. So I guess the RT war is now a little bit cooler than it was before.
Mm-hmm.
But as you pointed out, Venice is gone. East has to come back, but it's too late. Venice is gone. Austrians have I think the real question is the Austrians plus whom in the East?
Mm-hmm. Or do the RT just choose to stick together and plow through them? Also a possibility.
Yep.
That would be the slower route, though, potentially.
Of course.
Well, it was in Galicia, so we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Turkish fleet build in Smyrna means that he's not that's not an anti-Russian build. That's not I'm going to move armies into positions. Not even an anti-Austrian build necessarily.
Right.
Fleet Marseille probably tells us what we needed to know.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, Army London does also.
Yep.
In terms of the Western situation.
Yeah, we're very much an EF here.
So we do have a disband of the fleet in Norway and a choice to rebuild in Warsaw. So.
Great move by Wardy there. I think it's very smart.
Yeah.
Mohammed for pointing that out.
Johnny Gillam is very happy in the background. There's another convoy through two fleets into Sweden.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's going the other way. Instead of Sweden, Skagerrak to Eddie, it's now London, Northeast Skagerrak, Sweden. This is beautiful. 10 out of 10.
Yep.
So, yeah, Jackson have officially won the game already. Now it's just a matter of finding out how. But no.
Jackson's the one that did the other convoy, wasn't he? The one from Russia and England. Wasn't that also Jackson?
Oh, I think it was, yeah. Jackson is the winner of my heart.
Yep.
Yeah, Johnny confirmed it. But yeah, at the same time, the French take Munich. They take Ruhr. The English do retreat into Belgium, but this is looking really, really good for the EF. The movement to Lyon, the movement to Mao, it's basically telling us all we need to know about what the intent is for both players here. And with Turkey coming down where they are, with the attacks on Christopher Wardy happening now where they are, I just don't think the East will be able to react in time to do what is needed to be done to check the EF. And Turkey's going to be a big factor here. I think
you guys that I'm going to say something about the fact that Picardy held, right?
Of course.
Picardy could either have supported Paris to Burgundy or could have gone to Belgium. Maybe they were leaving Belgium open for an English retreat, which is fine. But Picardy should not hold. You know why? Because units should almost never hold. Figure out something to do with it. Absolutely. Or you can just go and kill Belgium and take it and go to Irish Sea and stuff like that if you're French. You can do that.
So,
and take Berlin.
Yep.
Wow. So it was an EF, but it's hard to see this as anything other than France stabbing to not let the English take Belgium.
Yep, but I think Bryce will come to regret this stab. Timing-wise, I think it's inopportune. You should not be stabbing England when they're taking Sweden. They got to rebuild Belgium. I mean, I guess technically they're going to rebuild Belgium because they lose Holland, but they're still going up one. The timing isn't they're building one. I think this attack may be blunter than he thinks it will be.
Yeah, he probably could have taken Berlin and Munich there and then used those builds to stab England in a spring, move in a spring. I don't know. This may still work for him. We'll see.
Right.
You all know I tend to have the devil on the shoulder whispering to me to stab earlier than I should. But the thing that I always struggle with is, if not now, when? Because Jackson's going to continue, if they continue on course, Jackson's going to have a very strong position and be a threat throughout the rest of the game. By doing this, it is very much a gamble. I don't know whether or not, especially that Berlin army, unless there's some diplomacy going on with Germany, it's going to be difficult to keep. But it's definitely putting the control in Bryce's court.
It takes a lot of gumption to stab England when you got one fleet.
Yeah. Well, he has the other fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea.
He's leaving. He's leaving.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he had to give up because what's he going to get? With the if England wanted to pull back and stop him, I mean, all that changes that Germany just lives. It doesn't get France richer, which is the issue.
Well, he's getting richer now because he's taking Kiel and Munich and Tunis.
Right. And so now would be a good time potentially to stab. You have gas and go to Mid-Atlantic go to now or something like that, and then drop 3 builds. Then you're cooking with fire. But the only issue is now that you lose the element of surprise, you lose a lot of trust. You have that army just permanently camped in Liverpool for a bit.
Yeah, he wasn't going to stab now. He's already moved backwards. He was going
to Right. And yes, I recognize the issue of saying permanently and also for now. In the same sentence, but
Nicholas, what did you do, man? You had some centers, and now you don't have no centers. So what did you do?
That is correct.
What did you do?
Loss of 4 centers in a single
It's clearly all Camarides' own fault. I mean, he deserved
it. Right,
this.
of course. There's no question about that.
I don't know exactly what he did, but clearly it was his fault.
Absolutely.
If you are a reconstituted EF and you are +3 and +2, and the people in the East are a combined -1, that's pretty good.
Yep. No, fantastic turn for the EF.
Well, winter of 1904, we've got a 10-center France, we've got a 7-center England. We'll play Who Do You Like? I think, obviously, I think most of us would like to be in this French position. Is there anyone else that you could make an argument for?
I'll make an argument for the English. This is a position that I've played it as England and have enjoyed success in. The one difference is probably that the Italians may have been on 4 instead of on 3, but this is very much a workable position so long as the East does what they need to do. Because the issue for France right now is that their centers are easily dispossessed, whereas now there is no one who can really take the English centers away from them besides the French, right? The Russian fleet is gone. The Baltic Sea fleet is gone. The Helgoland fleet is gone. The only fleets you have left are the French fleets. And the moment England decides to drop fleets down and blockade that portion of the seas relatively well, France is going to have to do a lot of tactical struggling to break through that. So England really needs to wait for France to misposition more. If England can convince France to give them a center or take St. Petersburg, I think they have all the units they need to do to start stabbing France in the front and win the fight.
Yeah, this is a potential source, or potential time for instability in this alliance for sure. Because what else is England really going to do here?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, they're St. Petersburg, but after St. Petersburg, I mean, the Austrian and Turks make Warsaw and Moscow not look like attractive bets. If I'm France, like, you know, I'm begging A&T to look elsewhere while I go fight England, but I know that Munich and Berlin will probably be lost.
Well, if that's the case, I am going to throw in for the dark horse of Turkey taking advantage of some Western instability. Let's see.
It could happen.
Could happen.
All right, so we've got Army Brest, Fleet Marseille. So I read that as France signaling, hey, I don't want to fight England. Let's go continue to work together.
Army London says the same freaking thing.
Yep.
So
The funny thing is, though, it doesn't really mean anything, because if Bryce wanted to, he could slide the fleets western to Mao, Mao to now, and the fleets would be very well positioned to do basically whatever he wanted to do there. You could slide Marseille to Spain, then you could have 3 fleets basically being in the English waters by the end of the year. But I don't expect that to happen. I do expect France. Yeah,
No.
and there
There's too many English armies sitting on
Right,
England
exactly.
that would make that sort of a blunted attack.
Right, exactly. And
Instead,
here
you do this.
Right. Which the question is, though, does France gain anything from this? Right, they have now 4 units in the south. They probably do need a couple for defensive purposes, but how much room is there for France to gain? And it's not clear to me, like, you know, what center they're going to get in the south.
All right, dissenting opinion over here.
Yeah,
but if Austria is helping you,
that's true.
Taking Venice, attacking Warsaw, Simon is not trying to defend against an EF invasion. He has been told there is no invasion of him, and that he is a partner in this alliance. That's what he's been told.
It is true.
And
there is no war in Boston.
And he was wrong.
Yeah. Yep. No, this is a very, very strong EF. Kudos to Jackson for having the patience to walk out of Kiel, go to the Baltic, because he is picking up St. Petersburg. He is doing so with an army. So a lot of the questions they had about, like, you know, valid growth, like, you know, for both of them, maybe there is a path forward. Like, you know, maybe there is a way for you to get into Moscow because of the AT, like, you know, sort of path here, but we'll see.
Oh, and we've got a wave from Jackson.
Oh.
I'm going to fill up someone's bingo card with aggressive and Jackson Roberts again. This is now 2 broadcasts in a row where we have seen some patience, and I've come away impressed.
Mm-hmm.
So really, really like this choice.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, because builds don't really do him a whole lot of good here unless he's ready to stab, and he's not.
Mm-hmm. No, this is a great move for him for some threat level minimization. Like, you know, now he gets to look like a little bit less of a problem. He gets to basically get people to, like, you know, look more at France than they do at him. And so long as that's the case, like, you know, when there are going to be like however many armies in the center of the board, like, you know, from Austria, like, that is going to be an issue that France will have to deal with. In the meantime, that leaves England free to do what they need to do.
Is Bryce expecting an English stab here, and that's why he goes to Berlin and Kiel and Holland?
That's my guess. Either that, or it's to lock up the line. But like, you know, then you'd expect sort of Belgium just to drop into Ruhr. But maybe you can still do that from Holland. Maybe it's like a trust but verify thing. I don't know.
Prussia supported a moving, or Baltic supported a moving Prussia. They're definitely not on the same page here.
Certainly doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, right.
So that potentially changes the dynamics of this game.
Mm-hmm.
No, they've worked it out. The Prussia thing was, I guess, there would be a place for the English to land their army.
Yeah, that's probably
either that or he was expecting a stab. It didn't happen, so they're patching it up.
Right. Yeah, it's either the former or that, like, Jackson and Bryce had a last minute communication and one order got updated, one didn't, or something like that. I don't know.
Simon, what happened to Venice, man? What'd you do?
That's
I don't
big.
need it.
That's
What
very.
you do, Simon? It's a fall turn, man.
Jackson, if there was any thought of stabbing with that build that he's got in pocket, that becomes much less likely here. Looks like France is probably going up 2 and most likely locked this game up.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Jackson's
Like,
pretty far behind. I mean, it's not impossible, but
it's still doable because there's time and like there's the ability to convince people to attack Munich, attack Venice. But it'll take a lot of work from everyone involved to actually, like, truly put in the work to make it happen.
wouldn't be surprised if the game ends here, but we'll see.
Yeah, very
France does not build a fleet. Okay.
Oh, that was a questionable build, I think, by France there. England now has the path forward. Oh, you cannot let that happen.
Yeah, he's taking it. He's taking it.
Yep. No, kudos to Jackson here for making this perfectly timed and doing exactly what you want to do in the spring of 1907 as England. Blow up 2 French armies on one move and have people below him to the south of his possessions in Germany be annoyed at him and want him to be dispossessed of those gains, right? If you can have your Austrian friends be tapping Munich here like that, then you're in a position where you can really, really do some damage.
Gosh, we spoke way too soon. Of course, I was expecting a fleet Brest also, but for defensive purposes. I mean, if England wanted to support themselves in the English Channel, they could have, but at least you have a fleet to fill up with the Mao, fill up the Mao with.
Right. The issue for France is that the Mid-Atlantic Ocean is guaranteed as well, and there is nothing that can be done about it.
Yes. Yep.
And losing Venice is not insignificant. So this is a horrible turn for Bryce.
Or the 3 English guys take Belgium here. I mean, there's all sorts of options.
So many options.
Right.
Or you take Belgium unmolested.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Gosh.
I think its capture of Mao was a higher priority and a better idea.
And we've
Jackson
got
Roberts.
Rauno also making a late move here. Livonia and Moscow.
Yes.
That's definitely putting some pressure probably on Warsaw, but it's also going to slow Jackson a little bit at least.
Yeah, I think he's just setting up a line against the English there.
All right, +3 for Jackson, puts down the fleets. He's continuing to play according to those builds.
Mm-hmm.
And we play on.
Was this a stab of the tournament for me so far?
Oh, absolutely. Golden Knife for sure. Oh, my. Jackson is allowed to walk into Western Med unopposed. France seems fine with all of this, basically. Also of note, very, very curious, Jackson chooses to convoy swap Berlin and Kiel. I think this is the right move because I don't think the fleet in Kiel could do very much good elsewhere. This gets me a first name quickly. And now I think they're in.
They've made a deal. EF has made a deal here. Yeah. Bryce said, fine, Jackson, take the top. I don't care. I'm going to Paris.
Right. Yeah, exactly right.
Just go around me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, just more keeping going around. Yeah. Goes to Spain. Goes to English Channel. Goes to Burgundy. Surely not all of this is planned. I mean, that's a little much.
It
Tunis is planned. No, yes, no.
This is by Jackson, not by Bryce.
Right. Not having Munich will probably stop the Solar at 17, but this is a fun position.
You know, there's no better way to win than to convince your opponent not to fight you.
Right. Very true.
And that is what's happened here. France is just not even trying to fight back.
Right.
They're just letting Jackson roll over them.
Right. I mean, as Eddie will tell you, the best way to win a game is not through strategic force or whatever, not through moving pieces. It's through getting the rest of the board to basically agree to give you the win. So I mean, if you can make that happen, go for it.
All right, so we've got winter of 1909, 1 year left, 13 center, England, probably not enough time for a serious solo threat.
Right.
But am I missing something?
No, there's also not enough position for Austria to throw to Turkey fast enough. There's just not. Turkish doesn't have any units, even if they wanted to.
So we'll just play through and we'll see where Jackson ends. Just to make it interesting, David, any predictions on this final center count for Jackson?
Let's see. This is a spring move. Well, yeah, it's probably about 16, it looks like. Depends on how much France really doesn't care. But it could be 16.
I can see that. 16 makes most sense to me. I could see 17 outside chance. I think everything besides Munich could be captured.
I'm going to go lower. I'm going to say 14. I think the board's going to hold him back. Let's see.
France just didn't care. Paris, Brest, Portugal, Spain.
Wait, that's a solo.
Actually, he does take Munich. He does take Munich.
Yeah, the game's over. That's a solo.
That is it.
Good freaking Lord.
Wow.
Well, okay.
I didn't realize that France was going to completely throw the solo.
Neither did I. What did the rest of the board do to France that left this?
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, what was it? That clearly there was something going on in the diplomacy on this board that I am not familiar with. Don't understand. But let's not linger on that. Let's give applause to an English solo, which is not always the easiest, in 1910 by Jackson Roberts. Congratulations.
Yeah, incredible. Like, it is doable to get solos as countries before 1910 in games. It happens relatively often, like, 1907, 1908, 1909, all doable. But to get a solo in a game where everyone knows it's going to end by 1910, which causes people, to know that they can play safe, know that they can run out of the clock, so on and so forth. For Jackson to get a solo in a game like this is so, so impressive and is a testament to his diplomatic play leading up to the turns of for this.
And a game that we had about called in 1906 for France.
I did.
I did not. I said there's reasonable belief to believe that England can pull this off because I pulled it off in similar situations. Remember?
Yeah, but yeah, I think the big thing was just not building that fleet.
Yep.
But we don't really know what happened here. This was a diplomatic solo, and that's part of the game. That's why they call it diplomacy.
All right. Well, Karthik, thank you for that entertaining game, and we'll bring Katie back onto the stream. Katie, welcome back.
Hi.
And David, I'm going to have you lead our next game. This will be the final game of round 5. So go ahead and pull that up. And here's a figure that I don't remember from my history. David, let's see. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, there is an Ajax. Yeah, there's another Ajax, and he's lesser Ajax because he's kind of an idiot in Iliad. So we shall see how lesser this game is than the greater Ajax that we just saw.
All right, so I've got a new nickname on this broadcast, I see. All right, so we'll go to our orders, and here we go.
Bradley slips into English Channel, Wildgood and Burgundy. You don't see that all the time, and that's fun. Let's see. I don't know if we've said this tonight, guys. You tell me. There's nobody in Galicia, and the Russians have gone north. Has that happened?
It's wild, Josh.
Has that happened at all? And we do have the Armenian fist bump this time with the Turks getting their fleet into Khan. So there's a lot going on here, folks. This is already a fun game, and it's spring 1901 of lesser Ajax.
Yeah, and we didn't call out our players. Josh Hennessy, world champion. Congratulations, Josh.
No. That was Jamal.
That's
not Josh. Sorry, Josh, but it's not you.
Josh Hennessy, on the other hand, has won tournaments before.
Yeah, Josh. He's a good player, but he didn't win.
You're 5 seconds.
He ain't all that. No, he ain't all that. But
sorry.
But Vienna to Trieste may be the first time we've seen that tonight as an open.
All right, there's my lesser Ajax moment. All right, here we go.
There's also, I guess you could be least Ajax, but we haven't gotten quite there yet. All right, look, we've got Sea Lion actual going into North Sea with support. This is traditional Sea Lion action here. armies going to Holland and Belgium behind it. Wow.
Yeah, we're gonna see a fleet North Coast build from Russia. Like
we
it's
are
gonna
going to
be
see that. It
gang
looks
up
like.
on England. Yeah.
And we've got just sort of a Sitzkrieg between Venice and Trieste. That's not. There ain't no AI alliance here either. So this is a totally different game.
Yeah. Fleet North Coast.
Turks build a fleet.
England built an army. That was smart.
Katie, how do you feel about that North Coast fleet build?
It kind of had to happen. If you're going north as Russia and you want a good game, you're trying to play in the north. You've got to leave St. Pete open. You've got to build in the north. Like I guess you could build a fleet South Coast and go after Germany, but I think that's dumb.
I think if England's going to get jumped on, you go take your Norway.
Yeah, take Norway, take Scandinavia, try to make France and Germany fight and keep what's yeah.
Yeah, that's how you succeed with a Russian northern option, which I know, Katie, you're in favor of.
I am in favor of Russia playing in the north. However, Nikola Tesla is in Turkey, and I wouldn't have open north, so we'll see.
All right, so there's the attack on Romania with the fleet being disbanded. That probably means that Russia doesn't really care that they just lost their fleet, right?
Another rat, maybe.
It's a dirty rat.
Yeah, maybe so. Hopefully Nicholas fares better than Jackson in the last rat we saw.
Okay, you guys know when I say dirty rat that I'm making an Edward G. Robinson joke, right? Everybody knows that? Okay, I didn't think so.
Sorry,
all right,
David.
keep going.
But it's a sea lion, but Germany's moving to Baltic. That's not super sea lion-y. Also, like, why is there an army in Denmark? I missed something. It's weird. Oh, because the fleet's in north. I see. But still, moving to Baltic is it's FG.
Sometimes when you're a sea lion, you're already ready to do your next things. You feel like you've already gotten good power. The problem is that the convoy to London was not going to work. I mean, what else was Norway supposed to do but hit North Sea? Yeah. So they really needed a convoy to Wales there.
But that's a both glasses are poisoned situation because Finn might know, oh, well, that's the move you go. So, I mean, I don't know if it's a 50-50, but it's not unheard of.
I don't think you do that move because I don't know what else Norway was supposed to do there. You can retreat from somewhere. You attack North Sea and then retreat somewhere.
Okay, but it doesn't matter because now everything's different, right? Because North just convoyed Eddie to Norway. So Germany's not sea lining, and France is moving to Western Med, but also convoying to Wales, but also Germany's moving into Belgium. This is either like really well planned, and I don't know what's going on, or people are just hearing information about what people are doing and taking advantage of it. One of the two. I'm not sure. But it is an AT, I think. I think that's true, which is cool.
Bulgaria to Greece?
Yeah, but like they supported Greece to Ionian, and Austria's getting rum. You know, it's an AT where Nikola is Turkey. Is what it is, David.
Well, I understand. And Smyrna to Ankara is like, I am not much of a threat to anybody. I'm just going to be the boring guy in the corner.
Nikola loves not committing to anything. He's so good at that. I mean,
you support Greece out so that you can take it. Yeah, that's fine, Bradley. We got it. I'm going to say the interesting move here is Warsaw to Silesia. That's the interesting move.
Sure. Yeah, that's
Go ahead, Josh. Go for it, man.
Well, I mean, you've got this happening to you in Scandinavia. You've got to remove that pressure somehow.
I agree. I'm saying it's a good idea. Forces the Germans to do this. Well, Germans do convoy to Yorkshire this time with support of Wales. So that's the right way to do that.
Yeah. All right. So it's still an FG. All right. At least we got that cleared.
And it's still a dirty rat.
It's a dirty rat, but it's one that Nikola is really clearly running. And I would not be Nicholas in this situation. Like you guys, not you, David, but Karthik mostly because he's trash, was complaining about my game with Nikola and how we kept fighting. And it's like, because you either do what Nikola says and this happens, or you don't do what Nikola says and you just clash the whole game. These are the only two options. And this is just Nikola running this.
I'm not sure what Greece to Serbia actually means in a rat. So we'll see what that actually means.
It means Nicola's getting another build, and he doesn't need it as Turkey. It means he's running it, and he's gonna do great. Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, because Austria just going forward.
Yeah, but I was wrong.
Serbia and Albania. So it's filling up all the spots, I guess.
But he's an Ionian, so who cares? He's still got a good position.
Correct.
But it's still a rat. And all right. Oh, and Germany convoyed back to Denmark, away from the island. That's kind of fun.
Oh, that is fun. And
also,
the French.
Chaos. It's chaos.
The French are not there to help the Italians. The French are there to hurt the Italians. That's probably not smart. Come on, Bradley.
But we all know Bradley's not very good at this game, right?
Bradley's great, so I'm sure he has a plan. But
yeah, I know. That's my point.
I'm thinking, gosh, go up there and help the Italians to live is what you actually might want to do.
Unless this is a Nicola, Bradley, let's get on the top board together thing. That happens a lot, and it's round 5. It could be already happening. We don't know.
True.
All right.
So Germany's now, they went one way, they went another way. Now they're going back to Holland, I guess, to defend against Helgoland Bite.
Yeah.
That's a little bit, all of that's a little confusing to me, exactly who's with whom.
It's like people are changing sides, but I don't understand why. So maybe it's some sort of diplomatic thing. Like, I talked to this person and they were mean to me. I don't know. Like, I've had that happen before. But it doesn't make sense to me why the sides are changing this much. It's not like a balance of power thing, It's like...
So my take on it, and I'm probably wrong, is that we've got, obviously, we have England and Russia working together, and we've got France and Germany working together. And I think that Germany is just choosing to defend against Russia.
Okay. That makes sense.
Prioritize that.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And losing Holland because there wasn't anything to do about that.
Yep.
And shout out to Finn. It was looking really, really rough. And I don't see Finn topping the board necessarily, but there's life. And this is a much stronger position than a year ago.
Well, this is how you go north with Russia and then make it into it. Now, Josh may still fold like a house of cards because Russia can do that. But at least he's got fleets in very interesting places. Helgoland Bite North Sea in 1904 when you're Russia, not all that common.
Especially if you're in a rat and you're not worried about the south attacking you at the moment. Like, you could get some good position and then solidify some defense, and that could be really good for you.
He's got to be.
Again, though, Romania and Ukraine, okay.
Yeah, but he had to leave, right? Because he had to not make Austria mad.
Yes, he's helping. The Turks are helping. They're being productive right now. All right, let's keep going here. England and France are continuing to fight each other. They just built against each other. Burgundy to Belgium, I think, is just to cover it, make sure the Russians don't go there.
Yeah. But who's on the out then? Because Russia's fighting Germany.
Yeah, it's still an ER. It's still the Great Northern Alliance against the remnants of Germany and France.
Yeah, I'm sure Bradley was really upset that he had to go to Belgium. It probably really hurt.
Yeah, and he's also going to London to cover it from no one.
Yeah, he has to, just in case.
All right, fall 1905. What do you have in store for us now? Russians into Holland with support of the French. That's probably an unwanted support, don't y'all think?
Well,
that was supposed to be a self-bounce in Holland, and the French have done an unwanted support, which kills an English unit.
Maybe it was unwanted. Maybe Josh didn't want him to do it. We don't know.
I don't know, but Josh just took Berlin, and Josh just took Holland. Now they're losing Sev because Nicola made the pitch. I knew they said that. For me.
Nicola was like, "You're going up too." It's just for
the Sev for the Holland.
All right, those builds tell me the ret is continuing, but for how long? And the other one I'll keep an eye on is what will Bradley do? I'm assuming continue on into England.
Yes. So just about the only thing he can do in this situation.
Yeah.
Loses
Yeah.
London in the short term, at least.
He's gonna lose Rome too, right?
Yes.
Like,
I mean, it is hard to fight three powers that are sticking together. I mean, it's hard
even
to fight
if you're a
them.
good player and you're
And he doesn't have any allies.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
loses Belgium.
Hmm.
No, sorry. I can read the part. He doesn't lose
Loses
Belgium.
Rome, though.
Does lose Rome. Doesn't get Liverpool. Does lose London.
Yes.
And also Piedmont, but retreat to Marseille. Yeah.
So -2 France, -1 England, +2 Russia, +1 Turkey.
Go Russia. This is cool. I mean, if Russia can afford to play like this is really cool. I mean, doing it with Nikola as Turkey is so risky, but it's fun. It's cool to see. It's fun.
Yeah, you've given the Turks Sevastopol. It's time for them to move back to Armenia.
Yeah, get out. Yeah.
Says the Russians.
Especially if you look at this. You've got nothing left in the Med. 3 fleets for Turkey. Turkish position has potential to just explode here.
There's one Austrian army in the Balkans. Yeah.
You can trust me. It is not. I am not going to be tempted by such a situation.
Here it goes.
Yeah, here you go. Oh, how did I know you're moving to Budapest? I just
I don't know, but why is Serbia even going to Budapest?
Why not? Because Nicola told him. I don't know. And he's got Tunis, and he's in Tyrrhenian Sea, and he's in. I mean, this is wild. But Austria's in Ruhr.
Agreed. I mean, in a rat, Austria goes way forward. That's what they do.
But they don't usually.
They don't usually lose Serbia like that, though. Yeah, the Austrians.
Like, why is he go? Okay. But now, why is Munich tapping Burgundy? Why at all? Why at all? This is not like this can't be agreed.
Well, the Turks have gone back out of Serbia, so because that makes it all fine that he took Romania because he left Serbia.
God, I wish that I had Nicola's power of persuasion.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Turkish fleets in the Med facing
Ridiculous.
1 Austrian fleet in Adriatic, and the closest enemy fleet being in Brest or Irish Sea, because the Russians are mid-Atlantic, and that's your friends.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a complete disaster for everybody that's not in the rat, and maybe for the Austrians too. We'll see.
Yeah, we also see that it looks like Austria is moving in to.
Did they actually go to Belgium?
Can I make an official request? Can we put the move that's successful on top? Because this just looks to me like Austria doesn't get to Belgium. Am I the only person who can't read
No,
this?
I agree with you. That's
I just think like the white arrow should go on top so that we can see.
a successful move.
I wonder if this is going to be another, 11, 11, 11, 1 thing.
It's got the makings of
It's
that.
Nicola Tallier. He's not going to be in an 11, 11, 11, 1.
Yeah, I mean that would be.
I don't think he needs to do that, for one thing. I mean, why cut Austria in on this? The Austria's only got 7 units anyway. Seven.
But you could convoy Greece to Marseille. Like, why not just do that? Because that's really fun.
It is fun.
It's fun.
There's no question.
And take
about it.
Spain. And oh god, this is so good. This is so fun. I can't.
Russians get to retreat to Portugal.
And presumably, like, Austria's completely on board with this. Russia's completely on board with this. I mean, Russia's doing pretty well. Why not be on
Yeah,
board?
maybe they're going to end up sort of racing for the top here in the last couple of game years.
Well, they're going to lose because. Oh my god.
That's what we got going on.
Oh my god.
This is what you call secondary motivations.
Yes,
Oh my
this
God.
is, wanting all of us at night to see this move succeed,
Yes.
the convoy to Norway.
All right, we should end after this. Let's see. Yes, we do. All right.
I'm really upset.
So Nicola Taille, 13 center, board top, 208 points. That might be, other than the solo, the highest score
Oh
we've
my
seen
God.
tonight. If not, it's really close. Just a dominating position and game by Nicola Taille. But really, really effective rat. Josh Hennessy, Nicholas Lawton just kept working together and kept moving forward. How many games do you see a Russian fleet in Portugal and an Austrian army in Belgium?
Not enough.
That's really cool. This game is really cool, and I'm really mad because I could never have been a part of this because I would have never in my life trusted Nicola to be this restrained and to actually like, I'm so sorry, Nicola, this is gonna be mean, but to like have fun with it like this. Like, I feel like he's so efficient and good and savage. Like, I don't know. This is
What do
wild.
you mean by restrained? He ended up at 13 centers. I mean,
that's
not
true, but like that
restrained.
convoy was like pure for fun. And I know he was on board because he was doing well and like it was good for him. But like, I don't know. It's fun. It's really cool. And I'm kind of jealous. It's all.
All right, so we are now entering into our final rounds. So let's take a look at our standings. This is what everyone is playing for. A reminder for those that may be joining us late, we do have a top board for this event. So at the end of this round, the top 7 players will go on to the top board, which we will be covering momentarily. And here are your scores after 5 rounds of play. Saren Kwok, Ed Sullivan, Nicola Taye, Bradley Grace, Jackson Roberts, Tim Crosby, Jason Bennett are your top 7. Nicholas Spencer, Ian Rednick, and Finn Wright right on the bubble. I'm going to see, just because we're in the final one, here's
Can this be right?
to 20.
Can a solo not? This can't be right, right?
Maybe there's a bug. Yeah, Jackson should be first. Let me check on something. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to derail you. It's fine. I just feel like we should point that out.
You're absolutely right. Jackson
can't
should be on top here. So
Johnny, who's a TD, said that a solo was 1 billion points. So I think
it was 420 points. So where is Jackson? So Jackson at 403. I think he should. Yeah, the 420 isn't on there. So okay, so some sort of bug in our scoring, or more likely user error on my part. But we know, I think the rest of these look correct. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring up our players for this next game. And let's see, David, I think we're going to give you a break. And we're going to bring Johnny back onto the stream. Johnny, welcome back. All right, so Katie, this will be your game. So if you will take us through it.
All right, in Austria, we've got Jamie Leonard. In England, we've got Aslan Sawar. France is Cody Green. Germany is Ian Rednick. Italy is Christian Brown. Russia, Darius Murakowski. And Turkey is Wardy, Chris Ward.
All right. Before we get to this game, shout out from Zachary Moore. Isaac played 6 rounds. That is, thank you, and I'm glad it's not me.
That
insane behavior.
Certifiably insane. Like, that's a problem.
Yeah. Like, I've done 3 VDL in a row, and I thought that was mind-breaking.
It's bad. All right. In this game, Johnny,
Ooh.
You know what I don't want to watch? I don't want to watch Aslan get murdered again. It's sad. Aslan is a great person. You guys should work with him. This is terrible. Cody opening the channel.
For the record, I agree.
I hate it. And Russia opening north again. What is with Russia and north?
So spicy.
It's so weird. All right, I don't like
look at Christian too.
Christian Brown. Oh, okay. Anti-Austria. That's fun. You don't see that often. But I'm not as mad about it because Aslan, come on, you guys. All right. So not a lot of standard openings going on. I don't know how this worked out, but Wardy, dang.
Whoa, what?
Wardy,
Wait.
Wardy and Sev, Wardy in black, Wardy with an Italian ally. This is go Wardy.
Yeah, and check out Sweden too.
Yeah, so Russia has convoyed to Sweden.
Interesting.
Why? I don't know why. That's really wild. It's funny because Germany like supported him there, which is like Germany was on board to work with Russia, but then Russia is kind of like, no. I don't know.
It's kind of cool. It's like doing the move to Finland to clear open for the build, but instead of your position being Finland and Sweden, it's Sweden and Bosnia, which is better. I kind of
But
like
you
it.
don't know you're gonna get Sweden, so it's
Well, yeah, but you gotta, sometimes you gotta take a risk. You gotta figure you're gonna get it. You usually don't move to rum like this, though. That's not good.
yeah. I'm not sure what, because like there's already a Turkish army in Armenia,
Yeah.
right? Like that's
Yeah.
it's real risky.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he was gonna bounce. All right, 02. We've got double army builds from Wardy, which says, "Hey, I want to IT." Christian Brown says maybe he's doing one of each. We'll see what happens. But it's definitely anti-Russia from Wardy, and Jamie does not look like they're going to be long for this world. Ian with the fleet building keel, very neutral, which is probably good for him because Cody and Aslan are already at it. Like their builds are anti each other. Like this is going to be EF fighting for sure.
Yep. I like every single build on this board.
Yeah, let's see the Kraken.
Okay.
Whoa, what?
Right. So it was all a lie, and we're bad at reading boards because actually England and France were friends all along, which is good for Aslan. So maybe this is good for him. This looks really Western Tripoli, except maybe like the support to Burgundy, but you've definitely got England going anti-Russia, which is sort of Western Tripoli. And then
it is so beyond me why you would ever Western Triple from here. Like what?
Because Turkey is a problem, and the Western Triple has to all fight against Turkey because Turkey has successfully convoyed across the Black Sea. Go Wardy! Love it. So great. So good. Good for you.
Yeah.
All right. Austria taking back Budapest. That's it. Wardy and Zev in Romania. And is Wardy on 6 already in 02? Cool.
Yeah. This is what you call out of the box.
Yes. No. Tangent. Never mind. All right. England is still going after Russia, but with a fleet, a little, not maybe the most efficient, but there's an army in Norway. Maybe Aslan will move it around. And then, France is like, they're Western tripling. That's what's happening. They're Western tripling, and Wardy is just growing. I think that's what's happening.
Mind-boggling decision, but that's definitely what they're doing.
Yeah. Austria got to build. Good for them.
Yeah.
Christian Brown puts down 2 fleets.
As he must.
There is hope for the East to stop this triple. It's going to be a very boring game for Christian, though, if they stick with it. And I'm curious to see how Christian does in a boring game.
Yeah.
He loses Trieste. He loses Trieste because Wardy has no enemies except for Russia. But it doesn't matter. Russia's pro-Germany, pro-Western Triple. But there's no Western Triple because now Cody's... This is what we didn't want to see.
They turn on each other at the same time. I don't know how they knew.
They did, yeah.
Good for Aslan, though. Didn't get taken by surprise.
Yes, good for Aslan. So maybe there was some breakdown in communication and they both felt it out. I don't know. But I think Germany is really neutral. So I think who wins in the West is probably going to come down to who Ian prefers.
Or just Ian, yeah.
Or just Ian, totally. Ian prefers Ian, I think. So
right, yeah, right.
All right, so...
All right. Supports Aslan into Belgium. Little EG action.
Yeah, but is that... You don't want to be an English fleet in Belgium and have France in the channel. But what else were you going to do?
Yeah, take the build, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, what else were you going to do? And then Ian picks up Sweden and probably an ally in England and is going for Budapest because there's a German army in Galicia because that's fun and he can, so good for him. And meanwhile, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, Wardy's kind of stalled out. He really needs a fleet in Aegean or something.
He needs a friend to help him into something, yeah.
Well, he is Turkey, and for all of the gas that we saw early on, you can still play quite patient from this position. Yeah. There will be some sort of adjustment in the next few years. I think Wardy's just fine.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
All right. In winter of 1903, we've got Aslan putting down a fleet in London and Ian an army in Kiel. So advantage EG in the west. We've got Cody having to disband that army in Brest. And then Jamie manages to sneak out a build of an army in Budapest, and we see Christian disbanding the fleet in Tunis. So very different board state than we saw at the end of last year. Spring 1904.
Yeah, so we see Germany protecting himself from France. Meanwhile, England's losing Belgium. We'll see how much Germany cares about that. I did see that Jamie posted in the chat that Budapest was an arranged bounce. Oh, here we are. There you go. So German and Austria, same wavelength. Germany and Austria are still on side. And I don't know, like, Wardy's in Ukraine and Sev, I think he just gets Moscow. Is that right?
Yeah, unless Norway support holds it, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Or Warsaw, like either. What maybe it's gonna be Warsaw, I don't know. But like still looking really good for Wardy, and meanwhile has a friend in Italy. Yeah, I don't think that France getting Belgium is gonna change the tides of the West.
Well, but English supported Denmark to North, and North did it. So it's a German stab on. Channel. Yeah, so it's a German stab on England ? Except Sweden held.
They were maybe they were going to bounce. Maybe they're going to bounce. Maybe Ian's like, "Hey, I'm going to bounce with England. You should support me." And oh no, maybe I'll get there.
Maybe.
You know that happens.
Or it's hard to say exactly what's happening here. England takes Moscow. That's fun.
England takes Moscow. He takes no chances with the North Sea. He's not doing an arranged bounce with Germany. He's taking it. Good for you. But Germany does end up with Belgium. So,
yeah.
But yeah, England's got to build. Italy's in, what's that, Vienna? So Italy's got to build.
Italy's got to make a choice.
Shouldn't Wardy have gotten, I don't know, maybe I really can't read this map. I feel like Wardy should have gotten.
Have gotten what?
Play something from Russia, right? I guess
he decided to put. He's trying to dictate how the West is going to go, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, work with Aslan Wardy. Good.
Yeah.
So Johnny, I was going to ask you to expound on that a little bit. This is a very interesting choice. I would have probably gone for the selfish route and tried to pick up Warsaw or Moscow myself, but you see Wardy choosing to put Aslan into Moscow instead. How do you feel about that?
I really like this because it still disbands a Russian unit, right? So you're still gaining more control over this area. Ultimately, there's only one English army in Russia, so he's not going to be able to hold anything, right? Like you at the end of the game are going to be able to go take those dots. And this lets you prop up the person in the West that you think most needs propping up. And he's probably right about that, right? After that last turn when they did that weird bounce in North Sea thing, Wardy's thinking England can use the build right now. Later on, I'll convert that English Moscow into my own Moscow. Like you said, he's being patient in the East anyway. So I think this is really smart from Wardy. I like it.
Katie, do you agree?
I agree. Yep.
Nice. All right. So that build from Moscow turns into a fleet in Eddy. We've got Ian building a fleet in Kiel. Typically, when you see 3 fleets from Germany, England is the target. So I'm assuming we'll see a continued FG here. We've got an army build from Christian Brown. That's kind of interesting. I'm assuming the intent would be to convoy it over into Albania or something along those lines. We'll find out. And poor Darius is down to Warsaw. Really, the only thing they have left in this game is to play spoiler for someone.
Yeah, if I'm Wardy, I'm not happy about Army Rome.
Yeah, because what's he gonna do? Like it's not making you any friends. Like you want to lock up the Balkans, but that means you're fighting Turkey. Like there's no. I want to see Christian attack France right now because Cody's gonna start building from England in a couple of moves, and Iberia is never gonna be this empty again. Could have been in Leon right now.
Could have been in Leon and Piedmont right now, and guaranteed Spain with a tap on Marseille. Yeah.
Maybe Marseille, definitely Spain.
Yeah. Whatever.
Well done to Cody for that
totally
diplomatic negotiation.
Totally.
Go Wardy, Budapest, and Serbia, and Italy keeps Trieste. So I think Russia, I think Austria is gone. Good game,
Yep.
Austria.
Why doesn't France take Liverpool? I don't understand.
It's got to be a misorder.
Some sort of misorder.
Misorder the support. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's
Why
rough.
it's not
He
like
needs the build.
York.
He needs the build because now this way Christian still has the southern side if he wants it, and Christian should really take it. I don't know why. I don't know what else. I mean, you could do that and fight Turkey at the same time at this point.
You should do both.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I was wrong. France gets a build anyway. I don't know where.
London?
Yep. Retreat.
Oh, he retreats
to London. Oh no, Aslan.
No, Aslan, no.
Don't do it.
To be fair, we also missed it after seeing the builds.
True.
Yeah.
True.
But they got 15 minutes. We have 10 seconds, you know. I'm just kidding. Game's hard.
All right, so
Don't complete Brest though. Christian can still do it.
yeah.
He can. But now Wardy's got a fleet in Smyrna because now they're fighting. I don't know. All right.
Good work. Good job.
All right, going for, but now it's not. Now there's nothing there.
It's not as good anymore. Yeah,
and he's in Marseille. Like it's a year too late.
Yeah.
And Wardy's moving his way. I think for sure.
Yeah, he's gonna lose Aegean. He's gonna lose Greece. Yeah, this is good for Wardy. This is not good for Christian.
But he might be able to cut a deal with Ian.
Yeah, definitely. Ian has stabbed again for like the 12th time in this game, I think, and put Aslan back into London. So Aslan is still not dead. Good for him.
Germany and Turkey are weird partners, but I think anything is possible. Diplomacy. So
I thought Brian meant Italy and Germany might work together, which I think they probably will. Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe, but Wardy's still winning because he's in Greece and in Trieste.
This is
he
great.
won every guess.
This is great. Oh,
and he's
good
back
job,
in black
Wardy.
for some reason, but now he can
Look at him
across the
go.
black. We love it. Italy did take Marseille,
Walks into Greece.
but he's still down one, Italy, and now Germany's, I guess, moving on France. Has that been happening the whole time? I don't know.
No, it just happened last.
Just happened. There's a lot. You're right, Ian. Ian, not so reliable in this game.
No, he's playing for himself, like we said earlier on.
Yeah.
But that's a soul read to walk into Greece from Wardy. I love everything about that.
Yeah, going to black instead of it. That's cool.
That's awesome.
Nice. All right, 2 fleets. Anti-Italy. Let's go.
Yeah, Christian's cooked.
Yeah, I think so. Christian Ionian, is he going to keep it? Yeah, probably. I don't know. He's losing Venice and
Coming down to what Cody's doing.
yeah, what's he there for?
Yeah. Yep.
Germany just walks into Paris. I guess it was guaranteed.
Nothing he could have
What are you
done.
going to do? Yeah. France and
This
Eddie.
way,
Cody tapping north. I don't like it. Didn't we just see something? You don't want to tap something you could walk out of. It's the false. Just stay there. All right. But it worked. He stayed there. It's fine. Everything's fine. Germany up 2. Brest and Paris. Good job, Ian. A lot of red
good job, Ian,
arrows.
for sure.
Wardy
He's gonna be.
Vienna.
Ian's gonna be 1 underneath. No, tied.
They're tied.
Tied, yeah. And I don't know that Wardy's gonna be able to pick another one up. In fact, he might even lose Trieste.
It's going to be much more difficult from here. So
Yeah.
I did not see this coming, but this is definitely advantage Ian.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
Yep, Ian in Vienna. Wardy and Ionian is good, but
Wardy and
sometimes-
Ionian's big.
Well-
England back in the North Sea, also big. Probably get Norway. So this is going to be tight, actually.
I don't
Either of them
know.
could
Ian's
still
gonna
take.
take
Oh, okay.
Or we in.
Ian's not taking Marseille. Okay.
I don't take that draw as either of them. Honestly.
I might as Wardy.
I don't know,
Italy is
'cause-
working for Germany, I might as Wardy.
But France and England are working against Germany. He's down. He's got a fleet disadvantage. They're gonna get him from behind.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a look at our standings. Just want to see if this made a difference here. Christopher Ward currently sitting in 8th. So that, and I'm assuming Jackson's up at 1 here and that everything else is correct. So Ian, though, I think Ian secured his place. So good on Ian for accepting that. Didn't need the extra points.
Sure. Yeah.
The one who may have missed out. I don't know if Christopher Ward is playing in another game or not. So, all right. Well, this is coming down to the wire as it usually does. And Katie, we're going to give you a break. Thank you. And let's go ahead and bring. Looks like Karthik, you're coming back. Karthik,
Getting
welcome.
back.
All right, so we're going to round 6, game 15. We have 2 rounds left, or 2 games left.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and keep our pace going. And here is our next game. All right, Johnny.
All right, we've got Andrew Koch playing Austria. I believe that is Coke Animal, the extended deadline player who won the last season of Nexus and is also about to start playing with the New York Diplorats.
Awesome.
So go, Andrew. Isaac Jukes or Ukes, we still don't know. In England, Nicholas Spencer in France, Saren Kwok in Germany, Jason Bennett in Italy, Simon W. in Russia, and the return of John Jameson playing Turkey. Maybe he'll get that convoy into North Africa from all the way from Smyrna.
Looks like Katie's spoiling. She's in the next game, so I think we're going to go ahead and switch games. So spoiler for everyone, or preview, little teaser. We'll go ahead and move on to this one. Thank you, Katie. All right, here we go.
Excellent.
Well, go Andrew next time then.
Yeah.
We've got Epoxy Moron in Austria. Whoever that is. Katie Gray is in England. Tim Crosby is in France, fighting for the top board. Mohammed A is in Germany. Teague Apright is in Italy. Go Teague. Ronovesky is in Russia, and Bradley Grace in Turkey, also fighting for the top board. So the two people who are currently in position are in France and Turkey. So they're going to be doing their best to get one last solid result and solidify their shot at the top board.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Nothing too crazy here. The Italian opening into Tiroli and Venice is not super nice to Austria, and what's even less nice to Austria is Warsaw to Gal walks right in. Presumably that was not arranged, although what Vienna accomplishes in any kind of scenario is somewhat beyond me. So it's not looking good for Austria.
Yep. And bad things continue for Austria as Trieste is successfully taken by Venice by force. Romania taken, bounce out of Greece. I don't know why you do the self-bounce in Budapest. Waste of an order. Gotta take there when you're getting ganged up on like this. Yeah, unfortunate happens there. In other news, Katie gets her army sent to die. Just kidding. Given the fact that Burgundy's in Ruhr, she probably will be okay. Norwegian takes Norway, so just really good turn for Katie Gray. I'm curious to see how she'll do.
Rauno does the fun thing of finding out that Sweden's going to be bounced and saying "screw you, Germany," swimming right into Baltic and letting Germany take Sweden behind. So that's fun from Rauno. It's a good setup for him. Looks like an RT in the south.
Yep.
Double armies from Mohammed. I am very much on record as saying I do not like that. I don't think there are very many universal truths in Germany. In diplomacy, including this one. I do think there is a time and a place, but it's like 99% of the time, I believe you should build that fleet in Spring 1901 if you have 2 builds. We'll find out whether or not that comes back to bite Mohammed. Everything else looks pretty standard. Karthik, what are the Western adjustments telling you?
Yeah.
So when I look at the Western adjustments, basically I look at Germany trying to be very, very kind to England. And I think they're going to pay the price for it, because the issue is when you do this, England you have no ability to make England pay for trying to attack you. You have no ability to stall them out. So England looks at it as a free walk rather than as like an act of friendship. So you should always, always, always build that second fleet as Germany. There's never a reason not to.
Yeah.
And as you can see here, Katie does take advantage of Mohammed's kindness, walking into Denmark, cutting Holland, making sure that Ruhr cannot be taken. This is Katie being very, very pro EF. This is all bad for poor Mohammed. If I had to guess, he probably loses Sweden or something like that pretty soon as well. The one counter to the EF though is Teague Upright moving fast towards the French. At the same time, Austria's destruction basically continues unabated.
Right, but who's Teague's friend that he thinks he can do this? Maybe it's Bradley because Bradley's in the block, but Bradley's also in Aegean?
Yeah, no, it's a valid question. I don't know.
Oh, let's find out. Yeah. Bradley Grace, I guess.
If
All
it
right,
works, it
another
works.
Kraken. Yeah. Teague's in Vienna. He's in Serbia. He loses Trieste, but on the whole, good turn for Italy. Not a good turn for Austria, obviously.
Austria does get Romania. It is something.
Well, yeah, sure. Big convoy from Belgium to Norway from Katie. That's fun. I don't know what the purpose of it is when you have York sitting there, but okay. It's more fun this way. You're gonna give Tim the unit anyway. Sure, it's cool.
Yeah, if it's fun, it's fun. Is my view.
Yeah. Yeah. And Baltic just swipes Berlin.
Yeah.
Also fun.
Can't ever complain when you see something fun like that.
Yep. Yeah. The northern attack progresses unabated. Tim is making progress in the south against Italy, so the EF looks great. Looks like they've got Mohammed walking the other direction, which is exactly what they want. Teague's still looking good. No, Teague's losing Serbia. Seems like Bradley is attacking both of his neighbors and completely getting away with it. So for as long as Bradley can continue to do that successfully, he and Turkey is in a good spot.
Yep. Oh,
well, there you go.
Well, okay, yeah, sure, fair enough.
Yeah.
Why not put Germany into St. Petersburg? Why, while also convoying to Holland? Why do that while you vacate Baltic? Who knows? It works. If Mohammed will go along with it, go for it.
If it works, it works.
But yeah, if I'm her, I'm staying in the Baltic Sea because, as I've said a billion times, the equivalent of Serbia in the Balkans is the Baltic Sea in the Scandinavia, center of the board area. Gotta have it.
Check that one off your Karthik commentary bingo cards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The
And
real
Bradley
is what's happening in the Balkans.
Yeah. Bradley picks up 2, neither of them from Italy, so it looks like it's still some kind of Kraken. Yeah, I think it's still some kind of Kraken. Which makes some amount of sense. Russia's pretty much useless at this point. Get Italy to defend against England. Turkey can go take Warsaw and Moscow, hopefully, before the West gets there. Yeah, do a Kraken. Makes sense.
Right.
And the builds indicate that the Kraken will continue, and also that the England is not making a change in their allegiance.
Yep. Cool. That's a cute little convoy to Tuscany. Gonna get into Piedmont. Mohammed is fully Janissarying for the EF, which is great for them. They're in Tyrolia, Prussia. Supports the convoy into Livonia. Very cute. This is all good for the West. Not bad for Bradley either, which is what you would expect. What exactly he's doing in Serbia is unclear at this stage, but of course Karthik's going to like it.
Yep. No, I of course love it. How can you possibly complain? You're in Serbia. Who cares what you're doing once you get it? As long as you're there, happy days.
Right.
No, but the convoy to Tuscany, I almost always dislike the move. It almost always ends up worse than you'd expect. But this is one of the few times where I think it actually is promising. I think there is a clear path to gains. It does take some work, but I think it's doable, especially if Germany is working with you. At the same time, the fleet in Norway is freed up, so I think there's some good that can be done there. And then let's see, where was I going with this? You have the that's basically everything. Like this is a convoy getting into Livonia. Everything that could go right for the EF is going right now.
Yep, totally.
The only move I'm not understanding is Teague's decision to move out of Tuscany. That convoy, I don't know, it's common enough that I think I would have preferred being in that space to prevent that convoy. Of course, I'm seeing the moves, so it's easy to say. But I'm just trying to understand what do you think the thought process was in moving back to Venice?
You want to be able to hold it in case you get like Piedmont and Tyrolia.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I agree. It's not ideal. And Venice falls.
Yeah.
Austria stays alive in Warsaw. That's always fun. Bradley is decimating Teague as pretty much expected. Serbia, Budapest, and Ionian Sea. And for some reason, Katie does not take the convoy into St. Petersburg that I expected her to. I don't know why.
Yeah, that would have worked for sure. I don't know. Maybe just playing Nest in the Hobbit for a little longer. I mean, it's still nice. Like, they have so much time.
Yeah.
We have seen some pretty effective turkeys this tournament. Pretty far cry from 2 or 3 years ago when Turkey was just getting destroyed over and over again. So nice to see a little variety there.
I'd love to see it.
More balanced. All right, so let's play Who Do You Like? Karthik, I'll go to you first.
Whew, that is hard. I think if I had to choose someone I liked here, I want to choose Katie, but she's not in the Baltic Sea, so I'll have to choose her, who is in Serbia.
And Johnny?
I think Bradley is the right choice. I think if you're not choosing Bradley, you're choosing Katie. I think this is a great English position. Nothing to complain about here. Got so many options.
Both witches doing well. Pushing right along. Spring 1905.
There's the convoy to St. Pete. Thank you.
There we go.
And
this is beautiful for Turkey. See, that's why you want Serbia.
Yeah, Teague doesn't even seem to be trying to fight it. Teague's just letting Bradley walk all over him, which is not you don't like to see that. And I think Mohammed is going to go try to set up a puppet state in Austria. It's going to go for like a Holy Roman Empire type thing, unite Germany and Austria again. So that's fun.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to just return back to this conversation. Bob, in 2000 and 2000, in the 2001 and 2021 and 2022 seasons, air was the default by far. It was almost, I would guess, 80% of the time. And I think you're just seeing an adjustment this year and kind of the back half of last year, starting to see a lot more flexibility with what happens with the Turks, which is made for a lot more dynamic games, far more entertaining for us. Definitely more entertaining for whoever's playing the Turk.
Sign my petition to make EGI the new air, everybody.
EGI is fantastic. I have been a long time evangelist for it. So
yeah, France is more dangerous than Turkey. Don't let France out of the box. EGI.
Of course.
I will sign into that charter as well. It's risky, but so is the air if you don't do it right. So I think France is definitely the one that needs to be the meta needs to adjust against.
Yeah.
All right, fall 1905. Here we go.
Katie and Tim are making advances everywhere and letting Mohammed have fun, which you love to see. He's in Gal, he's in Bohemia, he's in Tyrolia, he's in Moscow. The French are in Tunis. They're in Rome. They're in Tyrrhenian. You're starting to get worried that Katie is going a little too slowly. She St. Pete, which is good. France is building 2. I don't know. But they're making progress. They might even be able to push Turkey back, which would be cool in a 1910 game for Western Triple to be able to do that.
I think if Katie does drop into Baltic soon, she can gank pretty hard, and then she could actually make pretty nice stuff.
I don't know, Karthik. Do you think Baltic's like a good space or something?
Yeah, I think Baltic's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, good. Oh, France into Naples, man. What happened to Italy? This is brutal.
Ooh,
and Germany takes Vienna. There's that Habsburg solidarity and Warsaw. All right. Yeah, this is great for the West.
The War of Austrian Succession is on.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. This game matters for Katie and Timothy and Bradley. So Bradley must just be absolutely clawing his eyes out that this is what's happening to him. Yeah, cool. What happens here? Oh, they missed the guess over Warsaw. That's too bad.
That's rough.
And Venice. That's too bad.
That's spicy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what went wrong there. Why didn't Tyrolia Sport hold Venice?
I cannot
Sport holding
figure it out.
Vienna instead. Yeah, okay. Just a tricky set of guesses, but they missed them both there, so that's too bad.
Yeah. It's rough. Nothing much you can do about it.
Yeah, it is what it is. Katie advancing the fleet or the army, so that's good.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull in our standings. I want to see where we sit right now because we've got several of these players that are close. So as of the orders we've seen so far, Jackson is first, but it looks like Bradley Grace, if it were to end right now, has secured his spot. Tim Crosby is the one that's right on the bubble, and Katie Gray is going to have to score more than Tim in order to advance. I don't think that Katie would be able to catch Bradley.
Yeah.
So, all right. So moving back.
Brian, this is correctly calculating with the drop round, right?
I believe so. I won't swear to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That looks a little suspect to me, but it could be right.
All right, so yeah, okay. I'm gonna assume that these are not correct then. So maybe it is the drop round that's not calculating. All right, so we will ignore the scores going forward, and then we'll just find out. It'll be a surprise to all of us when we see the top 7.
Sounds good.
All right, pushing on through 1907.
Yeah, so this is a nice little fix of the previous wrongs. Now they do win the guess on Warsaw. They do win the guess on Galicia. They do lose the guess on Vienna, but that's an acceptable loss because you get the retreat. You can take it back, no issues. They do win the guess on Venice as well, forcing that retreat. So now they have basically all the position that they need to finally blow up the southern position enough where they can get the win. So long as Katie goes for the right time stab, I think she can find a way onto the top board.
Burgundy is interesting.
Burgundy is interesting because if she can top Timothy Crosby, that's 34 points. No,
48 points.
24 points that he loses. If she can get the top, then that's 48 more points for her. Massive net swing. So,
right. And instead they do nothing. Very weird guess to tap Apulia here. I don't know what the point of that was. Don't get into Ukraine. Do not retake Vienna, which they could have.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yeah. Boy, if I'm Katie, I'm almost dropping into English and now at this point. What do you have to lose?
Right. Okay, good. Pull Berlin as needed.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
But in the spring, and now it's awkward. He knew it was coming. Should have done it a turn or two ago. She's in Baltic though, so she's gonna win no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Now she's in Baltic. She's you just got to walk into Berlin. It's free. like,
No,
take
he's in
heel.
Munich.
So
Yeah.
Bradley pushes forward, Tim is moving forward, and it's just down to the three of them, and they are all making adjustments towards each other. Find out if Teague makes a difference in the outcome here.
Muhammad's gonna make a big difference. Teague is
Oh,
just gonna die.
Oh, and she walks out of
What?
Baltic.
No, don't do this. Don't do this. Why are they doing this? Self bounce an Irish Sea when you could have guaranteed Mao? I know you don't want the retreat, but you've got York just sitting there.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all. It's taking your foot off the brake.
Turn, walk into Kiel, walk into Berlin.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Take Moscow.
Take
Yeah,
Moscow.
that was rough. Oh, man.
So I guess Katie and just gave up. I think it's enough for Timothy Crosby and Bradley Grace to make it, but I guess Katie decided she'd rather spend her Saturday with me and you, which I mean, valid.
Katie.
All right.
Cheers to you.
All right.
Cheers to
support
like I said,
me.
she wanted to hang out with us. Like, who can fault anyone for choosing that, making that decision?
I mean, look at all those Vipers on the top board as opposed to us lovely faces. I totally get it.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right. So we will go to our final game of this round. So let's see. I'm going to give Johnny, I think you get the break here. So pull Katie in. Get the Karthik and Katie show. And let's bring up the final game of our...
Oh, no.
Katie, you chose to be here. You could be on the top board right now if you wanted to be.
Right.
I was so Care Berry last weekend, Karthik. It would have taken a miracle in the last game.
All right, round 6, board 15. Hector, this will be the final game of the qualifying rounds. We'll find out who the top 7 are after this. And we'll move to our top board coverage. So let's get right to it. Karthik, you have the call on this one.
Awesome. So we have Andrew Cope coming to us from Online Play, Ukes from Great Britain, Nicholas Spencer from Tennessee, Darren Kwok, of course, from London, Jason Bennett just outside of DC, Simon playing Russia, also a great online player, and John Jameson making his tournament experience, coming to us from Vancouver, Canada.
All right. Really happy to see all of the extended deadline players that are participating in this event. It's a great way to get your virtual games in to qualify for the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. And it's just a great way to experience a different kind of format, a different way to play. So thank you all for playing.
One thing I want to call attention to is that 4 of the players are within the top 11, all very, very much in contention for the top board. So let's see how they play it. So the first, first turn is very, very standard. The one thing I want to call note to is in the south, we do have the Armenian fist bump, Smyrna going to Armenia, Stev to Armenia, and then the fleet in Ankara sliding out to Constantinople. And we also have a bounce in Piedmont. I have not seen the bounce in Piedmont in a long, long time. It's curious, that why Nicholas Spencer and Jason Bennett wanted to do it, because I've never seen them do it in any of their previous film, but it is definitely something that you can do. Paris to Picardy, Brest to English, always very fun.
It's not. I'm sorry. You should never bounce in Piedmont as trans, because if Italy doesn't do it, you're totally screwed. Like, Italy has nothing better to do with Venice. Don't do it. Don't agree to it. If Italy moves there, then you just mess with Italy's game. Don't do it. France, don't do it.
I agree, but I'm
bad.
being nice, Katie. I'm being nice.
Sorry, Bob. Don't do it.
But yeah, no, so we're
especially when you're opening to the channel. I don't.
This is true. Like, I understand this. So
if you're fearing EGI, then you want to go with the zigzag opening. You go to Burgundy with Marseille, Gatine
support
Paris,
Burgundy, yeah,
and then you go to English Channel with Brest, and then
don't do that.
And then
don't do anything Karthik says.
Anyway. Anyways, ignoring Katie and moving on here. Denmark to force Russia into Sweden. And also Russia takes Romania with a fleet. Simon playing Russia exactly like how I like to do it. John Jameson, great play, sending Constantinople to Aegean. But my one question here is, why is Russia doing this if they're doing the Armenian fist bump? This means that we're likely seeing a rat. But why are they bouncing Galicia then and letting Venice walk into Trieste? Like,
it's not likely a rat. A Russian fleet in Romania is anti-Turkey. That's not a rat. I don't.
right? Why not put the army there? Like, well, why do the Armenian fist bump? Like, none of these things independently make sense. Like,
I don't like it.
That's why.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
like
fair
it.
enough. I guess it's just a RA that Austria doesn't exactly want. Fair enough. Yeah, but great builds. I love the double fleets from France. Always fun time. Yeah.
I don't like double fleets from France. I was in an extended deadline game once as France, and I built double fleets, and I didn't get another build for like 3 years, and I could do literally nothing. I hated it. It's gross.
Mm-hmm.
Always build an army as France. Just do it. Just do it. It's kind of like being Germany. Just build one of each. Just do one of each, and you're fine.
You don't read the rest of the board, Katie?
I disagree with everything. Don't talk to your neighbors. Do whatever you want. All right.
But Katie's your board read.
Okay. Anyway, Russia is taking black. The fleet in Rum Karthik was not a rat. It was anti-Turkey.
Yeah,
we knew this. This is Russia working with Austria against Turkey, and also Italy's joining in. And this is an AIR. That's just what it is.
Fair enough. I was just surprised by the Austrians getting double supported into Greece. So last turn.
Well, they tricked Turkey.
Yeah.
They lied. I don't know. It was fake.
All right. Got Germany in North Sea in fall of 1902. That's always fun.
And a convoy to Eddie is even funner, although not if you're
Wales
Isaac.
and Edinburgh both succeed. Yeah.
Yeah, not if you're Isaac and you're playing your 6th game in a row, and then you have to think about: should I be playing 6 games in a row, or should I maybe sleep and play better? Hey, I played the game with Isaac. He's cool. He'll appreciate it. It's fine. He's not gonna be mad at me. All right. Good for Austria. Up to it's an AIR, and it's an AIR, but with like a lot of fleets around Turkey. So I'm curious to see what happens like after Turkey dies. And England is deciding to just defend their homelands, which kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Can't blame them for that.
Yep. Oh, that's a convoy.
Yeah, it is.
That Turkey was on board with. Jesus.
Wait.
Yeah, Turkey supported it. Yeah.
John Jameson, I guess, said, "Kill me."
He said, "I have better things to do with my time. I'm leaving." That's what John
fair
said.
enough. I mean,
yeah.
Well,
But at the same time, Austria takes Rum, but yeah, maybe they're blowing up this fleet, and Russia takes Ankara, and Turkey's dead. I think.
Giving Romania to Ukraine, it looks very arranged to me.
Yeah.
And
especially with like Venice to Piedmont and Vienna to Bohemia, they're moving to its line.
Definitely.
Yeah. I think this is you.
Yep. And so Livonia supports Ukraine into Warsaw, getting a nice little a bounce, a 2-on-2 bounce with Prussia and Silesia. Fantastic. Decent guesswork there by Simon, picking at least one to giving up Norway to Saren and Nicholas. London goes to France as well, leaving Isaac basically stuck on Liverpool alone. France continues to swing south, Lyon and Western occupied by the French. The Italians are just moving full force to the west, saying, look, Turkey is dead, we got him. Let's keep on moving. The only thing that hasn't moved forward is the Bulgarian army, which one could argue probably should be in Serbia right now, or Bulgaria to Romania, Romania to Galicia, and have Bohemia still stay there. Seems like Andrew Koch got a little spooked.
Yeah, this is just like an FG and AAR, and they're going to meet on the line, and somebody will cross.
Or stab or have a draw, yeah.
Yeah. You want to go?
Sure. Austria takes Ukraine, which is really nice. That's a huge gain for them. Does give them some greater control over how things are going to be going in the east.
But it means it's not an AAR. So it means AAR collapsed and this is FG. That's what it means.
Because Sev goes to okay, just kidding. I was hoping that this is going to be back in Sample in the retreat. Yeah, maybe not. And then Yeah, it looks like FG is going to roll this board. The Italians move into position to hold the line, but they're army short. Not an issue right now because France is unit short, so it doesn't matter, but just a thing to know for the future. Liverpool gets taken by the French. So long, Isaac, it was great watching you play. Kudos to you for playing 6 games in a row.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have that marathon spirit in me anymore, but like it is draining, so kudos to you for making it work.
I don't know if we can support that kind of behavior on DPN, but I will say I know that as a tournament organizer, being able to fill boards is sometimes difficult, and when you can get players that are willing to jump in like that, it is appreciated.
Yeah, it's like we should give him an award. It's like we should give him an award. Karthik. It's like we should give him an award, but also like we don't want to be enabling
right.
kind of addiction.
We need the thing scrolling. Please play responsibly across the bottom, Chiron.
Yeah. Please play responsibly. Yeah. All right. Not a good turn for Russia. Russia's losing Seb. Russia's losing Warsaw. Russia's losing Sweden. Oh, Simon, you're gonna be on 2. 3, because you have Ankara, but still that's pretty rough. But it is sort of turning into a wintergreen against Austria, which, you know, in some ways is kind of fun, but also like when you have an EG coming at you, it's probably it might not work out. We'll see.
Yeah, not great. 1910 is probably the only thing that will save them.
All right, so we've got a nice 8 center Austria, 8 center France, and 9 center Germany. Let's move on to spring. Actually, before we do that, we'll go ahead and see our adjustments, and we'll play Who Do You Like? Katie, I'll go to you.
Normally I would like Germany. Wow, I don't know why I said that. Normally I would like France. And I kind of think I still do like France. I like France less knowing that Saren's in Germany. But if I'm just looking at the board, I like France.
I would disagree with Katie, even just from a pure board perspective. I really like this German position because I just look at, like, you know, St. Petersburg and Moscow hanging out. I think there's a lot of room for Germany to keep units away from Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, at least for long enough to get their units out. And I think that France will stall out around Tirhenia and Tunis and stuff like that, unless they can, like, you know, find a way to break apart. And Austria has easy dots to Italy that will keep them going away from Germany for a little bit, I think. Oh, actually, I take that back. I really like Austria too. Austria needs some more hype.
I'm going to pick Austria, and we got one of each. One of us will be right. But no, I seriously do like this Austrian position, simply because I think it is more likely that we'll see conflict between France and Germany than Austria, but we shall see.
Yeah, Italy's probably not stabbing Austria anytime soon.
Yeah.
Well,
no, you say that.
I say that, and you'd think that that was arranged, but then Greece retreated instead of blowing up, which is not screaming arranged. So I don't know why I said that. I should have waited 2 seconds and then sounded smart. So Austria, Italy are fighting, and France and Germany are not. So I was wrong. France into Tunis, that's points for me being correct. And France and St. Pete, points for me being correct. Germany and Moscow, points for Karthik, but we can skip that. Yeah, kind of wild. It's really not great if you're in an alliance and you and your alliance partner have like 12 centers total, as I think AI have, and then the other side has 20. Maybe don't fight. Maybe try to band together. I don't know.
I really do like the new German position, though. Like I said, they have Silesia, Bohemia, and Tyrolia. I thought they were just going to be able to keep Austria out of it. They're in it. Like, that's beautiful.
Yeah. And hat tip to Nicholas. It's always fun to see France in St. Pete. It usually means they're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
And Tunis.
Yeah, St. Pete and Tunis. That's like a solo, right?
Right, exactly.
Solo threat.
That's pretty good. Except not if you're moving everything away from Germany when you could be stabbing them to go for your solo. But, you know, sometimes you got to play the long game.
Yep. Oh, man. I mean, what are the odds?
Okay, so Italy and Austria are still fighting. This is wild.
Right.
This is wild. Something happened between them, and they don't care. They're mad.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe they're both not. Well, I thought Jason was kind of close to the top board, but maybe they're not close enough where they really care, and they're just. I don't know. Sometimes you're just mad in this game, I guess.
I'll tell you this, Nicholas. Like, he's saying that he couldn't stab Germany because of standings. He needed more centers. There's no better way to get points than to get a solo. 420 can't beat it.
That's
That's
Oh.
true.
1906.
Good solo.
Yeah. Germany takes Vienna. Oh my god. They're in position to take Budapest. They're in position to take Sevastopol. Venice is just chilling there. Like France doesn't even try to take it.
I'm so upset that I'm never in the alliance that does this. I'm always
Right.
like I'm always in the Austria-Italy part of this. Like, why can't I be in a dominating 2-person alliance that just takes over the whole board?
Because you won't write my orders down. Okay.
That sounds fun.
No, but Tirhenian has taken in retreats to Ionian instead of Naples. Rome is free now. Like,
This is just GF and like, are they gonna stick together? Are they not? Like, why not?
I mean, why not? Yeah, I mean, why would Saren
We have to lose.
But Saren has worked very, very hard to cultivate this image of being this like very, very trusting ally who never stabs, even though she does stab, as we've seen, in those triples. If you're this third person, you get cut real fast.
Like, have you been watching the stream?
No, that's what I'm saying. There's the image and then there's reality, and she worked really hard to cultivate that image. And I don't know if she would stab here because it's a duo, not a trio here. And you're already on the top board, basically, I think, at this point. So why bother stabbing?
I think, yeah, there's no reason to.
Well, we've got very vulnerable French middle, and we've got Germany with 2 builds, a couple of army builds here through the middle of the board. We could be talking about a German solo.
Yeah, I mean, Germany building 2, France is building nothing, and the no army is really in the middle of the board. Why is the army in Brest? Please don't tell me he's going to get convoy to Naples while Munich walks into Burgundy.
We get the 2 armies, but not necessarily in the position that would be most threatening, but there's still a potential. Nope, doesn't happen.
Good. Convoy to Naples fails. That's to be expected. So Italy is still putting up some of a fight. Okay, so Germany's actually in an even better position than I thought of. Italy is still fighting them.
She's in Venice.
No, that's what I'm saying. I said Germany is in a better position if Italy is fighting France, which I thought
Yeah,
they'd
I'm
give.
not. Hey, Karthik, it's possible for me to say something and not disagree with you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm like, yeah, of course she's in a better position. She's in Venice and she's in Vienna. What the heck, dude?
Hey, Katie, you tell me Karthik you're right is something I'm just not used to hearing.
Well, I didn't say that.
All right, so winter of 1907.
Brian, get him under control.
These are our adjustments. I want to talk through. We've got some game situations, tournament situations going on here as well. So I believe Saren's probably safe no matter what. So Nicholas needs to beat Jason. Does anybody know if Jason is in?
Jason Bennett?
Yeah.
He was close. He was close, but probably not like now, given this game.
Right, that'd be my guess.
My game was watching a lot of stuff closely, and I don't think Jason was in the running at this point.
All right, so really Nicholas is the one I'm keeping an eye on. So let's
He's
say
on the edge.
Yeah.
I think he has to beat Wardy in like 2 games ago that we covered.
Okay, so Bob says Jason's out by now. He's racing against Ian. So in the other game. So we just need to get some points is really what it comes down to. So Karthik, you've got to get points. Saren doesn't really help you to get points against her. But obviously a point's a point if you can top. What's your path that you're choosing as France?
Well, first I just begin by asking Saren, I was like, hey, we're looking at the standings, you're on the top board with this safety. Can you give me 2 centers so I make the top board?
Yeah. No brainer.
Right. It's a no brainer. Saren says yes, she has a friend on the top board. Nicholas says yes because he gets on the top board. There's a way for everyone to be happy here, and I see no reason for it not to happen.
Yeah.
I'd be stunned if it didn't happen. I mean,
And
I won't say
that didn't, Katie, what would you do?
Oh, I was gonna say I won't say Karthik is right, but I agree with him. If that doesn't work, then I don't build a fleet Marseille, I guess.
right, exactly.
I think at some point it's important when you're playing diplomacy to accept that you don't have control over everything. If you are in a position where you've already made these builds and you already can't do a lot about it, like just try to have fun and try to get there together. Like try to ask, okay, can I have Rome and can I have Naples, right? Like not maybe necessarily not your centers, but can I like get something else to get there? Because then she has nothing to lose. She's not even losing her own score. I think that's my next thing. Like if you can't help me get there from your centers, can you get me them from Italian ones? I think that's what I go for.
Okay. All right, spring of 1908, we've got France of the Million Fleets and the board. Let's keep going.
It's a lot of fleets. Oh, but it's a nice convoy. It's a pretty convoy.
Oh, the stab did happen. Saren stabbed Nicholas, and for what?
Oh, but it's a nice convoy.
I literally said, what if the convoy happens from Brest to Naples? And it's a Roman said, but same.
Wait. Why don't you bounce in Liverpool forever? I mean, maybe Saren goes to Eddie.
Because Yorkshire walks into Edinburgh.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to do that.
Okay, you don't be in this thing and have a German army. Like, you don't do that. You don't.
Right, no, that should have been long gone.
Yeah, that should have been gone. Yeah. Oh, that was a nice convoy.
Yeah.
But, like, if Saren gets Liverpool, but she's going to get... No, it's already the fall.
Yeah, Paris is guaranteed.
It's already the fall. No, it's not. Oh, he can't build. Okay. Yeah. Okay. He can't build because he's losing Liverpool, even though he's getting Rome.
No, but it's also still the fall. Like the fall moves have not happened yet.
Oh, well, what is going on with this board?
Oh no, he loves Ryan!
Our fearless leader, come back.
Is Katie going? Sorry, is Sarah going for the solo here? Like, I mean, she has time. Like,
Are you able to hear me now? Good.
Yeah,
I don't know what just happened there. My little technical issue there.
I can hear you.
Yeah, while we fix that. So I guess. Oh, we're back.
No,
See, you're
right.
It's work double time.
Okay, so fall of 1908. We've got a move by the German against France. We're not exactly sure why. Perhaps there's a shot at a solo here.
So yeah, Paris.
There's only 2 more years. There's 2 years. The last one happened in 3 years because France was totally throwing. I don't think it's gonna happen in 2 years.
Yeah, I don't think.
There's a lot of French fleets.
There's a lot of French fleets. Yeah, they're out of position, but like, I mean, you still have to overcome them. Yeah, Saren's on 14. St. Petersburg is takeable. Belgium, London, Eddie. I mean, it's doable. You used to win every single guess, basically.
We've got 2 years.
I don't know.
Yeah, you basically have to win every single guess and hope that no one tries to stamp you.
I will say on my board, a lot of Bradley was like, Bradley, I'm spilling your secrets. You thought I couldn't because I wasn't commentating my board. He was like, I want to get ahead of Nicola in the standings. Maybe Saren was like, I want to beat somebody else in the standings. You don't know. Like,
yeah, maybe
you just wanted to choose earlier in Paris method.
Secondary motivation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like if Nicholas doesn't make it, she doesn't have an enemy on the top board because of this, and maybe she just wants a better pick. I don't know.
Fair enough.
But I mean, it's an effective stab.
I did the same thing to her last year.
I like how she skips London. That's fun.
Yeah,
that's good. I mean, it's Saren. Obviously, she knows what she's doing, but that's good.
I mean, after London is rightful French clay, so.
All right. All right. Okay. Can I just point out this is all happening, and now Italy and Austria are finally working together, and they're kicking Germany out of Budapest. Are you kidding me? Italy and Austria.
How did we decide that France getting attacked was the straw? The final straw is like, you can attack us, but you can't attack France. Like, what the hell is this?
That's kind of funny. I don't know. Maybe they finally had a heart to heart.
All right. So winner of 1909, we've got Germany at 14, army built in Munich. We've got +1 for Italy, but no place to build, no home centers. And all right, let's play this thing out. That's it.
Why?
All right.
Why?
Gotta draw here.
Sorry, guys.
Did
Everyone who
Darren
played this game, I
get at
feel
least
for
something
you.
to pass somebody? Like, well, can we see the standings?
I don't know if they're accurate, but I will show them with the giant caveat that I have no idea if
This is the last game, right?
Yeah,
Before
this
the
is the
top board?
last game.
Okay.
Yep. So we know it's wrong immediately because
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Jackson,
Jackson's there.
yeah, but
Is
we'll
everything
see.
else right though? Because I think
Saren just
everything
wanted
else
to be
is right.
Ed. I think that's Saren on Ed violence.
Wait, no, but the difference in points that she got, like she was already had the top bonus. I don't think she passed Ed because of the sender she stole from Nicholas.
Yeah. So I'm not sure this is right, but it's possible. Okay,
Everything
so,
looks right besides Jackson.
Okay. So we just
Well, okay,
moved
Bradley.
Jackson up to number 1, probably. I'm
Right.
assuming, and then we go from there. So.
Cool.
Awesome. All right. Well, that sets up a storyline for sure going into our top board. So what we're going to do now is we're going to talk a little bit about the top board and top board format. I'm going to pull Johnny back in. Johnny, welcome. And David has retired for the night, so we want to all thank David for all of his hard work. As always, he brings a level of gravitas to our broadcasts that we do not have when he's absent. But we also
No gravitas between us four.
We're a bunch of like drinking hooligans. We don't know what to talk about. Brian's like literally trying to like keep us together. Sorry, Brian.
I'm so glad this is my first TBN stream.
All right. So I do want to ask if you are enjoying the stream. If you will, go ahead and like and subscribe. Give us a thumbs up. You can give it for the kids. You can give it for David. But we're going to have a good time going into this. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Paris method. So one of the things that I enjoy about the Summer Classic is that it kind of replicates the top board experience that you will have at a lot of major events. Most open tournaments just tend to do open play, just max number of best your score across the open field of play, and the best scorer at the end wins. A lot of the championship games will have a qualifying round where the top 7 players will go into a top board, and then those top 7 players will compete to win the game. I personally really enjoy watching top boards, but they are a different kind of game. They do play a little bit differently than a lot of other tournament games because you're removing those tournament standings from the mix, and you're bringing in there is not agreement in the community about this topic, but to me, it is a purer form of diplomacy in that you typically have one player who is going to win the game, and that's all you're playing for. You're removing all of the other incentives, except that that's not true. The reason that's not true is you are still bringing in all of the baggage from the previous rounds. So the net effect is that I equate the top board to kind of being like the final rounds in the game of Survivor, where your jury of your peers will often influence how the final game comes out. So when you're playing in your qualifying rounds, did you do people dirty to get there? That may come back to haunt you in this top board round. And in many cases, once a player realizes, hey, I'm not going to be able to win, what is their secondary motivation? If your tournament standings are not affected, how do you decide how you're going to decide how to play out the rest of that game? So that's the fascinating aspect to me.
I will note here, Brian, that tournament scores are affected by the top board. The winner wins, but the rest of the scores count as an additional game added onto your tournament score. So you could, for example, go from 6th to 2nd or 3rd with a really good result, which affects your DB&I points quite a bit.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good call out. Different events do it differently. So yeah, in this case, that will definitely could be meaningful. So thank you. All right. So with that, I know Katie, you and Karthik both have some experience playing on top boards. Johnny, have you played top board before?
Nope, but those who can't compete commentate.
All right. So Karthik and Katie, what has your experience been like? I'll go to you first, Katie.
I've played on 2 top boards. My first was DBNI, like not this year, the one before. And I thought that like it's a top board, it's gonna be sharks, it's gonna be balance of power. And I played really like aggressively and not how I like to play. And I remember being very indecisive and not reliable, and I hated how I played. And then Jason Mathbaum won because he was the more reliable ally. So I think we can all learn something from that. My second game, I played a lot sort of safer. I made fewer enemies, and then in the end, Jason Mathbaum stabbed Nicola Tellier, and I won because people were mad at Jason. And I think my experience with top boards, it's only 2 boards. It's not a lot. But what I learned from those 2 games was don't believe that you have to change the way you play to match how other people play, because people play this game really differently and it works out for different people. I'm not going to be able to play tactically the way that Karthik can because I don't see the board like he does. And Karthik is not going to be able to make friends the way that I can. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. Like, that's not the way that we play this game. We're different, and like that's what happens. And then the other thing is like, if you are going to play the way that you want to play, just like have fun. And like, it's really hard for me because I'm competitive and I think everyone's the same way, but like, just remember it's a game. Just have fun and play the way you want to play. I can't wait for this game. I hope that they all are miserable. They're all fighting because I think it'll be really fun to watch. But like, for their sakes, I just hope that people had fun and played the way they wanted to play.
Bradley just reminded me that I actually did play on a top board in the VDC last year, and I'm pretty sure I attacked Karthik the whole game.
Yeah,
you won.
So clearly, that was a memorable one.
Johnny won.
All right,
I didn't win. I got second.
No, but you attacked Karthik the whole game.
Well, exactly. So I did win.
Secondary motivation. All right. So one of the interesting things most top boards do is there's a little bit of a mini game in power selection called the Paris method. Karthik, can you explain how Paris method works?
Sure. So basically, you are going to be ranked based off of your placement in the tournament. And then based off of that placement in the tournament, you will start at the bottom and you'll get to choose where you're going to draft. So the 7th place person gets no choice. They're just placed smack dab in the middle. And then the 6th place person can choose where they want to go ahead of or behind that person. And then the next person, the 5th place person, will choose whether they want to go before this, after or in the middle of the people that are there. And then that will continue ad infinitum until the 1st place player gets to choose exactly where they want to draft in these, in the placement. After the draft is set, then the draft actually occurs. Then you'll go top to bottom in the drafting order, and each player will choose the country that they want to play. What's always important to know, though, is there's a tiebreaker for when people are on the same number of centers at the end of the game, and that's why Paris method is really interesting as well, is that the lower you are in the picking order for the country picking, the higher you are in the tiebreaker. It's basically inverse. So if you're 7th person to pick, you're the first in the tiebreaker, you'll win all tiebreakers. If you're the first person to pick, you're going to be 7th in the tiebreaker list, you'll lose all tiebreakers, and then everything else in between.
And that can become very meaningful in a time-limited game. Does anybody know, I'm assuming this game ends in a time limit? Is it
1914, right?
1914?
Or 1910?
My memory is that it's another 1910 game, yeah.
Johnny is the assistant TD. I think we should play.
Yeah, so I trust him more than I trust me.
Yeah, you shouldn't trust me too much, but yeah.
We all trust you more than Karthik, though.
Right, exactly. Same. I trust you more than I trust me.
All right.
I can confirm that in a second.
Hey, if they played in 1914, then I'm switching sides. Then I think that's okay.
Johnny, I know you've played in at least one top board we've established, and I know you've served a few. Are there any strategies that you consider whenever you're drafting for your power selection?
Yeah, Paris method is fun. I think that it is often worthwhile to drop down. People don't like doing that. But I think taking a better tiebreak and having a little bit more opportunity to choose who you play next to can be more worthwhile than choosing your power. Especially if, for me, there's 4 or 5 powers that I don't really mind playing, but there's definitely some people who are more or less fun to play next to. So I think that's an underrated move.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and we will watch the recording that Zach made of the Paris selection earlier today.
All right, welcome. Virtual Diplomacy Summer Classic 2023. Top 7 finalists: Jackson Roberts, Nicolas Taillet, Ed Sullivan, Bradley Grace, Saren Kwok, Jackson Roberts, Ian Rudnick on the board. It's going to be a fight, going to be a death match. We've got the newest edition of Dipcast pulled up and ready to go for Paris Method, and we can dive right in. You all know what you're doing. Jackson Roberts, number 1 seed. You will wait and insert your name last. We're going to start with Ian Rudnick, the 7. As a formality, where would you like to put your name in the blank void?
I would like to be first.
First. All right, I'm going to put you first. Tim Crosby?
I'm stunned by the technology. I will pick after Ian.
After Ian.
You made it hard on Zach now.
This is all voice recognition. It moves it based on what you say. Bradley Grace.
I'll pick as high as they'll let me.
Taillet.
Same for me.
Sullivan.
Ahead of Nicola, or first.
Sarah.
Thanks for putting it this way.
I will pick after Ed and before Nicola.
And Jackson.
I will choose to pick before Ed.
Go ahead and make that pick.
I will take France.
Ed.
Pick Germany.
Saren.
I will take Italy.
Taillet.
So, with a lot of technology myself, I will take 1, 2, 3, 4 Turkey, apparently.
Bradley.
I'll take Russia.
Ian.
I'm going to take Austria.
Tim, want to say it?
How about England?
Excellent choice. There are your picks: France, Jackson Roberts; Germany, Ed Sullivan; Italy, Saren Kwok; Turkey, Nicolas Taillet; Russia, Bradley Grace; Austria, Ian Rudnick; England, Tim Crosby. Game is set to begin right now. Wish each other good luck. If you're going to do so, shake hands, and we'll get it rolling.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Oh my God.
Wow. I cannot imagine having England be at any pick other than first and not taking it, let alone last.
No,
It's
England
second to
can't be
last.
first, but
You know what I'm saying? For first pick, I could still I can understand you taking France, right? But second pick, unless you hate the French player, you're taking England.
That was insane.
especially if you hate the French player.
I don't know. I think Germany's good on the top board. I like Ed's pick. And I kind of understand Sarah not taking England. But no, you kind of do, because Jackson and Ed are the real 2 threats on the board, so you get to choose between them.
No, there's no 2 threats on the board. There are a lot of threats on this board. I don't know. This is chaos.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. You can't.
Nicola and Turkey is just.
Yeah, you
something
can't talk
else.
about threats on the board and not talk about Nicola. I'm sorry.
But he's in
gonna
Turkey.
spend
I mean,
all of his energy talking about how he's not good at diplomacy. I'm going to spend all of his energy talking about how.
Insane.
All right. So
Insane.
our top board for the VWDC Summer Classic. We have Number 1 seed Jackson Roberts, number 2 seed Sarah Kwok, Ed Sullivan, Nicola Taye, Bradley Grace, Tim Crosby, and Ian Rudnick. We've got pull up their positions, and all right, we're keeping all three of us on for this. We're giving the full DBN crew power for this broadcast. And we're going to take turns. We'll do 1 year at a time, and we'll just rotate years. Before we get started, Karthik, you've got the first year, so I'm going to let you set up the initial storylines and predictions. We're each going to make one prediction, and then we'll get started. Karthik, what are the storylines that you're looking for based off the setup of these powers and after watching that Paris method?
Right. So the first storyline I'm looking at is Ed and Saren. Germany and Italy are incredibly strong powers in terms of the ability for them to disentangle and the ability for them to work really, really effectively together on any kind of board and any kind of format. So my first question is do Timothy and Jackson work together to take out Ed early? Do Jackson and Ian or Ian and Nicola work quickly to take out Saren? Like, what is the pressure that's put on that duo? Because that duo is the strongest duo in all of diplomacy. They work together in pretty much every single game that they play together. Something needs to be done. If you let both of them work together and play on, one of them is going to win the tournament. The next storyline I'm looking forward to is Nicola Taye. Turkey at 4th is unheard of diplomacy. Apparently, he used the rand between button in Excel to choose Turkey. But
what a dork.
Turkey has been doing really, really well this tournament. Could this be a stronger choice than many of us thought? Who knows? But if you wanted Turkey, just drop to 6th or whatever, and it'll be there for you.
Yeah, right.
And the final thing I'm looking for is Jackson. Jackson is the only person who had a solo in this tournament. He is France. Does this cause the EGI that we all talked about, have all wanted for, to see, at least me and Johnny talked about it quite a bit. This could be the board that happened because Ed and Saren would be very receptive to the idea if they can get Timothy Crosby to do it. The question is, does Timothy Crosby choose to do it? If he does, I think it's his downfall.
Yes.
All right, Katie, I'm going to you first. Who do you like to win this game?
I'm not going to be shy about this, Brian. I want Ian to win this game.
No, Katie, that was my pick.
I don't care, Johnny. I don't care. I had decided it from the moment I knew who the top 7 was when I played. And Ian, he's like a new play. He's a newer player. I think he's really I think he's a good player. He's skilled. I think he's very likable. I don't know if he can hang with these Sharks. I'm sorry, Ian. I don't want to downplay your abilities, but there's a lot of really good players on the board. Secondly, I want Tim to win because I gave up my shot in this top board for Tim to be here, and if I can't do it, then he better. But I don't know. I think just looking at the board, I don't want to be a one-trick pony person who's just talking about freaking Nicola, but I think he might win at Turkey. But I think I hate to say it, but I do think Karthik is right. I think if Saren and Ed don't have some pressure on them, I think one of them will win. That's basically my way of saying anybody could win. I'm not being committal. I'll just say Jackson and France. I think Jackson's gonna win because I said everybody else except Bradley. And now I've said everybody's name.
All right. Johnny, who's your pick?
My heart says Ian for the sheer insanity of taking Austria in 6th over England.
Wild.
Just insane. I adore it. Go Ian. But I think Ed's going to win. I think Ed likes his diplomatic position. He can work with all of his neighbors. He can pit all of his neighbors against each other. He's really good in Germany. He's known as a German player. And I think Jackson might have shot himself in the foot taking France. Tim's in a weird position because he didn't really want England, but then he got there. But then why didn't anyone else want it before him? So I think this is great for Ed.
I don't think Jackson's that scary in France because Jackson's solo was on a board that was way more chaotic and people were not playing to win. And this game is not going to be people not playing to win. So I don't think anybody's oh, Jackson soloed. He's the biggest threat.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to decide somebody to
Yeah,
pit
you could
everyone else
pretend
against,
like
you
that's
know?
what's.
Yeah,
pretend
right.
Like you're worried about that. Other than that, I
Right.
agree with Johnny too. I think he's right too. I think both of my co-commentators are right, and I'll just be quiet now.
You heard it. She said it. She said the magic words. No,
Twice
but,
in one stream, Karthik.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'll echo everyone here. I would really want Ian to win. I played with Ian at Carnage. It was a fun time playing with him. I'd really like to see him do well. He's a player that is really, really sweet. I want Jackson to win because he has the best hair in all of diplomacy. I think that's pretty much undeniable. But if I had to pick who's going to win, my money's on Ed Sullivan. That's unfortunate, but
You can't
Copy it, Karthik. Come on.
fine. I'll pick Saren then. I'll pick the other half of the Ed Sullivan Saren duo.
All right, let's see some moves.
All right, here we go. Spring 1901 VWC Summer Classic. Karthik, you take 1901.
Like it, my pick, baby.
So this is stunning to me. If Ed had any idea that London was going to the English Channel, I am very surprised that Saren and Ed didn't move in on Jackson. It could be just because they realized it'd be too obvious or too telegraphed and something might happen because of it, but surprising nevertheless. But that is the most important thing that is happening on the board right now is the bounce in the English Channel. It is a sign that they are not going to be able to attack Ed early like they need to do if they want to stop him. The other things to note are the bounce in the Black Sea with Smyrna going to Ankara, did not go to Armenia, did not go to Constantinople. The avenues for Russia and Turkey to work together are left open, not guaranteed, but it's open. Venice also goes to Tyrolia, which will, I think, be very, very important in determining how AI go, or if this becomes AIR. This Tyrolia is not going to Munich. It's just not going to happen. But it could go to Bohemia. With Ed being in Germany, it gives Saren a lot of room to play really, really strong positions here. So without a lot of risk. So I think this is really, really good for Saren.
I'm not sure Tyrolia doesn't go to Munich.
I don't think it does.
I think
if it does,
Saren knows that Ed won't cover. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, with Burgundy there, maybe it does.
Yeah.
It's an excuse to punt on Belgium, and punting on Belgium is always fantastic.
Yeah.
I will also call out we have the very unusual bounce in Galicia, at least this tournament.
Yeah.
So,
wild. I don't know where this place got this from.
pretty typical openings in the East for what we've seen previously. Unusual for this event.
Okay, so
that works too.
We see the French and the English disentangle. We see London go to North Sea go to Norway. Maybe it's just a little bit of a feint to catch at a little bit off guard. If so, really, really like that.
Why do you like that? What does it do for them?
Because it gets them Belgium, causes Ed to go back to Munich, allows Marseille to go to Spain.
No, Italy and Tyrolia caused Ed to go back to Munich.
Ed is not panicking about Saren being in.
Jackson's not support. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Bradley takes Sweden without any opposition. Romania is attempted to be blocked by Nicola, probably not seriously. Ankara goes to Constantinople while Smyrna goes to Syria, which is basically an FU to the Lepanto. And with Saren in Trieste now, my question is, does she turn quickly on the Austrians and just take out Ian Rudnick and just gank him? Or does she commit fully to the Lepanto knowing Nicola is in Syria? I'm curious to see what happens there.
It doesn't have to be Lepanto. I feel like this is I don't know what Saren's going to do, but I feel like this is the way AI should start, because I don't like Italy going to Trieste in the spring. But if Italy's going to go to Aegean and get Trieste, I really like this as an AI. I don't know what they're going to do, but I like this.
I mean, the one issue with that, though, is you could be left looking like a fool if Vienna
Everything
bounces
about
out.
diplomacy is about if you're going to look like that. I don't know.
You heard it here, folks. Everything about diplomacy is whether or not you're going to look like a fool.
It's true. Especially you got these idiots talking about your game. Like, what do we know? We're not on the top board. Like,
All right, winter of 1901, starting at the top of the board. We've got Bradley Grace building Army St. Pete and Army Moscow. We've got the Kiel Belgium builds from Ed Sullivan. We got a fleet in London and fleet in Brest from Tim Crosby and Jackson Roberts, fleet in Naples by Saren Kwok, and a fleet in Smyrna by Nicola Taillet, and army in Budapest by Ian Rednick. So anything stand out on these adjustments? Anything unusual?
Exactly what I expected.
No, yeah.
So
Only
earlier we were talking about building a fleet St. Pete North Coast rather than the army, but that was combined with the northern opening. So in this case, we don't have that. So do we like this decision?
Yeah, I think it's a needed defensive positioning. I don't think there's really much offensive hope for the Russians in the north just yet. Maybe it can come later, but if it does come later, that's when you build the northern fleet. For now, the army is the right choice. It gives you the flexibility to send it south if you need to, and have the play and optionality that you want as Russia.
All right, Katie. I'm sorry, go ahead,
Sorry.
Johnny. Go ahead.
I want to build a fleet North Coast here, because I think if you do build a fleet North Coast, then EG, or FG rather, have a real incentive to go against England, because it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fleets on 3. And you can kind of force the alignment that's beneficial to you. Whereas you build the army, like, I think 9 games out of 10 you lose Sweden and St. Pete.
I don't know. I feel like you build fleet St. Petersburg. If I'm France, I'm saying, hallelujah, my ally in England is going to be under tons of stress. I'll go hog wild and run through Germany and have the advantage that England will never be able to deal with.
Maybe.
It's saying he negotiated that build, which does make sense. Kate, why don't you take us through 1902?
In 1902, so in the east, I think this is another one of those sneaky arrows that's lying to me. So I think Khan moves to Aegean, right? And Aegean retreats to Eastern Med, and Assyria goes up to Armenia, which I don't know why Assyria is going to Armenia, but why not? I don't know. I mean, I don't think that there's like RT tension right now. I think it's pretty clearly AI versus RT. And then Saren is moving back to Tyrolia. Austria does get to Bulgaria. And the army retreats to Khan. I don't think Austria can hold that. So I think that Turkey will probably take that back in the fall. In the west, we've got a bounce in the English Channel, double support. This can't be more of whatever Karthik was talking about pretending that France and England are fighting. I don't see how this is like arranged, unless Jackson's just like playing it slow, which I would believe from some people. I'm not sure if I believe it from Jackson. Ed, however, doing a lot of bouncing. Ed, I think is playing it slow. Like not a lot happens. I don't know. Austria takes Bulgaria, and that's like it. I don't know what else happens that's important.
Yeah, there's that FG.
Yeah, is this still me or no?
Yep, we're gonna rotate every year.
All right. So yeah, it is an FG, and in the sense that Ed is kind of being like pro France, which is a little weird because I feel like there's definitely a play for like trying to get Germany. Like Ed could be fighting for Germany to get an advantage, but really it's sort of just like Jackson moving on England and Ed's sort of still just bouncing, except he's in Helgoland. And then Russia does take Norway, so not looking good for Tim. This is the fall. He's going to lose one. And Russia will gain a build wall at the same time. Nicola moves out of Armenia, and both of Ian's armies moves away from Russia. So this is a really good turn for Bradley. I think everything else holds down there except that Italy convoys to Tunis. So good for him. Good for Saren. She gets her build, but she doesn't actually because she loses Trieste.
Yeah.
So
it's a good turn for Bradley, but how much better would it be if he had Fleet Sweden, Fleet Norway instead of Fleet Norway, Army St. Pete? Just saying.
I don't know. But does he really want Tim to die that fast? Probably not. Right? I don't know. It's like, I don't dislike the 2-build Russia. I think it is indecisive, and I think it doesn't have a lot of momentum, but I think it's like safe. I think it makes sense. So I don't dislike it.
Like most things in diplomacy, it's probably situational, probably driven by your diplomacy more than anything else.
Yeah.
Johnny, we'll go to you for this year. Any of these adjustments stand out to you?
Not especially. I think there's an open question of exactly what Ian wants to do from here, especially given Fleet in the black. Rest of it makes sense. Yep, and the expected convoy from Portugal to Clyde couldn't be stopped. So it's a good position for France. Ed is in the North Sea. He's working with Russia. That makes sense from his perspective. I'm Ed. I'm looking to make a game-long GR, and eventually the two of us are going to stop France together. So I like this from Ed. Bradley is going to go try to kill Turkey, but Austria is going to try to go kill Bradley first, and Austria is probably going to win. So that's unfortunate in the south for the Russians. Looking pretty strong for the Austrians. I think the only question is what exactly is Army Tyrolean doing? And is it friendly to you? Also Aegean. Yeah, Saren might be about to stab Ian here. I could see that. Go for a wintergreen.
A wintergreen where Russia's already like losing out a little bit.
Yeah, but you're sending Austria into Russia and then stabbing them from behind, right? So they're going to lose Romania. Like they're going to be on the back foot.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's like extra good for Italy.
For Saren. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. You're like in an alliance where you have.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So I think the one thing that's interesting to me about the Russian position here is seems to be, at least for now, allied with Germany. So has a solid foundation in Scandinavia to work from. So even though they are probably going to be pushed back a little bit in the south, their northern position is pretty defensible. So I think even if they get slowed down a little bit, if that does turn into a wintergreen, there could be some opportunities that come from depending on how the other Eastern powers choose to defend.
Yeah, but Bradley moved to Finland. I don't really understand that because I think if you want to be in the north, you do build a fleet. And I feel like if I'm Russia and I'm building two armies, it's probably because I'm sending St. Pete south and just like crossing my fingers in the north. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. If you have that army, it should be in Moscow because then your position in the south would be way better.
Right. And if you're just gonna, like if you want to move that unit to the north, then decide who you want to work with ahead of time. I think, which is easy for me to say, but not easy for me to do because I don't feel like being decisive. But like, it's just, I don't know. We'll see.
What is that convoy?
Hey. Okay. Good job, AR, though, figuring out what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they still... Okay, sorry.
Yeah, oh, sorry, it's me. So, as predicted by everyone except me, Ed and Saren are going to ally with each other. They are going to do some bizarre, unholy Germany-Italy alliance and try to take Trieste together. I don't know why Ed thinks that's good for him, but okay, sure. Saren gets Greece. That's great for Saren, but Austria isn't actually disbanding because they keep rum. So this is not that bad, really, for Ian. It's kind of going to depend on what Nicolas wants to do, actually. Bradley doesn't disband, right? Bradley doesn't disband because he got popped in rum. So this isn't that bad for Bradley either. Meanwhile, Ed gets the build in the north because he puts Jackson in Edinburgh and takes Belgium behind. It's good for Ed. It makes sense, right? He's gonna play the line of, oh, you're France in the FG, so you need to artificially make me more powerful than you so that we stay even as long as he possibly can, and then he's eventually gonna stab Jackson.
Yeah, but Jackson's in Burgundy.
Yeah, but he's got a build. He's gonna put it in Munich probably.
Or he just
it's
Bohemia. Yeah, he just puts back. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a build from from Germany and Italy. I'm going to disband from England. Let's do some predictions here. Karthik, I'm going to go to you for these adjustments. What are we going to see?
I think Liverpool gets pulled. I think the English probably throw to the French here. I think Tim has a lot more reason to be mad at Ed. I think the Italians probably have to build a fleet. Oh no, they just have the Austrians. They need to build another army. Germans, probably another army.
If you're Italy, well, okay, well, she did it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you guys are both right. But if you're Italy and you're stabbing Austria, you like have to have an ally, right? So if your ally's Turkey, you're not building armies. And if
Why
your
not?
ally is Russia, why is like Russia and Austria moving away from each other?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a bad position for Saren. She needed to have gotten into Trieste that last turn for it to work. She can pull it out still, but I don't think it's great.
Allies being Germany and Russia, potentially.
Maybe.
Not Russia though.
It doesn't seem like Russia. Like Russia and
No.
Austria are like just fighting IT who aren't working together. Like it
Right.
actually looks really good for AR.
I mean, the one thing I will say is the failed convoy to Ankara may be reason for Italy to say, like you need to fix this like shit like now, and like you need.
Is that what that was? I thought it was some kind of weird joke order.
I think that, and I think this was unintentional. But I'm saying if I'm Saren, now I'm telling Bradley, just like if you want to get back into this game.
Wait, did Black not convoy step to
Black convoyed, yes.
Oh, the backstabber or the interface here made it do some weird thing, so I thought it was a joke order, but that
Yeah.
should have worked. You're right.
Wait, why didn't it work?
Because
It just up to Black, but it
what?
It convoyed steps to the Black Sea. It didn't convoy steps to Ankara.
Oh.
So if that had been correctly ordered, Bradley would have gone up one, traded for Romania. So it's definitely an AR here.
Right, and then
Yeah.
Well, we got it. We got
Yeah.
a convoy
That's
across
how
the
it
Black Sea, guys. We did it.
Yeah.
Go Russia. Is it my turn?
I
think it's Parker's
turn.
All right, go ahead.
Katie trying to steal my turn, of course.
I just Black Sea convoys. I'm
Tale as
sorry.
old as time.
Yep, exactly. No, so the convoy to Ankara finally succeeds as it needed to. Austria gets a successful move into Trieste while Albania slides into Adriatic. So now there's going to be a lot of issues for Saren to deal with. And, there wasn't this attempt to go to Bulgaria like there should have been probably here to at the time I would have thought it'd be going to pivot, but Romania goes to Galicia, so it would have a free retreat. But we're in a position where suddenly France are looking really scary because they're getting Liverpool, they're going up one, they have a free fleet that has nothing really major to do. So now this IG, that in theory was in good position, is in a much weaker position now because the existence of the Saren-Ed alliance is confirmed, telegraphed to the entire world. We know how they work together. And now you have France in a really powerful position. You have Russia working with Austria. I just don't know. I think this, if this FAR stays together, which they probably should for a decent amount of time, at least to neutralize IG, there's going to be some major concerns for both Ed and Saren for not getting Trieste and not getting enough action off of Austria early.
Yeah. I think Ed needs to stab one of his neighbors this turn.
Yeah.
I think it should probably... The better stab is on Bradley, but I think it should be Jackson, because if Ed moves towards Russia...
I think it needs to be Jackson, because stabbing Jackson does the double effort of saving Saren from France going to her and ending her game, because she already has enough to deal with Austria. I can't remember who asked this earlier. It's why is it this unholy IG coming together? What benefit does Italy give Germany? But whatever. The benefit is that they mutually take out their opposer, their allies' problems. Italy's problem is France, and Germany helps them deal with that really well. Germany has to deal with.
Yeah, it's not really an alliance where somebody helps the other person get centers. It's an alliance where somebody makes problems for the other person's.
Exactly, precisely.
Yeah,
precisely.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Where do those Austrian armies go later in the game? If you're Italy, then you stop Austria from doing it, for example. But yeah, moving to fall 1904 to avoid going too far down that digression. We see Italy and Austria come to some sort of deal or arrangement as the random number generator for Nicola turns out to not work really well. And this is why you don't take Turkey for it overall in the Paris method. Just the AR together. AIR comes together in an instant, unfortunately for him.
Yeah,
Bulgaria.
they all disbanded. He
What?
didn't even retreat to Syria.
No.
Oh, it's a fall.
I know. Yeah, he didn't retreat to
Fall.
Syria.
All right, good game, Nicola.
Good game, Nicola. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, so
Dang.
Smyrna's taken, Khan's taken. Tyrolia is piffed. Not forced, could have retreated to Piedmont, but chooses to rebuild it. Bohemia is taken. And Adriatic goes to Ionian. So I'm sure that Saren has to make a lot of deals to make this happen. Ian demanded a lot, as he rightfully should, to not kill Saren then and there. And this does require, making Ed out to be the pariah and basically dooming him. And Ed, on the other hand, turns on Russia, realizing he's like, hey, my position's kind of fraught right now. Like, I don't have a huge avenues to success here. And if, presuming that Saren tipped him off about the AIR, maybe she decided, okay, Russia is the bigger issue. Let's keep him in check or whatever. I don't know why he's attacking Russia here as much, but he chose to attack Russia over France.
It's a wrong call from Ed, I think. I think he's pretty screwed now.
I think so too. I love Jackson's position now. Like Liverpool, the only fleets he needs to worry about in the north now are German ones. And he has 2 free fleets there, they're just free to do whatever. Building 2. Yeah. The one thing that he has going, that Ed has going from with this decision is that there's going to be another Italian fleet getting built. You have the Austrian fleet in the Adriatic, the Italian fleet in Tunis, and wherever the new build fleet is coming for France. And if Sarah can pull Ian's fleet out of position, maybe that's her hope here. I don't know.
Maybe.
I feel like the East is really Bradley's choice. I've seen this as sort of an AR, but if he wants to winter green, he can. I really feel like he's sort of the new Turkey. He gets to decide if Austria or Italy comes out on top. And maybe Ed coming after him in the north will have something to do with that. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think that this whole board is going to turn against Jackson right now. I just don't
They have to though.
I don't know, because somebody's going to see somebody, I guess, is Bradley. I think is going to see a opportunity to not do that and to sort of sneak in behind.
See, I actually take it back. I take back the criticism I had for Ed's move. That what you said is exactly what Ed going for Russia is the right move, because Ed is in a better position to go after Russia than Austria is. And I guess this could be a way of getting Austria to move off of him and towards there. And then this could be a really, really good central trouble if they want it to be. And central troubles are not very common in face-to-face or virtual face-to-face like they are, but Ed plays a lot online. He knows how to make a central triple work. Sarah knows how to do it. I think that if they wanted to make it work, they can.
But why does Austria have armies in Tyrolia and Bohemia for the central triple? I don't know.
No. I agree for now. It's not. But Ed's building 2. Ian will have to change. What's he going to do? Just pound armies in there forever, and get nowhere?
Maybe he stops. I don't know.
All right, Katie, what are you seeing in these adjustments? What are they telling you?
Well, France is building fleets, which means France doesn't think anything Ed's done is wrong, and Ed is not building armies next to France, and this is FG, or at least they're both pretending to be. But I think that they're sort of on board with each other. Bradley building a fleet in the north. I don't know, because if he's going after Germany, you'd think it'd be South Coast, probably. I don't know, maybe he wants to play on Norway. I don't know. It's kind of cool. I think that Russia and France can be really good allies in the mid game, so maybe that's what they're planning to do. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Bradley takes back Norway. That's what Bradley's planning to do. He takes back Norway. But at the same time, Ed goes into Sweden, and he's in Baltic, but not in Denmark, and Bradley's in Finland, so maybe Bradley can take back Sweden. I don't know. But what I do know is that Jackson's in the North Sea with help from Ed.
I can't understand this.
Only good for France. Only good for Jackson. Imagine having France, and France is pretty strong, and then also Francis Jackson, who's Jackson's a little hit and miss in his results. I feel like he either does really well or maybe he doesn't do very well. But like, you can't really deny that he's good tactically. I wouldn't put him in North ever. So good for him.
The rationale is, oh, there's this AIR now. We need to respond to this AIR. We need to just have total trust in each other. But like the AIR is going to break. It's a top board.
It's already breaking, Johnny.
Yeah,
Look where
exactly.
Ush is going to Budapest and Galicia and Convoy to Romania.
And like Ed has a lot of it is weird.
Wait, that's
but
weird.
Like Ed
That's
has
really
a lot
fun.
of space to make the AIR break too. I just think, how are you ever going to get North back now? Like how could Ed possibly ever beat Jackson on centers unless something like insane happens?
Why is Ian going to Galicia and Budapest, but also Silesia? Is this a mistake? Like Tyrolia had to support himself, right? That's not a miscommunication. That's like a misorder, right?
Yeah, that's a misorder. Vienna was supposed to get
Bohemia.
Bohemia, I think.
I'm not so sure about
But
that.
then why is Trieste going to Budapest and not Vienna? Suspicious.
He's got a force on Warsaw, right?
Yeah,
and he can go for
and he
Sev,
just
yeah.
convoyed across the Black Sea, which makes him the winner of this game, even though Bradley already did it.
True.
Yeah. But he did it with Bradley's fleet.
Mm-hmm. I will point out, I
stab,
do
though,
think that
he's gonna lose Con.
this is how Ed makes it work. If he wants to make it work, like this is how he does it. So I'm just taking credit for that call.
With Jackson in the North Sea, though?
Poor Ian. I think Ian messed up his orders or his diplomacy or something, and Bradley's like, well, this is a great excuse for me to take Con. So now I'm Turkey and Russia.
I'd take Con, yeah, for sure.
And
Right
I don't know why
Bradley.
he didn't put himself into Warsaw. Like that is genuinely like why the south bounce in Bohemia?
Because Ian is too pure for this game. That's
Could be that. It could be that.
Could be.
Okay, I think this is still my year. So we've got Germany staying in Sweden and also Russia staying in Norway. So that's like a net nothing. But I think it is important that North is still supporting Germany.
Yeah.
So like France and Germany still on side. Irish moving to MAO is like, oh, why not? Well, it could have moved to MAO, like, right, if he was really going to go south. But Jackson's not going to commit all his fleet south because that's what really trusting people do when you don't do that on top board.
I mean, also there's a 600 stalemate line there. So what would the point of it be? Like, there's no way to break.
Like if he's going to get dots, it's going to be German dots, right? But Ed is like in Silesia. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think this turn is just like sad for Ian, and I don't like it. But I mean, I guess it makes sense for Bradley.
So the story that I'm making up here, I don't know if this is real, is that Ink and Khan was negotiated. I think that Galicia was supposed to move to Warsaw because Warsaw is moving up to Livonia, and I just think Ed did a good job of blocking the move to Livonia. I'm guessing that they weren't expecting that, or at least that's the line that Bradley told.
Yeah, because why?
It's possible.
Why would Russia give away like a home center and not just leave Con for later?
Yeah.
Just all those other units are moving up in that direction. I'm just saying, hey, you've got the middle of the board, I've got the top of the board, something like that.
Yeah, I feel like Bradley was like, what are you going to do about it? I'm not fighting you.
All right, so net result, we got a +1 in Moscow from Bradley. And Johnny, it is your turn. Actually, before we do that, let's do who do you like? We haven't done that yet. So I'm going to go to each of you. Johnny, it's your turn, so I'm going to start with you.
Well, you just flashed up the next move, and now I'm reconsidering. But had you not done that, I would have said Jackson, absolutely. He's in Burgundy, he's in Now, he's in Eddy, he's in North. He's got a stalemate line in the south. No one's ever getting anything off from there. Jackson's position is fantastic.
Karthik?
Are we choosing the winner of the game, or are we choosing like good position for 1908? Like what are we choosing here?
You're picking the player's position that you want to take over to win the game.
Yeah.
Okay, then I would take over Russia. And my answer for that is simple. He has a stable enough position that he can hold on for a while, which is rare for a Russia. And when top boards start to break down, Russia is an easy person to throw to because there are so many more options that, like, you know, people like, for the same reason why Russia was so strong when everyone at MR, Russia is so strong in top boards when people start to throw and give up and quit and whatever. So I want to be Bradley Grace here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I didn't see the moves that you put, so I would have said Jackson anyway. So I guess I will stick with Jackson because previously Ed has been on Team Jackson. So I guess I'll stick with Jackson. But I think Russia's also in a great position. And I think Ed could do it. I mean, if anyone could do it, it's probably Ed. Maybe I'll pick Ed just to be contrarian.
All right. Well, if you do that, I'm picking Saren. So.
All right. Oh, but Ian, though. Okay, I pick Ian.
He's not dead yet. Not dead yet.
No, I'm partially joking about picking Saren, but I think there's a realistic path that I can see.
You can't rule her out. She's what, two down? I mean, I know her position's not great, but like it's a top board and stuff changes real fast. So
yeah, I think she'd need a little help with Jackson, but if that happens, all those juicy centers there, I think that Italian position's probably a little easier to get to those Balkan centers than Russia.
Just become Austria. You don't need an AI if Italy is Austria.
All right, spring of 06. Johnny, it's your turn.
All right. So we see a reshuffling between F and G. Marseille back to Gascony, while Germany moves into Belgium, Ruhr, Munich, and Holland and Denmark. This is pretty clearly offensive against Jackson from Ed, so he is listening to the broadcast. Thank you very much, Ed. I think Jackson's still friendly to Germany here. I think the point of this reshuffle is actually to get an additional fleet down south. Eddie moving to Clyde is just like incredibly friendly because now he can't convoy across the North Sea. But they're still cooperating in Scandinavia because they see the same threat that Carthage was talking about from Bradley. So this is good from Ed. I mean, I'm not convinced he's going to really get a whole lot off of Jackson while Jackson's in the North Sea. But
why
since
didn't
Jackson
Ed
is
take Norway if everybody's working together?
That's a good question.
Like St. Pete didn't support it.
Oh, Norwegian to Norway. Oh, whoops.
Oh.
I thought I supported in the wrong unit. I thought you said Norwegian. Whoops.
My bad. You know what? Jackson's really bad at this game, so maybe he doesn't know how Black Saber works. Maybe that's it.
I mean, if they can get the GR together now. Oh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's
interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, but that's going to turn Ed back around most likely.
But he can't disband if Jackson never supported you in.
Yeah, true. True.
Well, I mean, Norwegians putting Sweden in there would have been enough if he had not braced it.
If he didn't hold it, yeah.
Well, he has to make it look right. I mean, come on, guys.
Okay. And then the whole, all right, Jesus Lord. This is what you don't do. So then France goes back to defend against the stab from Germany, but Germany wasn't actually stabbing. Haha, just kidding. I'm actually going to go back because I'm mad at Bradley for not disbanding Norway. So now all we've done is lose ground on every front, especially in the Med, but nobody's great gained anything off of anyone.
Well,
that's really unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate.
It's really unfortunate.
I don't like
it. I think if you do that as Ed, you got to commit. You got to take North and Burgundy and just be like, look, Bradley, we're going to be allies. What either you or I is going to win. Other like this, I think is just it's not.
Well,
very good.
it's like France helped out, right? Like, how did Sweden take Norway? Oh, just support from Norwegian. Is that the only thing?
Yeah.
No, because there's supports.
No, it's a voluntary discipline.
No, support
Norway goes to North Sea.
Yeah.
Oh, it moved.
Yeah.
Oh, Bradley
Yeah.
supported it, but he also moved. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So Bradley voluntarily disbanded it
Why, Bradley? What are you doing? Why?
because he wants to be allies with Ed.
He could have disbanded it. It was intentional.
Yeah, he wants to be allies with Ed, which I think he
Like,
should.
why bother supporting it and also moving? I don't know.
To be cute.
Just like have Norwegian move and have Barons follow to Norway, and then I don't know. You don't need this.
But it's also important to look at the South. AI are together, moving into Ukraine, moving into Gal, moving into Aegean. They're going to go fight Russia, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially with the breakthrough against France. I think AI being together makes a ton of sense here.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley, mistakes were made is my most common refrain in games I play.
The one issue of doing it this way means that Bradley does not get a rebuild, which he would have gone presumably, because I assume that Ed would have walked out to give him a build in Moscow.
Right.
Well, actually, yeah.
No, there's a lot of.
Why was St.
Missing a
Petersburg
lot.
holding Norway instead of dropping into Moscow when you have Austria in the position they are? That's
Do
I
also
have
want to
so many
You don't-
questions.
call out this move.
Right.
It's a little interesting.
Yes, you see,
Right.
that's understandable. Like, you don't want to take, like, if you're being cautious and you chose not to try and double bounce, have the double bounce there, and instead of supporting Warsaw in, I get that because you're scared of Galicia just walking into Warsaw or Romania just walking into Sev. But you need St. Petersburg to be in Moscow, so you can at least make a guess. Now you don't have that guess. It's guaranteed that Warsaw falls, or guaranteed that Sev falls.
Or Sev, they can choose. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's also just a little silly. Like, if you really are trying to be completely allied with Germany, and Germany's got 3 fleets, and Sweden and Norway and Norwegian Sea, and you have 3 units in the north, like, why? Like, if you're really doing all of this so you can get Ed on side, like, move your armies to where they can do something. Like, you're not going to go take Sweden or Norway or something.
Right.
Like,
this reminds me of McCallis's play with me when we were in the Summer Classic 2 years ago, and he had all these Russian fleets trying to do nothing, and I mean, it gives the game away to somebody else, like,
A little
so
friendly McCullis bashing on the stream.
yeah, exactly.
That's
right.
what we're all here for, right?
That result of 1906 is a rough year for Russia.
Yeah.
No one had any adjustments, so we moved to spring of 07. Karthik, to your call.
No one had
Yep.
any adjustment.
So in 1907, as expected, Austria gets to take their pick. Russia wisely doesn't even bother defending against it.
And
But things get worse for them, though, because things can get worse. Bulgaria supports Aegean into Constantinople, while Ankara goes to the Black Sea. And now they have a really, really big issue here, is that what was going to be a really, really powerful unit, the Black Sea, which could not be tapped, now is very easily tapped, and that was not a very, very useful unit at all. CERN is just tactically running over Bradley right now, and that's all there is to it. In the West, they, instead of having the 6-unit stalemate line around the Italian borders, now there's a 6-unit stalemate line around the French borders. Nothing is ever going to happen there. Just a waste of units that gives others, advantages. But this is good for AI more than it is for France, because if you go with the central triple logic, France is a loser, AIG are the winners here. In the meantime, Brent now gets blown up as well. Russia is saying, hey, I'm conceding all of the fleet gains. France, Germany, you fight it out in the north with your fleets. I need armies to go deal with the world in the south. The only issue is, will he ever get a chance to rebuild, or is he just going to keep on bleeding? Yeah.
Yeah. Tyrolia is curious if it's a central triple.
Yeah, it is. But Tyrol is always a good place to be, just in general. And if you can make Ed accept it.
Sure.
Oh,
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. So I thought at some point someone would get frustrated because there is no ground to make, but I thought it would be Ed stabbing France, and then it's Italy popping there. Instead of Stan says, fuck it, I'm not waiting for any of that, stabs for Trieste in Serbia, pulls all the fleets back, and now France is in a really nice position here. So is Italy. Italy goes up 3.
Yep.
Russia goes down 2.
Yep.
Germany builds 1, stays even. France goes up 1. Very, very fun turn. This completely shatters the dynamic of the board previously, vaulting Jackson and Sarah into a shared top, with France and Italy being, this is fantastic for both of them.
Yep.
And yeah, Vienna goes into Galicia. Yeah.
Amazing for Saren.
Yeah, I mean, Vienna's guaranteed.
Amazing for Saren.
Yeah, there's so little that can be done. I'm stunned that Austria has no disbands, but I mean, fair enough. But yeah, with Vienna guaranteed,
Vienna might not be guaranteed if Ed doesn't just want Saren to win.
Because he has a build.
I mean, but so yes. I mean, it would be guaranteed this turn. It could be taken back in the fall.
Right.
Well, Saren demonstrating why Italy is so powerful in the hands of an experienced player who can read the board and make smart decisions about when to make their moves. There's just so many centers in the Balkans. If those opportunities come up, you're right there to get them. I happen to love playing Italy. So.
God, it's like so rare to be Italy and to just, I mean, there's like no Austrian centers there. Or sorry, units. There's like no Austrian armies there ready to
Whoa,
go.
check out those builds. 3 armies.
Yeah, as it should be.
Eternal love for Jackson.
Yeah.
Jackson can use that Leon fleet as a marauder. He doesn't need MAO to kill Ed, so he can be in NAF, West, Piedmont, Leon, and Saren only has 2 fleets.
All right, Katie, I think this is your turn.
Well, Saren has 3 fleets, but
There
one
it
is
is.
moving to Bulgaria, the eastern thing, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that one doesn't count, yeah.
All right, and also, like, what's Austria doing? Moving Leon to Western Med is like, oh, but with support from France. Okay, yeah. So you're right. So France is using that Austrian fleet.
Yeah, put him in Tunis.
I mean, you can't force Tunis.
No,
maybe can. You can
have. It's a guess over Tunis or Trini. It's a bad guess for Saren.
I don't know. Yeah. I still like it for France. I think, especially because obviously the balance in Ruhr was arranged, and Ed's. Why is Ed moving his army to Sweden? Ed, what are you doing? I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to ignore it now. Bradley takes back Warsaw, and also Romania. So Ian not looking great. Saren and Vienna, but I guess still a wintergreen. But one where Saren's at 5 more centers than Russia. I don't know. Maybe it's not a wintergreen. I think it's just like Bradley trying to get the centers that he can, maybe, and Saren magically moving away from the open centers that Turkey has. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, you guys.
I think it's a wintergreen. I think that Ed's in Baltic Sea, so according to Karthik's logic, he cannot fail to top this board.
No, we're not relying on Karthik logic. If it's a wintergreen, it's one where Bradley's like maybe gonna slowly scrape back until he just can't do anything, because like Saren only built armies and she's moving east. Like, what does Bradley think's gonna happen?
Yeah, but what can Bradley do? I mean, what's his alternative option?
That's what I mean. I don't think it's a wintergreen. I think he's just grabbing Austrian dots, and also he's mad at Ian.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, that's one of the interesting things about playing on top board. Sometimes, not always, sometimes they can play a little conservatively because there's so much power that someone has to. It is easier to destroy someone else's game than it is to succeed in your own game. And so if you make that first move, oftentimes you can put yourself at risk of being attacked or ganged up on. So that waiting to be a little patient and then making a move after someone else has moved is a pretty good strategy if you can time it right. And that's where it gets a little tricky.
Oh no, you can't put Wes into Trini. You got to put Leon in, because Wes is going to get disbanded. That's too bad. It's still your call, though, Katie, I think. Is it my call?
It is still Katie's.
Sorry.
Yeah, so Western Med doesn't have Intrinity and is getting disbanded because, that's the end of Ian. Ugh, sad. Bradley gets Romania and Warsaw back, and Saren gets Vienna and Budapest, and also is moving a fleet down to Caen and Greece up to Bulgaria, because obviously this whole let's attack Ian thing was temporary until Ian's dead, because now Ian's dead and Sheen's Scots, and those are Russian. Meanwhile, Ed is going back towards France, who's just sort of holding, and I guess that's 4 fleets on north, so I guess next year maybe Ed can take north. That seems like not the most useful thing for the two of them to do, but maybe Ed will take north. But Saren's going to go up too, and so is Bradley. But Saren's on 11 and Bradley's on 6. So
This is
that's a little
really good play by Saren here, because what I was talking about earlier is that her decision to stab when she did forces Germany to attack France, because France and Austria are coming streaming down, right? But Jackson is going to have his fleets in a position where they can defend against Ed relatively well. Ed has no ability to make gains. If Russia is just pissed off at Austria, like, it's very hard to imagine a scenario where even if she concedes soonish, which she can afford to do, for a time-limited game, she's focusing on the dots that matter to getting her win.
Yep.
So if you are Sarah, and I think we would agree, she's in the driver's seat for topping this board. Who has the second best chance on this board right now?
Whichever of Ed or Jackson can convince the other person that they should win.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Throw me your dots so that Saren doesn't win. That's the
Exactly.
argument. That's the only way, I think.
So if both of these decide, hey, I'm not throwing dots, we're going to compete to do this, do either of them have a path forward, or does one have an advantage over the other?
No, for the issue is that Ed needed to be able to move freely on Russia, because that's where his easy dots were to win the game. But France was always going to pin him there. It's just a really, really hard position for Jackson to be in. And I think there is no grace when you have to ride the line on a board like this. And I think he erred just a little bit too much and putting a little bit too much pressure on Ed, which is like, I can't fault it too much, right? Because Italy had him locked up. Italy is very easy to put the stalemate line on him. I think probably, you know, some of the fault may go to Ed also. Maybe Ed needs to bribe him with a dot or something like that to like throw all his units south or something like that. It's a very, very hard line to ride. And that's why I was so complimentary to Saren's play, because she'll be the first person to try and, like, you know, argue that, like, you know, positioning and the board isn't real, right? Games like this show you how real the board is and how much it matters.
She doesn't believe that, Carly.
No, she doesn't believe that at all.
She'll say it. She doesn't believe it.
She doesn't
She'll
believe
say
that
it. She'll be the first to say it, is what I said.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think Jackson's been doing stuff like self-bouncing in Ruhr, supporting North to hold, right? Like, if you're gonna convoy into Belgium, you need to start taking guesses against Edge. You need to start building. You need to start being in Ruhr, like putting 2 on Holland or whatever. Like, yeah, you might go backwards, but you gotta try to go forwards. I guess he thought that, like, nobody in the East would get big and he could just like win on 9 or 10. But I think you got to start taking guesses.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a grand coalition at this point. Maybe they totally disengage, and like Germany, Russia, and France all attack Saren together to try to make one of them win. But I don't think Ed goes for that. I don't think Ed goes for that at this point.
All right, winner of 1908, we've got 2 armies from Bradley and 2 fleets from Saren. And we end the 1909.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, well, I'm going to go
Congratulations,
to each of you. Johnny, it was your turn to call out those orders, so I'm going to go to you first. Main storyline for this game for you, and was this the right result?
Sure. I think the main storyline for this game is that Saren is either the first or second best diplomacy player alive at this current moment, in my opinion. I really believe that. I think this game demonstrates it perfectly. Her strategic reasoning, her diplomacy, like Ed saying in the comment, her timing, she just is 2 steps ahead of everyone else all the time. And, you know, she's kicked the shit out of me in a bunch of games, but I respect her so much for it. She just laid the hammer down at exactly the right time. She made the build she needed to. She knew that Bradley and Ian couldn't get together, so she knew that she could just have free reign in the Balkans as soon as she made the stab. She knew she'd have enough time to form the line against France, which I didn't know, but she was smarter than me. And Bradley and Jackson couldn't at any point decide on 2 of them to go attack the other one, so nobody ever really did, and Saren benefited.
All right. Katie, I'll go to you next.
I think something that Johnny just said that stuck with stuck with me from 2 seconds ago. But something that I really noticed was sometimes in diplomacy, when you are trying to be friends with everybody, it can really be your downfall. And maybe Ed was trying too hard to be friends with France and to be friends with, not that it was like Ed's game to lose, but like sometimes when you are trying to be friends with everybody, you don't make enemies, which is your goal, but you also don't make friends and you also don't progress. And I think that in this game, Saren didn't care about that. Like, she wasn't worried about, oh, will somebody retaliate against me? She was just like, I'm going to get what I can get. And I've seen that happen a lot in early games. It's happened to me a lot because I'm not decisive. But I think like in the mid game when Saren made this move, I think that the timing was just good. She like knew when to care about it, when not to care about it. I'm kind of surprised that it drew, just because I feel like you don't draw a top board early. But I don't know. Most of the top boards every top board I've been on, someone's been thrown to. It's been me, it's been somebody else. Like, I've never been in a top board that's only been you get your own centers. And maybe that's just what this game was. And, the other people who had control weren't going to do any throwing. Maybe they were just like, we're going to just play it straight up. So I'm surprised it drew, but maybe like it was clear to everybody that there was not going to be any sort of shenanigans, and Saren had the best position.
Well, there's no reason to throw when the person everyone wants to throw to is already ahead, right?
Well, if that's true, yeah. I mean,
so good job, Saren.
Karthik, same question.
I think the narrative that of the tournament was, the narrative of the top board was exactly the narrative I said it was going to be coming into it. If Ed and Saren were not taken out early, they were going to rule because of how strong IG is and because of the inbuilt trust that exists between them, right? Like, IG does not require like every single unit to like collaborating and offering supports and doing whatever, right?
You don't need any units collaborating.
No, it just requires people to trust that the other person will do the right thing in that moment. And sometimes, like, when that happens, you have results like this. It reminded me a lot, honestly, of Summer Classic 2 years ago, where I was also Germany, and I was, in this case, basically playing the same game that Ed played, trying to be everyone's second favorite, trying to be the person that, no one would get mad at and throw against. But in doing so, you cost yourself the time to make the gains that you need to make. And in both cases, Saren won both of them. Saren decided to put pedal to the metal and go full steam ahead. And she did benefit, from other players, putting themselves in a position that guaranteed that she was going to be the winner. In Summer Classic 1, McCallus, walked out of 5 centers. Here, the issue was that unless Jackson and Ed could find a way to disentangle, which they needed to do, Saren was going to win. And Saren had the right read that if she stabbed Ian, not only could she get away with it, but it would induce a lockup between Ed and
there was no counter in
so she had the perfect read strategically, socially, and from the board setup, which Saren will tell you is one of the most important things, choosing the right board to be playing on. She put herself in the position to succeed there. From Paris play, she truly outplayed every single person by miles, and she's the deserving winner.
Yeah, when she made her stab, there was no alternative. Like, Nicola was dead. Like, Bradley was on his last legs. Like, there was nobody in the East at all who could even counter her, even if they wanted to, and even if the West wanted them to. So it just
I disagree with Katie, because what would have been good for both France and Germany there was if Ed was allowed to go after and attack Russia earlier. That gives Ed the chance to have enough dots, we're looking at an 11-11, 11 type deal there, right? In terms of
but then that ends if Jackson's gonna throw his dots to Ed so he can win.
No. I'm not talking about throwing. I think a straight up legitimate fight and war. It would come down to.
But then I'm saying who's Saren fighting? I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you that she set it up so that she had no competition. Who was gonna beat her? It wasn't gonna be her ally Ian, who she destroyed. It wasn't gonna be Bradley, who was kind of dying. It was gonna be only somebody. It was only gonna be if Ed or Jackson threw to the other person.
I'm saying that Ed and Jackson could have both won without throwing to each other if they disentangled properly. And there are ways to do it. And we've seen in diplomacy games where people do so correctly because they realize it's their only hope. But neither Ed or Jackson were willing enough to be the person who takes the leap and takes the plunge. And
I think it was too late. Is the problem? It was like 08. So if Ed makes a full push to the east, Jackson just gobbles up Belgium, Norway, Holland, right?
Right. What I'm saying is that both of them need to place a trust that they move at once. And obviously it's a hard ask, but Ed needs to know that he has no win equity if he locks up against Jackson. So why bother? Jackson needs to know if he doesn't make the moves that Ed is asking to make, that he can just throw to Saren. And that's the power of throwing that is not talked about enough, is that it is the nuclear option that does exist. If Ed could have gone after Russia if he wanted to in 07 fall, instead of going back towards France. Because remember, Johnny, when you told me that I was wrong to say that Ed should go after France and that he should actually go for Russia, and then I agree with you, that if he had gone there, I think he ends up winning.
Johnny, remember you told
sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, you were wrong. Don't tell Karthik.
In 07 or something like that.
Yeah.
When there was the argument, whether or not Ed should go full steam at France,
which I thought he should have done.
Occupied with Italy, while Italy's units were pinned there.
Right
As Saren was about to stab, you said that he should go after Russia. I disagreed. You made your argument, and I said, wait, no, you're right.
So
I
think what we are
hearing but okay.
is one of the best things about this game. There are infinite outcomes depending on the choices that were made. That's what keeps this game interesting, keeps it fresh. Lots of woulda, coulda, shouldas. This is a very, very good game. Definitely recommend people, first of all, watch it and then watch it again after you know the outcome, looking this time for what were the little micro decisions that led to this result. At the end of the day, Saren Kwok dominated this tournament. She was in command of just about every board she played and carried that momentum through the top board, definitely demonstrating she is one of diplomacy's best right now. I want to thank her and all of our top 7 for a very, very entertaining game, and just offer congratulations to each of them for qualifying. I'd also like to give a shout out to Michalis and Johnny. Johnny, were there any other organizers?
Sabi and Zach both GM'd, and also Josh Hennessy GM'd some rounds, so thank you to them. But it was McCullish's show. He did almost the whole thing, so thank you to him.
Yeah, so we have, I believe, 39 players, if my math is right. We had 16 boards plus the top board. So this is the largest virtual event of the season to date. Potentially could be the largest of the season. Usually we have the Virtual Diplomacy Championship in December. That will oftentimes be the largest, but this one was we had such a good turnout. This one could end up being the largest. So just want to thank all of our players for playing. I'd like to thank our viewers for watching, and all of you analysts for hanging out on quite a long stream, going on 6 hours now. So we're going to go ahead and wrap things up. I'm going to just ask everyone to give one brief closing thought, and then we close out the show. Johnny, I'll start with you.
My closing thought is that you should do EGI, and that if you live in the New York area, you should come play with the Diplorats. Get in contact with me. We're having a game next week.
Hey, Karthik.
I think my thing of the night, the shout I want to give is to Saren once again for winning, because it showed how winning a tournament of diplomacy on a top board tournament, you have to win board selection. You want to have the right people on the board. Paris method, you want to choose your powers in the way that your people that you want to work with are in the right places and you're in the right place. And then strategy and diplomacy itself. At every single stage, Saren was the better player compared to every single other player on the top board. And that's what a good tournament winner looks like. So I'm very, very happy with how this tournament went.
Katie.
I agree with both of them. Saren did great, and everyone should play face to face if you can. And also, I just want to say, like, if you're a new player here and you maybe didn't do great in this tournament, but you had fun, keep playing. I played with a couple new, at least new to me players this weekend, or last weekend, not this weekend. I didn't play this weekend, we all know. Last weekend, and had a really good time, and I hope that, like, people had fun playing too. And I'm like, it's exciting that, like, this tournament had so many people playing, and I mean, that's shout out to the TDs, but also just like new people for stepping up and playing, and I hope you had fun. And I hope this tournament was fun for everybody, and I'm sure it was fun for Saren, which is great. But I hope that everybody had fun, because at the end of the day, I myself also need a reminder. It's a game, so let's have fun.
All right, that's what it is all about. If you had fun, good. Guys, like, subscribe, post in the comments, all that. Post the signal, help other people find this game. And Johnny, thank you for your very first stream. Fantastic job, and give you the honor of signing us out if you'd like.
All right, I will quote Siobhan and say, "Good night and stab well." Is that what she says?
Sure.
Yeah. Something like that. That's what I'll say. Good night and stab well. Thanks, guys.